Борщ, сырники, your mama's baklava. Some grandma's secret recipe to tauntaun ramen bar. I like you crunch, I like you soft. I like it when you freshly serve for me. For me. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is so delicious. Yummy, 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 delicious. I wanna put you in my tummy, my precious. Yummy, 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 delicious. Tasting you is epic delicious.
This is the blueprint. I lay it out like a map for you, no cap for you. Better take notes, this facts for you, real rap for you. Catch me in action, seatbelt fasten. Can you imagine? Tell of a dragon. You'll never get it or get anywhere without all of the passion. Put in the work, multiply that. Straight from the dirt, straight out the mud. Catching a buzz now. This a high with no come down. Tune in for the rundown, yeah.
Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. If you want the work, work, then come find me. Come find me, come find me.
Don't chase what you can't handle, type to dismantle what's in the way. I gotta chill, but keeping it real, I'm always hungry, hunting for a plate. Refills ain't coming too easy, be still so the ops don't see me. Trust and believe me, I'm about to take what's mine. Typical selfish and greedy,
Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. Ooh, if you want the work, then come find me. Come find me, come find me. Come find me.
This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Count up the blood and sweat and tears I sacrificed for this. Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. Yeah. Look at the grind, this type of hustle is hard to find. Look at the time, all of my winning is stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them L's, right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time, I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub.
It's close enough to feel, but far enough to fade. The steps I take to close this space. What I believe, the more I get a world away. The whispers I hear keep me in place. The steps I take to close this space. Control.
And I swear I wanted it that way, till I saw a way out with you. And I don't know why, but I know it's true. I want a way out with you. Does the reason have to be the proof? Guess I don't evolve, but I'm sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it.
小心，你这个位置很常出事哦。
这个要怎么杀他？20等贾克斯
进去了
20等贾克斯，第10把一个帽子转起来，还在继续往前咚，一爆，风根本扛不住。现在是属于贾克斯的时间。一切开始接他的护腕，3个人已经在等他。反击风暴转好了吗？转好了，交顺闪现，他没有死。
那紧接着就会是 GD 全面的进攻意见。
猎熊打得很凶，他直接走在对面的脸上，
耶！直接走在人家坦克脸上，他被
走不了了。一剑选择要上去，这一推就把他给推了回来。虽然有英灵之门，但没想劈头还是没有撑住。GD 就在问敢不敢打，真的敢往前滑，顺再拿一颗头。
Lòm không an toàn rồi, mở ra tranh kéo tốt đấy, trên bên này cũng gom vào, có đạn chưa góp được có thể tung ra, Taki lùi về được, Shadow là người đầu tiên lên bảng điểm số, Doggo 1 đấu 1 với Rakta nhưng đằng sau người ta có thêm cả báo đạn nữa, Casante của Red đang tìm góc để có thể bế kia ra qua tường.
Bây giờ gần như là anh ta dính chọn bộ combo từ đối phương. A6 đã hụt mất rồi, đang đá vào trụ để hồi nội năng dành cho van 1 có bom có chi hoạt lên. Và họ quay trở lại với nhịp 2 này khi mà trói chân chúng vào người và tốc biến lên đá thẳng đối phương vào tường, một bộ combo full sát thương đến từ van 1. Những kiếm súng hay tách giúp cho anh chàng tay ở hồi máu thêm tí xíu nữa. Và van 1 vẫn bị trụ bắn này, ta chưa đi ra khỏi tầm trụ, lại quay trở lại để tấn công trụ và anh ta phải nằm xuống. Vị trí dưới là tiếp đánh nhau.
Xuất hiện chắn lao vào người đối phương. Aria đang gặp điểm rồi, mất tốc hành đến từ Aria. Aria chân rất nhanh, mất tốc biến nhưng tốc biến follow theo đến từ Dio. Và Dio có mạng của Aria. Cũng
với là Di Chiên, giao tranh lớn chuẩn bị nổ ra. Husa ở đây đang cố gắng tìm góc tốc biến tới đi tới đồ kèo từ cái 6 được mở ra đến từ trung Bu bắt đầu lao lên làm cản bằng người Husa. Bù lại Byron đã có dành cho team Sigurd. Họ lui về hay không? Tai đang cố gắng tìm góc nhưng mà Jimmy đang đứng kè. Tiếp tục là chiêu cuối lao vào. Di Chiên mất rất nhiều máu của làm cản vào người của Jimmy. Xui nó mới nằm xuống rất nhanh rồi. Tai thì có nhưng mà cái màn hàng cùng double kill là dành cho Tai. Husa ở đây đang cố gắng đang tìm đường về. Husa chạy được không? Andy đâu đó đã lấy cả mạng của Jimmy và hình như là Di Chen lấy được cho mình cái mảnh của Pool, nhưng sau đó Di Chen cũng đã phải đi. Husa ở đây cố gắng để đi về. Husa rất trâu đấy, nhưng trâu đánh lâu thì cũng phải nằm, và đó là quậy sập dành cho team Secret Well。
霹雳正面的赶到，互相拿下了预示者，同时团战瞬时的开启，英子们从天而降杀到扣着动弹不得，正面位置快要死去的互相用大绝离开到一线的机场，拉回了一手，拿下人头要跟队友做车对吗？没有一线看起来不太想退，一个出来两个人，他还想杀，跟着军比尔指着滑下来的顺眼来做收割，做目标边咱们想要杀顺山，所以又滑了上去，右边位置比尔被抓到被两个人的夹击，可能要直接被放倒，
上面还在打，还在打，
在上方的位置，没成了一线，就算变回了原形，但还是要站到最后。李蕊这边不得已的交闪拉开这波局力，拿下预示者，也拿下团战。
有选择要
下路
二塔对线了
BCG， 而且是绿白的，现在就是远程直接做消耗。就算扛着小兵也要继续来做跟你换血。欧卡有办法打出自己的复活吗？有没有打出复活？所以 BCG 选择所有来往这的脸上招呼。打赢了，最后一波闪现成功活下来，顺打 double kill。
đối phó đối phương sẽ bắt đầu mở rộng trước. Cam từ từ tiến vào, Taki mở chóng thành công vị trí của công nhân. Vòng xoáy không gian tung ra nhưng không ai lên xe cả. Atomic chưa góp được có thể tung ra bó đạn. Nếu như động xuống là đường dương đối phương. 21 yếu máu đang phải lùi về. Rồng đã có dành cho CFO nhưng họ về được bao nhiêu người? Đâu có không góc để có thể bắn. Và đó là màn gục thứ 3 dành cho bên phía của GAM Esports.
One more. 1, 2, 3. Like a good suit. Hiện在有在录吗？
有啊。
那你可以关掉吗？我要讲敏感话题啊。
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes, and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown. And first selection.
One week out from season start, and one thing is very, very clear. Things will never be the same in the LCP. My name is Blue Panda. Joining me on the mic tonight, Logan. We've promoted you from co-streamer. You're now co-caster. Coming into tonight, we have an interesting matchup. CFO versus DFM. And then, of course, a bit of a VCS derby. MVK taking on GAM. I mean, what is it? What are your thoughts coming into your first official LCP broadcast?
Well, thank you very much for such an amazing introduction. I am so excited to be here. And as you say, bringing the passion from being the LCP co-streamer and doing all the watch parties to now here on the broadcast with all of you to enjoy two phenomenal games tonight. As you said, I'm really excited for the VCS derby with GAM versus MVK, which is game 2 of tonight. But the first game being CFO into DFM is very, very exciting. I really think this is an opportunity for CFO to reassert their dominance in the LCP.
Yeah, I mean, of course, coming off of that loss 2-0 to GAM last weekend, it has been a bit of a tumultuous start to the year for CFO, and for good reason. I mean, it's been a pretty drastic change on the whole. 2 of 6 players remaining in this composition. And, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how well they can bounce back going into the remainder of it. DFM, though, coming in last week, a lot of credit to them. From what I understand, that match against MVK gave the LJL fans a little bit more hope than they were potentially anticipating after last year.
And I think it's really important that LGL has a very strong representative. I think that DFM can find their feet a little more in this split compared to last year because of the mix-ups that have happened, because of all the transfers and team changes. It gives them an opportunity to then find a new position in the ladder of teams. As you alluded to, 66% of CFO gone, changed. It's a nearly completely different team. Obviously, Rest and Doggo still there. They're now a 5-man roster, but as we saw, they have to find their feet just like any other team that's had massive changes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, as my old rugby coach would say, it's a bit of a rebuild year, I think, for CFO, but they're investing in that young talent, that pipeline of PCS talent, which has been so impressive over the last few years. But the VCS derby, MVK taken on GAM. For the MVK fans, this could be a bit of a hard watch. GAM come out swinging, the second team in the last 12 months to domestically take down CFO. So far, it has only been VCS representatives, the other being Team Secret Wales at the beginning of last year. Now, GAM have done it, but looking a lot cleaner than they were. But, I mean, Logan, your thoughts? MVK, do they have a chance? Do they shake things up even more here tonight?
Look, every team has a 50-50 chance going to any game, but if I'm going to put my voice anywhere, it's going to be for GAM. I do have to admit the GAM are looking very, very strong. They were, I think, the second favorites in 2025. They're definitely my favorite for this split. And I have a soft spot for the VCS. I was watching them for quite a few years, and they have the best, scrappiest fighting style I've ever seen. They could be down 4v5 and they will go you anyway. They do not care. So this is going to be an explosive, fun match that I'm really, really excited to watch.
Well, ironically enough, after a quick break, it is time to punch on. It's time to get into it. We come back after the Riot Fist. Game 1, CFO taking on DFM. The LCP push the envelope, not just domestically, but internationally as well. We put the world on notice, and coming back to things, it has been a drastically tragic road for some, but a massive opportunity for others. We've lost some big names here, and no more so than our first team, CFO. They lose the vast majority of their team, Rest and Doggo, like you said, Logan, the two players remaining. And Rest, taking to the stage now, was the consistent. He was the rock. He was the anchor for this team, keeping CFO in place in the top lane. Unfortunately, we lose the other side of that coin in Driver. The man was an icon in the top lane. He could bring out the weird and wonderful and turn it into a true superpower. But I think in a year like this, you want consistent more than ever.
I couldn't agree more with you there. Driver was so explosive, so interesting, so dynamic. He really brought that coin flip element to the opposing teams. They didn't know what tank that they would be facing in that top lane. They didn't know how Driver would be attacking them. And as you say, stability, consistency, so important. Something that you can rely on, an anchor point for that new team. And I really do think Rest delivers on that kind of energy that is so critical for CFO as they rebuild.
And looking at the rest of the team as they come out, I mean, for my money, Citrus, one of the most electric additions to the end of the 2025 season for DFM, really spice things up. Unfortunately, does not have that matchup in the mid lane with Arya anymore, having shifted over to SHG, but has Keen. We see Karkun coming back down in the bot lane with a different support this time for my money. I mean, Bastion and I have talked about it as well. Gang feeling like somewhat of the better of the two Japanese supports or Japanese team supports coming through out of 2025. So they give Karkun that. Should be a little bit more security in the bot lane. But Karkun versus Doggo seems like such an insurmountable matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Doggo really stamped his name again on the international circuit with his showing at Worlds. And at the moment, I think in this new season, we really need to see that Karkun-Doggo match up to get a good re-understanding of that baseline between the two. I definitely think Doggo is the stronger of the two, but I think Karkun can elevate over the split and be very, very competitive by the end of that split. Hopefully we see DFM climbing the ranks into a more competitive situation amongst the rest of the teams as well.
And as we head into the 2v2s, Shadow and 2274, to the new additions to CFO, are going to be taken to the bridge, the Howling Abyss, for their teams in the 2v2. And I mean, Logan, what are your thoughts? How have you found the 2v2s coming out of the 1v1s last year?
Look, I love this so much more. I think that there's a lot more willingness to all in the 2v2s. I mean, last week, I think we saw a super explosive 2v2 that ended in under 30 seconds. I don't think any of them actually went to overtime. It feels like it's going faster. It feels like we get a little bit more fun. Obviously, the proper games, they're legit, they're serious, they're professional, it's all strategy. But I feel like the 2v2, they can really unleash and do silly stuff.
Yeah, we sort of had a bit of a min-max moment Friday and Sunday. We're a little bit slower. I think we had a couple overtimes. I think it was that Scion Zillion game where
yes.
we got to that final circle, and then it was kind of Scion with an extra life and a half in the back pocket. It was a little bit hard to deal with, but yeah, from what I understand, Saturday was a very, very slow one. Ivan Renga not going to be available due to the Fearless draft for CFO. Pantheon Udir not going to be available to DFM. For my money, Pantheon has proved himself quite a powerhouse in the 2v2s, and unfortunately that won't be an option for DFM.
You could not be more right. Watching Pantheon last week in the 2v2s, just the ability to put the shield up and prevent all of that damage so that you can't trade back into them was really, really strong. Obviously, the stun is strong in any toolkit, which is why Ivern saw some high priority last week as well. I'm really excited to see what we get this week as we see our first ban in Tahm Kench. He was utilized very effectively last week in the 2v2s as well as just a straight up brick.
Well, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it hasn't. It's one of those things where we're probably not going to be able to say one way or the other where there is great impact on having that early side selection. But I mean, you'd want it, I imagine, giving those priority picks at the moment. What we are seeing is strong Tahm Kench, Cassiopeia banned, and of course Nidalee and Pantheon banned. I'm not surprised at all. The Pantheon's copping it here. Lucian coming through. I do believe we saw it once, at least one of the days that I was doing it last week, and Tarek being locked in. I mean, I can understand it. There's a little bit of CC, has that little bit of sustain. Tarek coming in for 2274 as well. So a Tarek mirror, we might just see a mirror matchup. No, okay, Momo bucks the trend. We did see that phenomenal Yone Yasuo mirror matchup last weekend, but we're not going to get that. Lucian Tarek, it would seem, into Tarek Olaf. One side, going to be a lot of kiting, a lot of dancing around. The other side is just going to face roll the keyboard and run forward.
Yeah, you're absolutely not wrong. That Yasuo Yone matchup last week was fantastic. I really think the all-in potential from the Olaf side is going to outdo the Lucian Tarek side. But then the strategy comes into it. Lucian Tarek, they can literally just poke them down. I almost think it's going to be a level 6 kind of all-in moment that gets really explosive, and we see a winner decided there in this 2v2. And as you said, the side select, I think right now it's hard to prove the benefits of either way. It's probably more the psychological victory. You've got a little early win, you get the first preference, the power is over to you and your team as we jump on to the 2v2.
Oh boy, yeah, I think you're right on the money. I think this is going to come to a level 6 all in. You could see right now the call has been made. Shadow's running flash go, so wants the ability to get the hell out of dodge should something go wrong. But Momo has brought the snowball, so that ability to close gap on the Olaf could be very, very scary. No cleanse, which is the big thing, I think, because once you hit 6, that Ragnarok pop, Momo doesn't have to worry about the lockdown that 2274 is going to provide, whereas the same can't be said for Shadow.
Absolutely, absolutely. The unstoppable of Olaf is, I've seen it on the Rift. It's rough to have to deal with. You're trying to run away from it. You try to stop it. You simply can't. So Lucian does have the kite ability, though, with those dashes, as we start to see some trading happening here with the minion waves.
It's also lethal tempo Tarek for gang, so he's going to be he's going to be hitting as quickly and as hard as possible compared to the glacial augment for 2274, which is a little bit more of a setup. Allow Shadow that time, potentially give some more options in terms of kite ability. And you can see Momo and Gang playing a little bit safer. First axe does connect the undertow from Momo, and Gang is going to have to back himself off, but gems truly are outrageous. He should be fine.
Absolutely agreed. Obviously, as CFO, get the better of that first trade in the Gang. Shadow and 2274 really not wanting to hurry this game along. I don't think they want to give over too much damage to Momo and Gang back onto them this early. As we see Momo cop about 30% of their damage there just for standing there.
Yeah, unfortunately, that stun coming through. That glacial augment means that he's not only going to be stuck there for a wee while, but is also going to struggle to get out of range of Shadow for the time being. And that tower is copping a lot of punishment early on. And remember, that is one of the win conditions. Shadow's doing a lot of damage here. Goes to spot Momo, looking for it, gets a snowball. Shadow being run down right now. The ignite comes out and Momo's on the hunt. He's not going to have the damage. The kite coming through. The stun rather is not there from Gang. And so they will claim the first kill. A decent chunk of change, and he's already quadruple, almost quintuple the amount of CS, and will be quintuple the amount of CS that Momo has by the time they get this off. And they might just look to end here with the tower dancing around. Gang, they're going to do it. They're just going to end and take the tower.
I did not expect that. I called a level 6 and they were done by level 5. They did it with a kill and tower. Have we even seen a win con like that yet? That was fantastic. Well done, CFO, getting first pick.
They just brute force, and I think it's a really smart call, knowing full well that a Tarek is not going to be able to defend the tower. Even in the slightest, at the best of times, a Tarek is not going to be able to defend the 1v2 in the tower. And Lucian, naturally, very, very quick at taking those towers, being able to utilize that passive, get off those extra shots. It was doing an impressive chunk of damage, even as, at what, 2.5 component Lucian that he was.
Yeah, absolutely. I was genuinely surprised by the damage that tower was taking while they were kind of dancing around one another, just minion wave clearing and poking, and the tower was 50% before you knew it. So that was really, really impressive, really well done. And as you pointed out, I think the rune diff, the glacial augment there, really did help them out too.
Yeah, absolutely. Just making it that much harder for Momo to play. I think it was a smart call, utilizing that to allow Shadow to have that little bit more freedom of movement. The glacial augment, I would imagine pre-6 is probably one of the more uncomfortable runes to play into as an Olaf. To be fair, you're not finding yourself in that matchup all that often as an Olaf, so it was always going to be a bit of a unique experience.
Definitely. But they've come through the other side of that 2v2 now, and it looks like we might be moving to picks and bans soon. Maybe the games are just getting ready as some of the players are having a stretch. They're warming their hands up, keeping them all loose and ready there.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a great little litmus test, I think, for DFM in isolation. Get themselves, try and limit test a little bit with the zero expectation that they're going to win.
Yeah, definitely. I think coming into this with like a fresh perspective, going, hey, new split, new us, we got a different roster this time. CFO's got a different roster. 2025 was 25. Let's leave it in the past where it belongs. We're in 26 now. We stand a chance against CFO. And I mean, reasonably, CFO did lose 2-0 last week, so they could be feeling a little weak. They could be a little mentally harsh on themselves at the moment, though I would expect their coaches would be like, hey, don't worry about it. Brush it off. It's in the past. Let's reset and focus on the next game ahead of us.
Yeah, look, I think probably approaching it with a level of maturity, in all honesty.
Yep.
CFO,
absolutely.
This is their opportunity to bounce back. Like you said, they want to get themselves that momentum shifted back in favour of themselves to start that campaign towards victory and towards first stand, of course. But it does come off the back of what was a bit of a rough run for them in that match against GAM, a 2-0 sweep, which, I mean, look, we had our doubts coming into this split that CFO were going to be matching that same strength that they had at the end of last year. But even still, I don't think anyone quite expected it to be as brutal as it was.
Yeah, no, I think we were all taken by surprise that CFO went down 2-0, even if it was against GAM, who was the team we suspected was stronger coming into the split. But you can see that CFO and GAM themselves have really kind of taken it to heart, their win and loss, vice versa for them. They have been absolutely grinding Summoner's Rift over the past week. Even as little as 1 to 2 hours ago, these guys were out there in their scrims, out in their solo queues, practicing. And I really think that CFO, with just the littlest bit of time, can re-synergize, refocus, and become that dominant force once again and compete at the top with GAM.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. And getting onto the Rift, I mean, Paz, for his credit, he had that massively impressive campaign that saw DFM rise above SHG and make it to the playoffs in Split 3 of last year. But Chowie, I mean, the guy's accolades alone in terms of having a flawless run throughout the entirety of last year, bar that one loss to Team Secret Wales domestically, not to mention some very impressive, showings internationally.
Yeah.
He's going to be, I mean, he's going to make it a tall task. That's all I'm saying.
That's all I'm hearing. It's going to be a tall task. I agree with you there, mate. As we see DFM, and CFO step off the stage for a hot minute.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think coming into it, and the champions that we've seen, Logan, it's inarguable. The one thing that we aren't going to see going ahead is probably support Zaheen. I think realistically, he probably makes his way into the top lane where he belongs. I think that was a bold call from Orca, but one that didn't really pay out. But I mean, we haven't seen a massive shift up other than, Jace and the likes of Ambessa sort of transitioning more into that jungle role. And it's something that we did talk about, coming into this week on the podcast, is that Jace 0-3 domestically, which does skew the global standings where it was 4-1 if you discount the LCP. I mean, you got to imagine that at some point we've got to crack the code, right? Because it is just crazy strong internationally.
Well, I mean, it's so strong, in fact, that Riot actually announced that they'll be nerfing Jungle Jace in the upcoming patch. So surely there's something that we haven't figured out that the rest of the world has, as you said. I'm really excited to see what our junglers do bring to the field. We've got Citrus, and obviously we have the amazing jungler Junja. We just have, as Vestian has stated before, and yourself, such strong junglers in the LCP. I'm confident that they can crack that code of that jungler Jace before he gets nerfed just a little bit, and we can go back to some more traditional junglers that we're very used to seeing on the Rift.
Unfortunately for CFO, you may have given them some Kobe and Junja gone. As much as we wish he was still here, it's Shadow. But right now we're going to throw it to a quick break. On the other side, we'll dive into CFO versus DFM. We'll see you back in a sec.
Great.
can never kill.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed, I'm electric in the pouring rain. Now I know I feel untouchable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see.
哎，要小心，你这个位置很常出事哦。这个要怎么杀他啊？20等贾克斯进去了，20等贾克斯，你直接把一个帽子甩了起来，还在继续往前咚，一爆，风根本扛不住。现在是属于贾克斯的时间。一切开始接到这个护腕，3个人已经在等他。反击风暴转好了吗？来，转好了，交顺闪现，他没有死。
那紧接着就会是 GD 全面的进攻一键，
猎熊打得很凶，他直接走在对面的脸上，
耶，直接走在人家坦克脸上，他被
走不了了。一剑选择要上去，这一推就把他给推了回来。虽然有英灵之门，但MVK还是没有撑住。GD 就在问敢不敢打，真的敢往前滑，顺再拿一颗头。
lọt một khúc an toàn rồi, mở ra tranh kéo tốt đấy, trên bên này cũng gom vào, bóng đạn chưa góc được có thể tung ra, Taki lùi về được, Shadow là người đầu tiên lên bảng điểm số, Doko 1 đấu 1 với Rakta nhưng đằng sau người ta có thêm cả bóng đạn nữa, các sân tay của Red đang tìm góc để có thể bế kia ra qua tường.
Bây giờ gần như là anh ta dính chọn bộ combo từ đối phương. À 6 mất đã hụt mất rồi. Đang đá vào trụ để hồi nội năng dành cho bàn 1 có bom có kích hoạt lên. Và họ quay trở lại với nhịp 2 này khi mà trói chân chúng vào người và tốc tiến lên đá thẳng đối phương vào tường. Một bộ combo full sát thương đến từ bàn 1. Những kiếm súng hay tách giúp cho anh chàng tay ở hồi máu thêm tí xíu nữa. Và bàn 1 vẫn bị trụ bắn này, ta chưa đi ra khỏi tầm trụ, lại quay trở lại để tấn công trụ và anh ta phải đập xuống. Vì trụ dưới là tiếp đánh nhau.
Rồi trả lại vào người đối phương. Aria đang gặp điểm rồi, mất tốc hành đến từ Aria chân rất nhanh, mất tốc biến nhưng tốc biến follow theo đến từ Dio và Dio có mạng của Aria.
Cũng với là Di Chiên giao tranh lớn cũng bị nổ ra. Husa ở đây đang cố gắng tìm góc tốc biến tới đi tới đồ kèo từ cái sau đường mở ra đến từ trung Pu bắt đầu lao lên làm cho ánh bằng người Husa bù lại Baron đã có dành cho team Sigurd họ lui về hay không? Tài cố gắng tìm góc nhưng mà Jimmy đang đứng kè tiếp tục là chiều cuối lao vào. Di Chiên mất rất nhiều máu cũng làm cho ánh vào người của Jimmy. Xui nó phải nằm xuống nước kèm rồi Tài thì có nhưng mà không cái mày hàng cùng double kill là dành cho Tài. Husa ở đây cố gắng đang tìm đường về. Husa chạy được không? Andy đâu đó đã lấy cả mạng của Jimmy và hình như là Di Chen lấy được cho một cái mảnh của Pool nhưng sau đó Di Chen cũng đã phải đi. Husa ở đây cố gắng để đi về. Husa rất trâu đấy nhưng trâu đánh lâu thì cũng phải nằm và đó là quậy sẵn dành cho team Sigurd。
霹雳正面的赶到，互相拿下了预示者，同时团战瞬时的开启，英之门从天而降杀到控制动弹不得，这边位置快要死去的互相用大绝离开到一剑的进场，拉回了一手，拿下人头要跟队友做扣对方，没有一剑看起来不太想退，一个互打2个人，他还想杀，跟着居米2指着滑下来的顺眼来做收割，做目标偏打队想要杀顺3，所以又滑了上 去，右边位置 B 也被抓到，被两人的夹击，可能要直接被放倒。
上面还在打，还在打，
在上方的位置，没这个意见，就算变回了原形，但还是要站到最后。李蕊这边不得已的交闪拉开这波距离，拿下预示者，也拿下团长。
有选这个下路
二塔对线了 BCG，
而且是绿白的。现在就是远程直接做消耗，就算扛着小兵也要居然做跟你换血。欧卡有办法打出自己的复活吗？有没有打出复活？所以 BCG 选择所有人往射的脸上招呼。打一射，最后一波闪现成功活下来，顺打 double kill。
Rất đối phó, đối phương sẽ bắt đầu mở rộng trước. Cam từ từ tiến vào, Taki mở choáng thành công vị trí của công nhân. Vòng xoáy không gian tung ra nhưng không ai lên xe cả. Artemis chưa góp được có thể tung ra bó đạn. Nếu tiếp đóng xuống là đường rêu đối phương. 2-14 yếu máu đang phải lùi về. Dòng đã có dành cho CFO nhưng họ về được bao nhiêu người? Nó có không góc để có thể bắn. Và đó là màn gục thứ 3 dành cho bên phía của GAM Esports.
One more. 1, 2, 3. 大家good too. Coming
back hot into the action, primed and ready for game 1 of week 2, day 1. And Logan, CFO DFM seems like such a monumental task for the likes of DFM, but then you remember Citrus comes in, brings out some of those assassin junglers, gets a little bit spicy there, and especially off the back of last week where CFO, who for the entirety of last year was so used to dictating the pace around the rift off the back of the likes of Junja, now with Shadow, I'm sorry, there's only one way to put what we saw last weekend. Got dog walked by Drakthar through the jungle, a position that CFO has rarely, if ever, been in. Do you think that someone like Citrus could be able to do something similar?
Yeah, look, obviously Shadow does seem to be a weak point of CFO at the moment, and I genuinely do think that a more well-established, stronger jungler could do it again. As you say, Drakthar was so explosive, so exciting, really trying to make a name for himself in the tier 1, obviously, and, you know, big shoes to fill, as you said, from Levi there. And Citrus coming through, I think they'll be looking to make a name for themselves and have that impact against CFO. To answer your question, I think it's possible. I think that if we get some really strong jungler synergies and we attack the weak points like Shadow at this time, it could happen.
And of course, the other big talking point, of course, coming in for DFM, Momo, unable to play last week, unfortunately had some medical issues that meant it was probably best for him to sit back, make sure that he was fully recovered. Now going to be taking to the stage. We saw him there, taking part in the 2v2s, Logan, and there is a lot of hype around this kid.
I mean, yeah, I'm glad to see Momo on the Rift. Like you said, I saw that on the socials as well, that unfortunately he was unwell, but I am very, very glad to see that he has recovered, hopefully fully, obviously well enough to play at a professional level. I'm excited to see what they bring to the Rift, and I can't wait to see their impact in that top lane. As we said, if Momo is more explosive, potentially he could overcome the stability of Rest, whereas Rest being a known quantity, maybe CFO can rely on him to be able to handle that explosiveness that Momo might be trying to bring.
Yeah, I mean, we saw something similar at the end of last year with Team Secret Wales. Pun comes in as this fresh young face having played in the VCS. Very much felt like he had been coming from the VCS, played in a way that would have worked there. Didn't quite work in the LCP, was exploited a little bit, but he's come into his own at the start of this year. But Momo, I mean, has been playing for a good number of years now. Started back with the likes of Crest Gaming, another very, very well-known Japanese esports organization. Then obviously funneling through, 2024 to 2025, spent that time in the DFM Academy roster. So that youth talent that they're looking to invest in and bring through the pipeline. Obviously, there's a lot of faith in this guy.
Absolutely. And you always love to see a team with a pipeline. You always love to see a team backing the players that they are trying to raise up into these tier one gamers that we so enjoy watching. With that training and obviously exposure to the DFM roster proper, hopefully they're a bit more prepared and able to compete with the big guys up in the tier one. And we're going to see that tonight. Hopefully DFM can put up a really good fight and we can get a better measure of where they stand against one another.
Yeah, I mean, last week, of course, let's dive into some of the champions that were making their way through that priority. Jace being one of the big ones, obviously in the jungle. 0-3 at the moment. Eventually, that is going to have to change. But, I mean, the big one for me, every single game was banned away, and that is the Orianna in the mid lane. Did not get to see the light of Summoner's Rift throughout the entirety of week one for the LCP. So, clearly, a champion that we didn't see as much prior around last year. I think there were very few champions that I think matched that, at least in the early stages of competition.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think we saw Hong Q able to play some Orianna in 25, but we haven't seen Orianna on the Rift yet, I'm pretty sure. Definitely gets banned quite a lot. And whether that's a fear of going into Ori because of mechanical, which I strongly doubt, or she's just that strong right now in an equal playing field. Hopefully we get to see her on the Rift, but, with these fearless bans, and if we go to game 3, it might happen.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it is hard to overlook. Of course, that big disparity in the bot lane. Doggo, absolutely putting the world on fraud watch last year. International event after international event after international event. The only team in a tier 1 competition, tier 1 globally, that was at every single international event. And then on the other side of the coin, not to disparage him, because I have to say, I'm really impressed with Karkun and his resilience. Comes into the start of last year as a sub mid laner, has to then transition to bot lane because obviously DFM, they couldn't field their traditional bot laner. Then improves throughout the year, looks even better going into stage 2. By the stage 3, looks like he has been there almost the entire time. And look, I have to say, the commitment to stick with it this year just speaks to how dedicated he is.
I think it speaks volumes both from the team's perspective and the player's perspective. As you said, Karkun just grew in that role over 2025 through all 3 splits. And even last week, he was with the best of the ADs. He was holding his own for sure, in my opinion. And I'm very excited to see that commitment, right? It's like you give the team something, the team gives you something. They think he's good enough to be an AD. He thinks he's good enough to be an AD. It works. Let's keep the ball rolling here. So as you said, it's really good to see that investment. It's really good to see that growth. And with another year under his belt, if he's still the AD by end of split 3, who knows? Maybe they could be a world's contender.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that especially, your sub-regions of the LCP need. I mean, you look at the promo relegations last year, Indonesia coming through that wildcard had a hugely impressive performance. My goodness, I was blown away by just how impressive that run that they made was. They took us out, Inferno Esports, and from there, it was a sad time. It was a really sad time, losing out to sorry, not Indonesian, Filipino. It's Filipino roster that came through and really put us on fraud watch, unfortunately, which is the only way to describe it. We kind of just got absolutely bullied. So, I mean, look, I want to see more of these sub-regions, especially, I mean, LJL has their representation here, and it feels like that's picking up, but these wildcard teams, I mean, Austerity in that bot lane for Inferno Esports, mind-boggling how impressive he was. He almost put the team on his back at certain points, and speaking of bot laners, here you go. Coming into it for the LCP 2026, looking at the numbers, it is very skewed, and for good reason. Doggo literally was among the peak of players individually, let alone part of that CFO roster in 2026.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can wax lyrical about Doggo. I think the world saw Doggo at Worlds last year, and they understand and appreciate just how good he can be. That Draven, I think, took everyone by surprise. And this is the level of competition that Karkun has to play into, as you said, having rotated down into that AD role. And he's improved over the year, and I think he's got a little more room for improvement, but I think he can compete at the very least. And I mean, those are some statistics that are going to be getting better over time. I mean, he's already got a higher kill participation than Doggo, which is pretty good. This is a team fighting game, and you want to be fighting with your team.
Yeah, I mean, 33rd seems a little bit criminal, but when you look at it, I mean, that's all of, 8%. So in the grand scheme of things, the spread through the middle of the pack clearly is not all that varied. Going into it, I mean, starting out with how things are looking, that record from Doggo is massively impressive. He is going to make this as uncomfortable as possible for Karkun. But again, I think it comes back to the junglers. Shadow off the back of last week versus Citrus, who, again, shocked the region. It felt like almost at the tail end of this last season in 2025. That could be that sort of linchpin, that leverage for DFM to maybe take a game at least away.
You know what? It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me if it becomes 2-1 CFO DFM, as Shadow being the sort of weaker-ish link in this roster. But again, as we have touched on before, that synergy from CFO that was there in 25, 66% of the team has changed. So they really just need that time to synergize a bit more, maybe do some more scrims, some practice outside of the tier 1 games as well. And Citrus putting forward such a strong showing really could be that linchpin, especially if he pairs really, really well with the mid laner King.
Yeah, I mean, it is well. You got to remember that things have changed in the grand scheme of qualification international events as well. Those points stacking up throughout the year. You want to be placing as high as you possibly can throughout the year, because those numbers can tick up, and potentially a couple of good finishes consistently throughout the year. It pushes you into potentially being in that conversation for maybe taking away that third spot going into Worlds at the end of the year, and especially for a region like the LJL. We got to meet those guys over in Da Nang, the support staff behind the talent team as well, and they really are just very, very dedicated and very, very keen to see the LJL and the LCP on the back of it succeed. So you kind of want those underdog stories to develop at some point.
Absolutely. Like, you know, we're Osh, we love a good underdog story. Our entire existence in League has been an underdog story, except at Chiefs time. But also a big part of this that we haven't really touched on is that there's been some massive changes this year as well to the Rift in general. So things like Atakan and the Blood Roses, they're all gone. Baron is back to 20 minutes, which accelerates the Baron timers. There's new items, there's returning items. There's so much different. And some of these players may still be also trying to adapt to those changes. So new environment, new teams, new year, new LCP, which means our rankings could mean absolutely nothing.
Well, yeah, unfortunately for PSG Talent, they finished last year 13th overall, and well, that is where they will end their run. We'll have to see. But I mean, again, you look at the likes of CFO. They come into the year, I think they were sitting around 20th place overall at the beginning of the year. They end a lot higher than I think anyone would have given them credit to. I think they cracked top 5 at one point. But top 5 best teams in the world is a massive achievement. And now you come into it, like you said, with those roster changes, they're going to have to try and live up to that legacy. And I mean, look, it's a hard task, especially with how competitive this LCP season is already looking. And we did our power rankings, Logan. How much of a shift up has that caused in week 1, do you reckon?
Quite frankly, a significant. Obviously, if we were still looking at the same 25 team of CFO, we probably would have all ranked them as number 1 again and GAM as number 2. But this time around, most of us have voiced GAM as number 1 and CFO as a top 3 team, which means there's some room there to also not be a top 3, maybe even a top 4 if they can't find those feet, if they can't bring that synergy together before the end of the split. Whereas now with the Chiefs having been relegated out of the league and we've got a whole bunch of different teams, you know, GZ as well, we don't know if the floor has been raised or if it has gone down. Obviously, with the split, we will find that out. I'm excited. I hope the floor has been raised. I hope that more of these games are exciting and explosive, big moments to enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with the games just around the corner, you'd have to imagine this little bit extra time gives that little bit of added depth for the coaches, especially in terms of theory crafting, in terms of what the drafts will look like and how they'll be. I mean, for my money, the surprise star pick is the Jarvan, finding a lot of value at the moment. And I mean, we didn't get the largest size, largest sample pool of picks so far.
Yes.
But when it was picked, especially by Drakthar, who's a hugely impressive one. And there you go, players back on the stage as we look to get into the draft phase itself. I mean, the question for me, for my money, Logan, is Orianna going to get banned out again?
I am absolutely not a betting man, but that is a 100% gonna be banned.
Unfortunate. For such a strong control mage coming out of the 2025 season, we get some hugely impressive showings, especially the former mid laner for DFM. Arya made that champion look so phenomenally good. A couple of times where I myself questioned the viability of him picking that champion up, and then he absolutely delivered in a way that left me speechless at points. So yeah, I think in terms of what we're seeing at the moment, especially with Malphite sneaking his way up in terms of that prio, Malphite Orianna is possibly one of the most deadly combos out there, second only to the likes of maybe a Jarvan. We'll see.
I couldn't agree more. Obviously, with the Malphite copping a lot of bans globally as well, I don't think Malphite's seen a game in the LCK, for example. Pairing that with the Ori and delivering that ball, you've also got the likes of Nocturne who's able to do that.
Oh, that angle. I know exactly what's going on. We're into champion select, Logan. Oh, it's going to be a Nico. Rise banned out the first phase, and CFO immediately knocked that monolith, the Malphite, out of contention, taking that away as an option from Citrus, who is one of the more aggressive junglers in this competition. Would have loved to pick up the Malphite. Jace follows soon after, taken away from Shadow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were just talking about the Malphite bans, and there it is, as expected. And Nico is still such a strong support, despite now no longer being able to juggle the towers like she used to. That was changed as well, so she'll take full damage, whether she's the champion or the, cannon minion. So it's good to see these bans coming through. As you said, Jarvan 4 as well, now banned.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm surprised that the Nico cops a ban after how that game went last week against GAM. 1-9-8 for 2274 on the champion. A bit of a rough one on his introduction to the LCP, but final ban coming through for DFM. Are we going to see the Orianna taken away, or will it be an option, the likes of Pungyon in that mid lane?
I'm
if very DFM surprised. No, it is. It's going to be let through for the first time ever outside of the first phase.
CFO have to pick it. Surely they have to pick it. Otherwise, DFM are going to take the Orianna and build around her for this draft.
Yeah.
There it is. First pick Ori. You've got to respect it, right? If they let that through, you have to take it.
Oh, but Rumble, they're available and in the hands of Rest. It is a very scary champion. So it is now going to be the onus given back to DFM. I think in terms of that Orianna, probably not your first phase pick. I think it does become a little bit situational with the rest of the draft. You kind of want at least some setup in the jungle before you 100% commit to it. And being first pick, you're not going to have that second follow-up, which likely will be something along the lines of a Wukong. I think at the moment, incredibly strong jungler, great setup for the ball combo. And right now, the standard answer to what is Rumble in the top lane at the moment, Cassante locked in for Momo in his first game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If you pick Ori now, you're showing your hand. You won't get the opportunity to build around Ori. You won't be able to get those picks that can deliver that ball. And Rumble has been so strong in the top lane. I remember one game last week, it was the top damage on one of the teams, which is just absolutely wild. as
that
we
is,
see
that is a little
DFM.
bit fraudulent, though. Rumble's always the top damage. You pick up Leandres, and there you go. The first Orianna of the competitive year for the LCP in the hands of Keen for DFM.
Absolutely. Now that they've got the wall in Cassante, they've got the Orianna, they also have a delivery there. Whilst Cassante is not the best at delivery, it is still an option as we start to see CFO pick Pantheon and Azir. Ooh,
Okay,
Azir into
Pantheon.
Ori.
A lot of global pressure with that Grand the Skyfall for Shadow is going to be able to impact the map post 6 pretty effectively, and then Azir ramps up, becomes a very, very strong pick in the right hands. And Pongyon did bring it out last week, of course. 2-2-4 by the end of the game into an Ari who, look, let's be honest, Ari has absolutely ran the rift. He dominated with a 7-0-4 performance. So looking to redeem himself a little bit. Varus comes through for Karkun. Pretty solid in the bot lane, pretty staple. A very safe pick, so long as you've got something in support that can help keep him alive.
Absolutely. So we're probably thinking there's going to be like a tank engage support here for Varus. I don't think we're going to see an enchanter that would try and heal to keep Varus alive. And Varus has definitely risen through the ranks recently, been very, very strong. We saw the LCK take a few picks of Varus as well, as we see DFM ban out Siva, which is a strong wave clearing champ there. So it'll be interesting to see what CFO have to counter ban against DFM with. I think they might try or want to be breaking up that Ori synergy so to prevent the delivery.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes a lot of sense. Something along the lines of a Wukong potentially. If they do look for supports, maybe get rid of something along the lines of Rakan. There you go. Wukong going to be taken away from Citrus in the jungle. To be fair, they still have options. Talon brought out last year by Citrus. Potentially not going to go that angle, given that I think he may have just fallen that much further down that prior list. There are other strong picks that do synergize well with that Orianna. But, I mean, in terms of what you're banning here, I don't know if you bother targeting Dogger all that much more. He's got a champion Ocean down in that bot lane, can literally bring anything. So Corki makes sense. Another champion that does well with those engaged supports, has the ability to Valkyrie away. Siva has the spell shield as well to an extent. But, look, this second phase of picks from CFO could make this a very, very uncomfortable game for Karkun, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm looking at CFO's lineup and I'm seeing a lot of dive. I'm seeing a lot of backline access, over the top kind of ults. I really think it's going to be dive on Ori, dive on Varus, get that AD or mid laner down first, and then win the rest of the fight with the 4v5 numbers advantage here. Struggling to see how they're going to counter it. Cassante can obviously jump in front of everything, but if you jump on top and there's no knockups, there's no like pushbacks, I'm wondering what's going to happen here as DFM do pick Lee Sin.
Looking for Xin Zhao, which I mean, again, another champion that can deliver that ball quite neatly, does a lot in terms of, I suppose it's pseudo tanking. The ult does deny a lot of damage while not necessarily having to build hard into those tank stats. I mean, Xin Zhao again has been a bit of a staple of the LCP. Kalista. Now, I don't foresee this coming through. A champion that did reasonably well until it made it to the mid-season invitational and then lost every single game that it was picked in. Misfortune makes a little bit more sense. I think you've got a lot of setup here. The Pantheon, while a natural enemy to the Misfortune could have been problematic, but no, it's going to be Lucian Nami. A combination which has not reared its head in 2026, but one that was very, very impressive in Split 3 of 2025, and one that Doggo knows his way around.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a classic bot lane duo, Lucian Nami there. As we see the Alistair being hovered.
The pike was hovered for a second there by Gang. I don't see it getting locked in. I think Alistair probably makes a little bit more sense in the grand scheme, something to help in the front line. And yeah, again, another tool to deliver that ball, while probably not having quite the same range that Citrus is going to. I don't think it's a bad roster by any stretch of the imagination for DFM, but the problem being is that equalizer comes down, makes it very, very hard for Karkun and Keen to play these fights. And there is problematic follow-up, unfortunately for DFM. That tidal wave comes through. Pongyon finds himself the Shurima shuffle in with the Emperor's Divide. There is a lot of very uncomfortable choke points on the Rift where DFM might find themselves the victim of the CFO roster.
Absolutely couldn't agree more with you. I mean, obviously Alistair is a good choice for that anti-dive to protect the Varus, hopefully protect the Ori as well. With Xin Zhao's ult being able to repel anyone within it, there's a level of protection, but I just simply think there's so much dive coming out of CFO that they'll be quite they won't be able to repel it all if they decide to all in on them. Obviously, it remains to be seen because the game is going to be played out, and these guys have hands, and I know I don't, so it's going to be a bit different from my perspective.
Yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting match for sure. CFO on the campaign to regain after last weekend. DFM looking to try and string together their first win of the year as well, off the back of an ambitious start for sure. And Momo coming in, going to breathe that breath of fresh air to try and revitalize the team.
Yeah, definitely. Look, with these fresh names, fresh faces, fresh comps, it's going to be really, really exciting as we move through the rest of this split, as we move into this CFO from the PCS versus DFM from the LGL game tonight. I'm predicting probably a 2-0 here in favor of CFO, but I really do want to see DFM put up their absolute best as we dive into game one.
That's it. Week 2, day 1 underway as we jump onto the ref. CFO on the red side. DFM looking to bring Oriana to bear for the first time in the LCP 2026 season. Nothing crazy, obviously, with the earlier start to the game. Less willing to go for those crazy invades. Looking for the all-ins. 2274 steps out of the brush. Gets a bit of early damage down. Will be head-butted back by Gang. Effectively an even trade. Both supports able to quite comfortably heal up as things go on. But CFO already looking to play the mind games.
Yeah, absolutely. Already advancing into those brushes. And as you say, with the game starting earlier as well, minions spawning at 30 seconds instead of the 65 seconds like they used to. Invades are just all that much more punishing. I really don't think we're actually going to see too much invading, at least for the split, unless they change those timings. As a little damage goes out there on 2274, and we get the cheeky little emote and moving to mid.
Karkun bringing the arcane comments are very much going to be a lethality Varus coming through. I don't think there was any real surprises. Not a roster or a draft for CFO that you want to get all too that close to. But he's already burnt through that pot, which could make things a little bit less fun in the bot lane for them. You can already see CFO having some big prio. Where's the rest of the map? DFM have walked things up on the top and mid side.
Absolutely. And I mean, Doggo's already had 12-2 on the CS front.
And he's not shying away, looking to get aggressive and teach Karkun the pecking order here in the LCP in that bot lane. And the lead extending out. Karkun not wanting to step too far up because they've got the level advantage here. 2-2-4-7-4, hit that 2-timer first. Means that things can get very, very dicey very, very quickly. One bubble, Karkun could find himself dead and back in the fountain.
Yeah, one bubble could mean a whole world of trouble coming out of this Nami. The bubble is very, very strong in this combination. It's a significant stun, and there won't be much that you can do to get away from it. Gang could try and headbutt to disengage, but honestly, Doggo already trading heavily and strongly into Karkun at CS by 7 at the moment, so not too bad. But the CS difference in mid is actually quite a different story, as we see Keen 23 over Pangyong on 18.
Yeah, I mean, mildly concerning that it is starting itself this early for Karkun at the very least, but lethality Varus, the items not the most expensive, so it can look to come into it a little bit later. Keen, an absolute iron grip on the mid lane so far. Pangyun, for his credit, is CSing pretty darn well, looking to trade that damage back, as Keen has not been able to get out of this scot-free. He has suffered a little bit, and Pangyun looking to turn it around. Doesn't find all that much bit of damage, looking to alleviate the pressure a little.
Yeah, Pangyong is definitely not scared to trade into this Keen Oriana, which is good to see as well. You would think there might be an element of being strong-armed, but Pangyong's not standing for it. Whoa, so we go to bot side and Gang's nearly dead.
He's in a lot of trouble here. I imagine Arc of Prison Connects and Shadow being on the spot side has walked over a ward, so they're well aware of his positioning. You can see right now, Citrus just beelining it to the spot lane to try and make this turnaround. The wave crashes on in. Gang looks for the combo, but dies almost immediately. Karkun flashes away. Now he's in a bit of trouble. Will be taken out. 2 kills go the way of CFO. Shadow, the one trade. So Citrus makes it a 2-for-1. Can he look for more? 2-2-7-4, looking very juicy, but decides better of it, wants to hold the flash.
Yes, CFO absolutely won this one. They poked them down early and they crashed the wave and got the gank. They came and got what they wanted. It was a 2-for-1. Citrus did make the right call, rushing to bot to try and support his lane. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get there in time to save the crash, rather to recover a little bit from that dive on that bot side. So DFM with 1, CFO with 2, and, the CFO bot side are up strong and early.
Yeah, I mean, it's a problematic position. The DFM to find themselves, and the last person you want to get a lead on this rift is Doggo, because, I mean, it's already a rough start The DFM's bot lane compounded now by the fact that both of them have died, and Doggo has that early lead in terms of the goal. But you look at it. Gang gets over aggressive, trying to give his bot lane a space, gets caught by the Aqua Prison, and a full combo out of Doggo. And you can see Pantheon there, the Mortal Will stacked up, ready to go. So that Comet Spear is going to be hitting like a truck onto Gang, who is sitting very, very low HP. And all he can do is sit there, knowing full well that there is a Pantheon waiting to dive in under this tower. Looks for the headbutt pulverized combo, but unfortunately, due to Pantheon's nature, is able to get that execute off, and Citrus will get Shadow back as a response. So at least they do gain something.
Yeah, absolutely. At least it wasn't a 2-0.
Hold up, someone else just died. Oh no, Keen's died off camera as we were in the replays. Taken down by Shadow again on a gank in the mid lane.
You know what? We were talking about Shadow earlier, and I think Shadow's trying to make a statement game here, really proving that Shadow is a strong jungler, very active very early on that Pantheon, making plays as we cut to the replay.
Yeah, the clearance, the Shurima shuffle, forces the flash, followed by Pongyon right into Shadow's waiting arms. Easy as you'd like, and unfortunately coming back to bite Keen, who had so much prio in the mid lane. Pongyon then uses it against him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a classic combo, the Shurima shuffle, the knockback, and the stun from Pantheon. Absolutely destroyed. And I think they also got the flash out of Keen there too, which is... that's probably the worst case result that you'd want there, to lose your life and burn your flash. As we see some more trading aggressively down on the bot side, Gang down to about 50%, so they have to recall.
Yeah, 54 to 36 now in that bot lane. So when it rains, it pours, unfortunately, for DFM. And Pongyon going again. The Great Skyfall Keen is about to go down for the second time. Command Shockwave out. Can they keep him alive? Keen walks it away. Citrus looking for the return. Will get the kill back on the Pongyon. The turnaround as he follows Shadow as well. Says, that'll be enough, lad. My spear's just that little bit better than yours. And walks it out. Now Doggo and 2274 look at his own Karkland out. The TP from Gang looks to go in, but it's just not quite enough. The Aqua Prison out. Doggo stunned up by the trample of Gang as they walk just to try and collect on their minion wave. Oh, the culling as well. Doggo ticks over to 6. Even more damage coming their way.
Just to rub it in as the wave crashes on that bot tower. But let's go back to that mid gang for a second. Citrus was there and was able to save Keen this time around, as Pongyon and Shadow are just so active so early. Here we go in the replay again.
I mean, it was a great call. It was a brilliant call, in fact. And Shadow comes in, the command shockwave, and it is just minuscule HP. I think it's the fact that that refillable pot is ticking away that keeps Keen in it, and in fact it is. And Citrus this time able to react again brilliantly for DFM to close that gap just a little.
That was a really good result there for DFM, saving their mid laner, getting a kill back as well for Citrus. Without that flash and just missing that spear, Keen probably would have gone down there again, but good recovery. And then obviously on the bot side, we were talking about before we went to that replay, there's a lot of poke coming down from Doggo and 2274. They'd obviously push past the tower, and now 2274 is roaming to mid to give Pongyon some advantage here, as they probably look to get priority for the first dragon.
That's exactly it, and you can already see Shadow having started that up. Has the lane prio in both mid and bot lane. So Pongyon can walk down, 227 helping escort him to add that little bit of extra damage, speed things up and progress the runes just a little bit. And X-Deck Dragon goes the way of CFO around the 8-minute 20 mark. Things accelerating quite nicely for the PCS representative.
Absolutely. I really think CFO are very, I would say, happy with the state of the game at the moment. They're applying pressure. Their jungler is active. They're getting those ganks in. They're up by about 1,000 gold at this point with the first jungle objective. They're very well positioned. They're definitely winning the bot side trading. They're up a kill. They're up in the CS. Their mid lane is competing. It's all coming up CFO so far.
That's exactly it. The problem being that Citrus, again, has been able to somewhat match Shadow. Yes, he has been a couple of steps behind, but that gap is closing. If he can find himself in a little bit more proactive position, it definitely could potentially look to turn the tide. But again, this trading continues in the mid lane. Citrus is here this time. You got to respect the fact that Grand Skyfall from Shadow could come in at any moment.
Absolutely. You're never in a 2v1 or a 1v1. It's always going to, you know, suddenly have a Pantheon there against you, and you need to be prepared and ready for that as well. As Citra starts to rotate away, get some vision on those grubs, is actually going to be trying to take those grubs away as their first jungle objective, smites the one and rotates away. So it's good to get that up so that he can come back to it a little later if he wants to as well.
I mean, very much a non-quantity reward sitting in the grub pit there. Spots that out. He takes his one for the moment. We'll look to just slow play it. Maybe see if they can get a second. Carries on with his jungle. Doesn't want to have too much downtime on the Rift. And you can see Shadow. Oh, he's looking to pass topside. They've got positioning. They've got an equalizer. So this should be CFO pretty freely taking the other two.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Shadow did show in mid, so it's not like DFM don't know that Shadow has rotated towards the top. So it really feels like they're not even going to contest them. They got the one, they're happy with that, back to business as usual. And by spotting Shadow, obviously they knew by going top that the Cassante was able to walk back and respect the potential gank there as well if they had decided to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, the difference, no longer having those feats of strength. You don't have to worry about as much losing those early objectives. And saying that, that bot lane tower is just in shambles for DFM right now. 1 and a bit plates remaining as they've just constantly been under the pump. Doggo finishes his first item. He's up nearly 30 CS on Karkun at the 11-minute mark.
Yeah, it's definitely not a good position to be in as Karkun. And as you were saying, with the feats of strength no longer being a thing, that does replace the importance on First Blood. As we see Momo just trading a little into rest. Don't expect too much to happen here.
You say that, Momo's looking for it right now. All out comes through. He's looking to beat down on the rest. There's very serious Asante in the 1v1 situation, but the burn. The overhead, he's looking for the chase, but the flash away. Momo's in trouble, and he will fall to the tower. Keen, if nothing else, but rest just plays it to perfection, drops the equalizer to shove the wave out, very narrowly escaping disaster there.
Wow, I did not expect an all-in right there. Momo just went to lane and went and went after Rest, and Rest played that marvelously. Obviously burnt that flash under tower as well, and Momo comes off the worst, giving a kill over to Rest for his efforts.
I mean, look, if you're going to say it with your whole chest, and that's exactly what Momo tried to do. Unfortunately, Rest, a veteran of the scene, is very rarely going to fall for that. Plays it to perfection. Citrus now in Shadow's jungle has been spotted, is being chased down to half HP, and is just looking for an opportunity to clear. Keen is going to be there, gets himself some healing, and they found a fight down in the river. 2D74 sent at the tidal wave, being chased by Citrus. Doggo's in trouble as well, but the Shreema shuffle in. It's a 1-for-1 trade ultimately, but they find a follow-up. Doggo falls to Karkun. The chains of corruption connecting. At DFM still lose out, but they get something back at the very least.
Yeah, definitely nice to get that back. They got some flashes out of CFO side there as well as we cut to the replay here for the top lane fight of Momo v Rest.
Yeah, literally just says, all right, let's go, buddy. Gloves off, just points to the middle of the ring and says, let's do it here. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get the distance on to Rest with the ulti there. If he'd been able to find an angle onto a wall, there's a good chance Rest then falls, but unfortunately, Rest still has flash in pocket, and that tower is hurting.
Absolutely. I loved seeing the all out there, but unfortunately not getting it over the wall, getting that distance away from that tower means that ultimately it did end up going over to Rest. That tower damage just being too much for Momo to be able to handle, and handing that advantage over to Rest in terms of CS and gold diff now. As we see the second dragon spawn and a minute and a half on the Rift Herald as well, we'll probably start to see some jungle objectives come up in cryo over the next minute.
Exactly that. Doggo working well through his items. And you look at this, Gang's positioning. Oh, what a combo. We missed that at the start. Gets the headbutt into the flash, double pulverize onto both 2274 and Doggo. And then the max range chains of corruption to collect Doggo at the very tail end there off the back of poor Keen, getting jumped on by both Shadow and Pongyon. I mean, look, credit to Gang. That was clean.
Couldn't agree more. Gang absolutely made that play happen there. That flash headbutt was phenomenal, and the pulverize on the two. You can't ask for more in that situation, right? Unless there was more and you get all four of them, you know. But that was really clean, and it's good for DFM's bot lane to get some confidence in their plays against Doggo and 227 as well. 2274.
Absolutely. I mean, all 5 quests done now for CFO Gang. not quite there just yet. He's going to be the last one to the party, unfortunately. But again, DFM holding on for dear life to try and keep this tower in play for that little bit longer. Unfortunately for them, Doggo and 2274 have their eyes set on another fight brewing as Dragon number 2 comes onto the roof. Pungyon and Shadow both there, but you can see positioning-wise, DFM are wanting to contest. Unfortunately, they may be outnumbered.
Yeah, we're seeing the pings come down on this jungle objective here with this second Dragon. We see Doggo with the culling going out just to poke them away.
Oh, what a steal!
And blue team, well done, Citrus, for that steal.
Equalizer comes in, now Rest is on the hunt, the ult pop by Citrus to clear some tidal wave, but oh no, it's all going down onto Citrus. He gets the steal, but pays for it with his life. They stop the stacking at the very least, and Momo will just have to do what he can to capitalize. Pungyon teleports up to collect the wave. It was a great catch out there. Rest teleports in early, gets Equalizer down, forces yet another opportunity for the team.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Citrus with that steal and going down, I think you would call that worth. As we get a recap on this fight here, we see Shadow trading onto the Dragon. Citrus, the steal was clean. It was so clean.
He walks in, takes it easy as you'd like. Unfortunately, though, just knocked up there with Doggo coming in on the brush. Decides to try and make it happen. The command shockwave as well from Keen. Very nearly takes out 2, but with a lack of support from the rest of the team, it was never going to turn into much more. So Citrus pays for it with his life. At least they stopped the stacking of the Dragons. Oh, look, I've got to give credit to DFM. Citrus, that's his ambitious play, and it paying off should give them a little bit more momentum.
Look, DFM came to play, and they are playing today. And we have a DFM coach comms happening. I think this is their second one, judging by the pips on that icon there, as we also watch some trading in the middle. These coach comms are new to the LCP this year. This is a way for the coach to be able to communicate with the players through the middle of the game. Hopefully it's to maybe give some direction, advice for some plays, what coaches typically do with their teams. You know, this is new and exciting, and we're hoping to see some good changes out of this one.
I mean, having 3 a game, 45 seconds long each, and the turnaround gang looking for opportunity. Chains of Corruption goes out. The tidal wave in response. Doggo in a very dangerous spot. He is well behind enemy lines. And it is going to be Citrus to collect. Oh, 2274 forced to flash away from the command shockwave. That could have been a disastrous 2-0. But it does allow DFM to then transition into the Herald, and suddenly the momentum is shifted.
Absolutely. DFM has just snagged the priority there for themselves. They went, you know what? There's Doggo. Get him. Pulled the trigger. Bang. Gone. We're over to that Herald. We got the TP from Keen as well to really support that DFM all in on Doggo. Doggo, it just feels like Doggo was caught out of position there. Maybe a little too far forward as Rest gets the turret for that 300 first turret gold as well.
Exactly it. And oh, they knew Gang was in the position. A great play. Just goes full in. Doesn't hesitate for a second. And the fact that 2274 only barely escapes with his life here. Half his HP before the command shockwave connects. So all but certainly would have been dead there.
Absolutely. Like, getting 2 tapped by an Ori at this stage is scary. So 2274 respects that, flashes away to save themselves and to live to fight another day. They also managed to get the barrier out of Doggo in that all-in from Gang. Like, credit to Gang. Gang is making things happen. As we see a crystalline growth on this top tower, it's not going to get cracked as Pungyon walks away.
Karkun, oh, the Grand Skyfall's there. Citrus in the vicinity to help try and babysit for the flash forward. Karkun's in trouble. The equalizer to follow, and Doggo picks up the kill. Citrus again finds himself in an eerily similar situation. Will fall. And the collapse, the global potential between the Rumble and the Pantheon paying out for CFO.
I mean, that 2274 tidal wave predict on the Citrus flash as well, to me, was astronomical. Obviously, you'd put that wave ahead, but I'm sure Citrus could have gone a different way. That was just super clean. They've picked up 2 quick kills there as they rotate to top, put some pressure on Keen, maybe get this crystalline growth, maybe even get the tower. But Momo respects it and TP's in to try and prevent this all-in from CFO in the top side.
Absolutely. A minute out from Baron. And the next Dragon, of course, and all the while Rest having this time in the bot lane is just going to keep plugging those waves ahead. You look at it. It's not like it was a guaranteed kill. Chains of Corruption goes out. Karkun has the potential to get away, but Shadow immediately rips the cord. Flash stun into the equalizer for Rest. And yeah, like you said, what a prediction from 2274. allows for the cleanup, and look, he deserves the kill there, even if it maybe not where they wanted that gold.
Exactly. You know, obviously they would rather that kill on their mid laner or AD, but 2274 put in the work like everyone else, and it's not the worst thing having accelerated support that's able to better help your AD as well, who is so far ahead in the CS. That's nearly, what, a 30 CS difference there from Doggo over Karkun, as we're building towards our next items, and it looks like the Dragon's up now.
Or Streamer shuffle out as Gang found an opportunity. The Herald was dropped mid lane, but all it's really going to do is prep the mid tower. All the while, Rest playing these side lanes so cleanly is up nearly 2,000 gold alone. So half of that lead, Gang going in again, looking for the opportunity. C274 will be taken out by Keen. Citrus in, finds Shadow, drops the ult to deny Pungyon that damage, but he's fully stacked with a lethal tempo. Equalizer comes in, Pungyon gets his one onto Citrus, just right-clicking away. You look at the damage, the culling coming out onto Momo and Karkun as well. Doggo right here, right now, looking for the chase down, finds Karkun. They're looking for Gang as well. It's all going CFO's way. And it looked like DFM might have been able to contest, but the collapse has come through. Doggo command shockwaved into the tower. Keen gets his consolation.
Yeah, look, at least they get that one back on Doggo. And that
no, it's not done. It's not done. Momo, they're all dropping in to say hi, and they'll take the tier 1 mid as well.
That is absolute devastation across the Rift. CFO took everything there. Rest was taking the top tower, TP'd in, and then ulted over the top with the equalizer. CFO pushed and chased. The only kill back was Keen onto Doggo, and then that was Pungyon didn't even have an ult for that fight as they take the third Drake of the game and their second.
Oh, I mean, you look at it, it was a bold attempt. They get the opening onto 2274, drops the tidal wave just to give a little bit of space, and then Citrus, having taken so much damage, can no longer really frontline, get stunned up the tail end of that equalizer, and all the while, Pungyon just stacking up that lethal tempo. Look, he is well prepped and ready to try and take this. They just consistently find themselves in great spots to really manipulate DFM around the Rift. All the while, Rest there doing so much damage at this stage in the game, and the command shockwave onto Doggo. Just clips him here while he's taking tower aggro, pops the barrier for naught.
Couldn't have had better timing from that command shockwave there. That really did the work. But then the follow-up here, we see Shadow ult in over the top. Momo was never getting away from this 3-man dive, and they also lost their mid tower as we go back to live. And let's say a reset back to normal pacing for now, but the Baron is up. CFO is up 6.3 thousand golds, 6,300. That is a commanding lead. They've all completed all of their role quests. Gang goes in.
He's looking for Doggo, but the tidal wave stops in the Aqua Prison as well. Follow-up means that they can't confirm anything. And Doggo happy to just walk it away for now. It will mean the tier 1 in the mid lane for CFO does fall as well. But a pretty hefty commitment there. Lucky not losing too much. Gang doesn't have the ult though, so will be considerably squishier if that next team fight comes.
Absolutely. And 2274, they're really quick with that tidal wave to sort of disengage the fight. Gang committing, as you said, with the flash to try and get something to happen. It really feels like DFM needed that middle tower. All 5 of them were there. They forced it, made it happen, and it worked at the cost of those summoners.
Yeah, I mean, this gap in the top lane's scary. It is matched. Oh, the Great Skyfall hit onto Gang, but he walks himself away, just baiting it out. Aqua Prison's there, but they know full well an overcommitment could be a death sentence. 2274 flashing away, will be taken out. The ult pop, but it's Rest who's found him on the backside. Citrus just straight man fighting here, while Momo doing much the same into Shadow and Pungyon. Karkun's there, finds the kill. Momo just survives here. The shield pops as Keen teleports in to somehow, some way, DFM come out better on what was a very scrappy fight.
Yeah, DFM got 2 kills out of that very two-fronted fight there, and Momo tanked up the world, was able to avoid a lot of that damage from Rest's equalizer toward the end there, which probably would have ended him if it even got close. So DFM did really, really well there to go 2 for nothing, and they're not out of this game yet. They just clawed back 2,000 gold from that differential that I mentioned a little earlier. As we see, CFO has 3 towers, DFM has 1. We've got another Drake up in 2 minutes, and the Baron is sitting there. So we're wondering when that might get tackled, if you will. Maybe we need a good pick. Maybe this will be DFM's way to get back into it. But the Baron is also no longer worth as much as it used to be. So it's not that game changer anymore as we go to replay.
Plus, it is also a bit of a gamble now with the resistance street. And I mean, you look at a lot of posturing here, and unfortunately, Citrus just finds the opportunity, forces the flash at a 2-2-7-4, is able to finish that kill before anything of substance comes back in response. And all the while, Momo just slap fighting with a Pantheon and an Azir. Then Karkin comes in to assist, and just narrowly avoiding death there. Momo skates his way to safety, and what was a 2,000 gold lead in the bot lane for Doggo has been reduced to now 800. So a lot of that gold being picked up by Karkin.
Absolutely. And as you said earlier, Rest sitting on 2,000 gold lead is still sitting on that 2,000 gold lead. But do you think that Shadow ult was a bit of a bait there? I feel like he ulted in and then immediately walked away, but CFO had sort of started to commit to the fight, you know? So it was, I'm questioning the...
I think what it was, they saw Karkin, they're like, yeah, this could be an opportunity. And then he ults in and realized that, well, Gang and Citrus are sitting right on top of him, so it's not really the best of targets, and all it really would do is just bait in a fight they didn't want to happen. With 2-2-7-4 stepping too far forward, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and they're almost lucky they got away with only losing two, really.
Very much so.
We see some vision clearing happening in the jungles. We got some pings coming down from DFM in the mid and bot side river. So it looks like they're preparing to clear out the vision and put up a fight at the Drake. This will be the fourth Drake of the game.
They are, but it might be a fight around vision control. Citrus taking a lot of damage from the culling, going into Shadow Chains of Corruption there, but that's not who you want to use those abilities on. Rest comes in with a TP, and that's a big choke point to be walking into for DFM. Sending skill shots away towards both sides of this equation. They drop the tower. Citrus has taken so much punishment right now. No chains, no culling. So bot lane is, neither of them have their ultimates to contribute to this fight. And it may just be a walk away with the handshake being Baron potentially for this Dragon. Or it could just be a tier 2 push, which it looks like DFM are going for.
Yeah, but it feels like Doggo is not willing to let them get away with it, as we see Shadow stay on the Drake and the 4 members of CFO rotating to Baron, because they've also predicted that DFM may be going to Baron, but it looks like they've got some TPs, recalls, maybe not.
Oh, a fight's brewing. Keen is here. They've looked for an angle, but Citrus takes so much damage. They've got the abilities. They've got the items here. CFO pull that trigger, equalize it down, but they've got no vision inside that brush. Shadow deep into enemy territory, but he finds the kill. Looking for a second, jumps onto Keen. 2 for Shadow. Looking for a third. His gang is just being run down. Unfortunately for the cow, he's headed to the meatworks, and Momo doing what he can to get the hell out of dodge. But Doggo was not going to let him, unfortunately, for the fact that a Kazante had flashed there, and a disastrous turnabout for DFM off the back of Citrus taking way too much damage.
Absolutely, as you said, Citrus took too much damage going into the Drake fight, which obviously they backed away from, and then Citrus took too much damage getting poked out as the Doggo came over to sort of fend them off of Baron. I really think Doggo there played that really well. He kind of chained the Baron and the Dragon together by hanging out in that mid lane, almost baiting DFM, tempting them back onto him, as we see the replay here.
That Lord Dominic's Regard now in the inventory for Doggo means that he is hitting incredibly hard. You can see all of that is just basically auto attack damage in there. Comet Spear comes in. It does so much of Karkin's health as well. Turns around, gets the jump onto Keen for a double, and Gang, all he can do is sit there and watch as he gets run down. So disastrous turn of events for DFM, but credit where it is due. They have made CFO push that a little bit harder than anticipated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's good to see DFM putting up the fight, but CFO, I think, have just really shown their experience and that they're coming online here. They do seem to be synergized really, really well. Shadow, it almost feels like Shadow, as I mentioned earlier, has come onto the Rift with a point to prove, is initiating so many of these fights, has been so proactive all over the Rift since the start. As we see Shadow just trying to clear out some ward here, there's a skirmish breaking out near the base.
And that Baroned up wave, Gang's going in. He's only found Shadow with one shockwave followed. Tidal Wave splits the difference, but this might be the opening that DFM need. Unfortunately for them, Momo's zoned away before anything of meaning can happen. CFO corral DFM back into their base. They've got 2 lanes of minions marching on to the inhibitor towers. And it's a bleak spot. That was a great, ambitious play for DFM, but it just doesn't work, unfortunately. My lord, the damage that Doggo is pumping out has the IE to boot. He is hitting incredibly hard.
Yeah, not even Momo can withstand too much of Doggo Poke. We were just watching that trade off the base there. And with these Baron-empowered minions, and the culling comes out, it just takes Keen!
Doggo culling indeed. Unfortunately, the herd was sick and they needed to put Keen down. They do just that, crack the base. The inhib is then next. A 4 vs 5 defense. Shadow's in. He's found Gang. They're looking for more, but a hit by Pulverize turnaround. This could be the opportunity. He does fall, but Shadow's low. So is Doggo. Does have that Guardian Angel, though. Can commit Karkun. Gonna burn down to the Equalizer. Momo can't do much more. And CFO will get their first win of the 2026 LCP season. Looking for one more to make it the first series when DFM put up a valiant effort.
And a title wave from 2274 for good measure as well. What a game. It was close at the start, but toward the middle to late game, CFO ran away with it, proving that they were the stronger of the two. I think this is the CFO of old.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm hesitant. I'm hesitant to call it back to that 2025 form just yet, but it is promising signs, that is for sure. I can only imagine what KMT is going to be doing in his co-stream right now. It's going to be loud. It's going to be aggressive. That is for certain. The CFO and DFM head back to their team rooms to get themselves prepped and ready for game number 2. But DFM, they came out swinging.
They really impressed me this game. At almost saying they came out swinging is literally the perfect summary of what we saw from DFM. DFM were competitive. DFM were not scared to trade into CFO. I mean, you look at Karkun's damage of 20k. Karkun was consistently in these fights, but that Pantheon, Shadow Pantheon, Rest Rumble, and Doggo. Do we need to say more? Doggo's damage, astronomical this game.
Oh, I mean, under the pump, they still look to turn it around in a very impressive way. And like you said, Shadow just diving into the back line consistently. I mean, you look at that fight topside river around the Baron pit, just screams on through. But even from the very start, it's just pressure, moment after moment from CFO. They push Karkun and Gang back under their tier 1 very, very early on. And they never really dropped that lead by any stretch of the imagination. And it's just as simple as walking the wave under the tower. They find themselves 2 here off the back of a great Shadow gank. Unfortunately for them, Citrus is in the vicinity to then answer back. And Citrus does get that kill back onto Shadow, but a 2-for-1 trade that ultimately accelerates them pretty significantly. And Gang, to his credit, looking like a much-needed revitalization here in the bot lane for this DFM roster. Did so much work throughout this game to try and keep it competitive, but unfortunately with that global pressure out of both the Pantheon and the Rumble, it was always going to be a rough time for the Varus.
Absolutely, like we called in the draft before the game even started, you know, they've got so much dive, it's going to be hard to escape whoever they want to just take out, and that's exactly what they were doing. Shadow going in, every possible opportunity, equalizers over the top, and like you said as well, credit to Gang. Gang was absolutely instrumental in a lot of the good plays that DFM put forward, the pulverizers as well, and then Doggo with the cullings, just putting out so much damage.
Look at the damage, the Comet Spear as well on the back end. And I mean, look, credit to Keith. He identified an opportunity here, throws the ball in the right place just to clip Doggo as he steps too far forward, takes tower aggro as there's just no minions around, and then gets caught by the command shockwave and ultimately falls. But then in comes Shadow, screaming it over that tier 1. Momo, the false sense of security that this mid lane tower afforded him, ultimately caused his death. And I mean, Shadow was not shy when it came to pulling that trigger. We see it there again. This time he was, only because he saw that there was a Xin Zhao and an Alistar waiting to babysit the Varus. Cost him his support, and then almost cost him and his mid laner his life as Momo just doing absolute bits right here.
Momo definitely was frontlining as best as he possibly could. Being able to get that one back on Shadow was a really good outcome there, as Shadow's aggression did, you know, cost him a little, and Shadow diving here, really making this play happen. Getting the kill onto Citrus, jumping straight onto Keen, immediately taking out 2 of them and putting CFO in such a massive advantage position as they started to siege the base.
And then Keen just evaporates under the weight of the culling there from Doggo. No one else to come and tank, no flash, nothing. And look, it was always going to be big shoes to fill, the Shadow coming in and replacing the likes of Junja. But a game like that, I think he's done quite an admirable job.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I really think this game went as expected, but I really want to give credit to DFM. I do feel like they performed well. I do feel like they had moments of strength that if they can replicate and maintain those against every other team, they could definitely be competitive toward the end of the split. But who knows? CFO might yet be scaling.
I mean, that's exactly it. It is still a best of 3, and that is worth remembering. Right now, though, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, can DFM push this to a decider, or does CFO slam the door in the LJL's face once again? We'll see you back after the break.
I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed, I'm electric in the pouring rain. Now I know, I feel untouchable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Raise my game, I will raise my chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a
An unfortunate loss there for DFM, who looked multiple times like they were maybe going to bring it out. But much like the Cam Dazelle Latina community, we are looking to use that as motivation to carry on into Game 2 for a victory, because we always know that sometimes go next is the answer. Logan, Game 1 was electric. Unfortunately, the difference maker, Shadow, out of the jungle on the Pantheon, having that global pressure alongside the Rumble was just seemingly too much for them in the end.
Absolutely. It did look like DFM's only answer was Gang, and if Gang wasn't there, they just collapsed. The Shadow Dive, the Rumble Equalizer, just the ability for CFO to dive over the top of anything DFM had and take them out. And that's exactly what they did. CFO winning the first game and now up 1-0 in this best of 3 as we go to picks and bans.
Jace, surprisingly, no shock there whatsoever, is going to be banned away, as is the Malphite and the MVK. A blue side for CFO this time around. And I mean, look, both sides are going to have their benefits. That first pick, second pick, definitely, I think, going to be the priority here. And I'd imagine DFM looking to try and use that first pick, snag something away. Aphelios taking it away from Karkin in the bot lane.
Aphelios has definitely come up in priority. I think Aphelios is a very, very strong AD at the moment. The flexibility with Aphelios is just crazy, going from really long range to really short range, but very powerful skirmishing. I'm wondering what kind of comps we're actually going to see out of these teams this time around, whether we're going to get some more traditional back to fronting, as DFM ban Yunara. Yunara is a good ban in my opinion.
Especially in the hands of someone like Doggo, who honestly just ran rampant last year on the Rift with that champion when given to him. I mean, realistically, the guy's going to do absolute bits with any champion he gets on the Rift. Vital ban coming through for CFO. They take away the Scion from Momo in the top lane. Also taking a bit away from Rest. But in saying that, look, let's pay respect where it is due. Driver was the real Scion player for the CFO roster, so not going to be the biggest of losses. Rise locked in that first pick for Keen.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. As you said, Driver was the Scion. He even had the Scion dance. Rest has a very different top lane pool, so I definitely feel like this is a targeted ban toward Momo, trying to force Momo onto something that Rest is better able to handle, as it looks like we might be getting a Renekton in the... No, okay. We've switched it up to Talia for mid lane. For
Shurima adjacent in the end, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, Talia has consistently throughout the last 12 months been a fairly staple mid laner, does very, very well. Usually you see it paired with something like the Pantheon, the Global Wall of Sparta, as Vestion and I like to call it. But Nico, we didn't even touch on that, has been allowed through the ban phase. So 2274 gonna look to redeem himself after that showing last weekend.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Nico was banned in the first game, but Nico has definitely been let through this second game, and CFO has snapped that one up for 2274. I'm really interested to see what Doggo is going to pair with this Nico and what kind of engages and, you know, shenanigans they can get up into that bot lane against Karkun and Gang. Obviously, Gang no longer has that Alistair either for those sort of disengages to headbutt, you know, the Nico away, that sort of thing, as we see an MF actually locked in for Karkun.
Yeah, I mean, look, understandably strong paired with the Nico, so sort of a double-edged sword, picked up the Karkun, denied away from Doggo. Although I'd say that, I mean, probably not the pairing that I'm expecting out of Doggo, if I'm being honest, and Renekton, a great little blind pick up in that top lane, and there was something you wanted to say a little bit earlier, Logan. I think a Crocodile probably the best champion to say it about.
Crikey, is that Keen picking up the Crocodile for Momo?
It is indeed. And I mean, look, it's a safe pick, and the top lane does reasonably well in the most matchups. And the natural pairing for Doggo presents itself. Kai'Sa, Nico, a potentially devastating lane when it comes to team fight time. And you follow it up with whatever they pick for Shadow in the jungle. There is a real possibility this becomes an incredibly uncomfortable misfortune game for Karkun.
Really, really uncomfortable. I mean, Doggo on a hyperscaler is scary. Kai'Sa can take over games and 1v9, especially in the hands of Doggo. So I really think DFM has a big challenge on their hands. They're really going to have to keep this Kai'Sa down, as CFO bans Bard away, which is an interesting ban, I think. What would we think they're banning that one away for? What comp would we prevent with that?
I mean, look, Bard in general is fairly solid at the moment, enables the Bandle pipes, gives you a little bit of setup. So you throw down the Tempered Fate, you then follow up with Momo or whatever they've got in the jungle coming through for Citrus, that allows for a comfortable bullet time, even off the back of Tempered Fate just wearing off. You drop the bullet time, and it becomes very, very hard to get away from. And Jarvan going to be denied away from Shadow this game, a natural enemy of the Misfortune, who notoriously immobile, can run really fast, but that's about it.
Exactly. And as you said, that new item that's hit the Rift this year, the Bandle Pipes, as CFO does ban that Nautilus away, that long-range hook engage, one of my favorite champions. But that Bandle Pipes, which is a new item for this season, really helps MF. It gives that increased attack speed. I think it's 30% for 4 seconds for ranged champions, which, you know, is just another, I believe, W for MF.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. Vi going to be taken away. I mean, you've got Nico Kaiser. The only thing scarier on top of that is someone like the Vi who gives that additional setup to the Kaiser to allow them to the backline. They're very heavily targeting away Shadow. Gang loses out on Nautilus. Again, another very, very solid support from him last year. But what do they want in the jungle? What do they want in the top lane? They know full well what they're going to be playing for against for rest. So they can pretty comfortably take it here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, we've still got to pick up the support for DFM. We may even have to pick up the jungler over there as...
The Rek'Sai.
Oh, is that a Rek'Sai? That's exciting. I like that.
You look back at that game that they lost to GAM to lose the series. In fact, the second game, Killaya brings it out. Oh, it goes 0-3-4. But, I mean, look, it's obviously strong enough that they're willing to pick it up for themselves here. And I mean, in its own right, does incredibly well in the top lane. Rel, again, a phenomenal pairing with that Misfortune. Does incredibly well with the Magnet Storm to set up for the bullet time with the crash down as well. Just an age of CC. There is no way that this is going to be a Belveth for Citrus in the jungle. I know he's picked some interesting picks, but Kiana makes a lot more sense.
I agree. You know, the classic pairing, MFRL, as you say, is classic as Lucian Nami, but this Kiana, I mean, the LCP does put forward a strong Kiana showing generally, so I'm really happy to see Citrus pick this up here. And as we're seeing a Wukong picked.
Yeah, let through the entire run, but I mean, look, yeah, Wukong may have been available, but for my money, Citrus on these Assassins has just looked so much better than your traditional junglers at the moment. To be fair, Kiana did rise in priority, became sort of that mainstream at the end of Split 3 of last year, but Wukong in the hands of Shadow. Karkun has a target on his back, unfortunately.
Absolutely. I mean, it's safe to say that for almost any AD, but sometimes you really need to put that pressure on those ADs. And as you say, MF is one of the more immobile, except for that little run that she can do and speed up a bit. So it's going to be really tough. If they can catch her without the Rel as well, Rel providing that world of CC, it's, you know, good night Karkun, and probably most likely that team fight where they'll be able to 4v5 them down. I'm really liking these comps from both the teams, and I'm very interested to see how the Shadow and Citrus matchup works out. We'll see who has more impact in this game too.
Absolutely. I mean, look, the early lane phase for CFO, a little bit rougher just in terms of that, you know, matchup between the Misfortune and Kaiser. They've done a good job of picking up the Nico to somewhat bridge that. Rel is not going to have the most comfortable time playing into a Nico, so there's a lot of, you know, thought and counterplay built into CFO's draft.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the Nico being able to, you know, just sneakily be a minion and suddenly surprise you, it'll definitely be a test to see if DFM are counting their minions in each wave as we jump onto the Rift for Game 2, and we start in the mid with Pang Yung.
Exactly, yeah, there's Talia in the mid lane. Post 6 is going to be able to try and change the odds in these fights and to get around the Rift and just skew the numbers, as it were, with the Weaver's Wall. In terms of what we're seeing around the rest, nothing too crazy. Look, I'm excited.
Yeah,
Citrus and Shadow. This could be a hell of a matchup.
Couldn't agree more with you, mate. We're definitely getting those early sort of deep wards down as well, just to suss out the angles that the enemy junglers might take as the minion waves collide and we get started, and Rel goes in early on 2274 with the crash down.
Half HP on a Nico this early. Could be rough. Does have those potions to somewhat sustain up, but yeah, probably not how you anticipated this starting. A great read from Gang there to try and get an early advantage. Fortunately for them, CFO pretty much then turned it immediately around Nico, that natural lane bully that she is. Oh, they're going again. How does 22474 get clipped by that?
Yeah, I mean, Gang is just fearless in this matchup already. Gang is proving that they will not be bullied by 2274 on this Nico. They're willing to trade, and I almost feel the next Crashdown is going to be an all... Oh, the level advantage.
The root comes out of the Karkun. He's forced to flash away very early on. Both summoners down. In fact, is that level 2 advantage. Just that little bit more accelerated for CFO as they get that lane priority early. And a great read, great ability to punish Karkut at this early stage. And the punch down continues.
Absolutely, but 2274 there dancing a little too close to that turret, cops a turret shot. So, you know, the trade kind of ending less favorably than it should have. Citrus flashes forward into Pungyong.
A great approach into Pungyong, but able to flash away. So Pungyong with the flash ghost, in fact, in the mid lane, as well as Keen. So no teleports for them. There's going to be slightly less global pressure. Admittedly, again, Weaver's Wall and that Realm Warp does somewhat mitigate that, but yeah, not having either flash for the mid laners here is a potentially easy exploitable opportunity for the junglers.
Definitely. But DFM did obviously fare better because it cost CFO 2 flashes and DFM the 1, but also the ghost. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this mid lane matchup plays out. Now that they are both flashless, they'll likely be a little less aggressive because they're very aware that both of these junglers, they feel very aggressive. As we cut to the top lane now, where Momo's less than 50%.
Yeah, Rest is having a grand old time in this matchup right now. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit harder for Momo to heal up compared to the Rek'Sai. Naturally, that inbuilt healing that she has. Gang finds an angle, but the turnaround's here. Shadow is rocked up to the party. Root on to Karkut, no flash, and he dies for first blood. Doggo claims his prize.
Doggo getting that first blood was 400 gold because we've got the 100 gold first blood back now that the feat of strength is all gone as well. So that's a significant lump sum of gold over to Doggo for getting that kill onto Karkun now. And really nice aggressive players coming out of Shadow again.
I mean, Gang was looking for it. Unfortunately, the timing was just not on their side. Shadow too close. The crash down does slow things, but as soon as 2274 connects the route, there's just nothing that Karkun can do, having burnt that flash and barrier earlier.
Yeah, look, it was just clean out of CFO there, that gank. They knew what they were doing and they timed it right. Unfortunately, Karkun and Gang couldn't do anything about it. And as you said, Gang was going forward as that gank came through. So it wasn't meant to be. As Gang's on a ward here.
Yeah, unfortunately, despite his ambitions, the Tangle Barb's going to be a real problem to get through. As much as you think that, this Nico presents a very squishy, easy target, she's got a lot to dissuade you from making those pushes in, and an opportunity presents itself. But again, Rest just happy as Larry in the top lane, just going to continue on farming, healing up, being that inherent, unkillable beast of the top lane that Rek'Sai is at the moment.
Absolutely. The sustain out of Rek'Sai is phenomenal. You can see the Dorian shield and those runes. Rest is absolutely going full tank build here. Health.
Ponyon. They're looking for it. Keen's dropped the ghost as well, but the vision's not there. Looking for the root. They do get it, but Shadow's in from behind. Can they get Ponyon? Yes, they can. The Audacity does connect there for Citrus. Is able to get the grass as well, so just walks himself away. And a great turnaround, an opportunity for some gold to go back the way of DFM.
Definitely. As we cut to bot lane here, Pungyong obviously was trying to get away there, but I think realized that escape was impossible and turned around to try and get as much damage back down onto DFM in the hopes of getting a kill back. But as we just witnessed, that was unfortunately not possible. As we go to the replay here, Citrus moving forward, clean as you please, from behind on the Pungyong.
Plays the vision game as well so cleanly, just out of that fog of war. Does he come? Pungyong had no idea until it was too little too late, and Shadow, all he can do is sit and watch. No real opportunity to turn it around, so he then turns his anger elsewhere onto one of those neutral objectives. Get a start up the Dragon, #1 of the game. So 2 games in a row now. CFO take that neutral objective control, and Shadow will get himself a Cloud Drake to start.
Yeah, it was absolutely about to say that as well. Hextech Soul game 1, first Drake, and now we've got the Cloud Drake for the first Drake of game 2. And CFO enjoy this early jungle stacking as maybe no.
Oh, they were looking for it.
They knew something was up.
Gang
their game sense
tingling.
Absolutely.
The horse got spooked. They knew there was a snake in the brush. And they back it off for now.
Yeah, well played by Gang and Karkun. That's that game knowledge from being so experienced and professional and practiced at this game that I think, myself, I wouldn't have had. I would have face-checked that rush and died.
Well, Gang still looking for the opportunity. They're going to beat down on the clone for the time being. 2274 walks back up, and I think it's interesting. Execution is calling. First item here for Momo to try and cut down on the healing while Rest straight into a Giant's Belt and a longsword. So unfortunately for Momo, it feels like he's going to be suffering a little bit in this lane matchup.
It is interesting. I absolutely agree, that first item, but Momo is very, very slightly ahead on CS right now. Like, they're matching, right? It's the classic top lane matchup right now. They're on an island. They're just beating each other a little bit as you please, and then away they go. All the exciting action is down here on bot side, where Doggo is actually ahead by 16 CS over Karkun. So not only getting that kill, which accelerated the gold lead, but that massive...
Pungyon, what a read, just sits there and waits for Keen to walk back up, gets the seismic shove into the scattered earth, a little bit of damage back onto him. Bit of revenge, if nothing else.
Yeah, really good trade there out of Pungyon. Keen was able to get nothing back, so Pungyong's definitely ahead right now. And as I was saying, yeah, Doggo's ahead by nearly 1,000 gold over Karkun now, which is a really, really good position for that AD to be in as Pungyong takes a recall back to base.
Rest actually taking the lead now, and Momo forced into a very rough situation as DFM dip into the first of their coach comms for the game. Rest looking for an angle. Last time it was Momo full sending under Rest tower. This time Rest has the discipline to know to not make that call.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you pointed out, this is DFM's first coach comms of the game. You get 3 of them per game. I do believe it was 45 seconds per coach comms, which totals about 2 minutes 15 of approximately 30-minute games generally of coach comms, which is quite significant in the scheme of things as we see Rest break through that crystalline growth, doing some significant damage to that tower and netting himself a decent amount of gold too. We do jump to Shadow here on the grubs, again prioritizing that jungle objective, really trying to secure that extra pushing power on the turrets here for his team.
Yeah, I mean, they just get lane prio, top and mid lane, allows Shadow to just walk in completely uncontested. We'll take all 3 of them for his trouble, knowing full well that he's got that space to work with. Moves on to the crab as well. Though it seems Gang may have been cut off here. Doggo and 2274 have an angle to crash down though, allows Gang to get himself narrowly away from disaster.
I am noticing that crash down is actually proving to be a really nice buffer into that Tangle Barbs out of the Nico.
Keen's in big trouble. The Cyclone Z's got to flash forward aggressively, but the second use is going to be there. Keen falls as Shadow takes the second kill of the game for CFO.
Shadow is not pumping the brakes. Shadow is full send here. Like, absolute proactive out of him game 1, and so much proactivity so far out of him in game 2 as well. Maybe a little slow to the Keen gank earlier as we cut to bot side, and that Q poke is just so wild.
Gang not hesitating again. Spots maybe an opportunity there on 2274, and the bullet time would have been available for Karkun. Could have potentially manifested itself into a kill. Again, crash down just to avoid some of that damage coming through. CFO again, consistently around the rift, just extending out that lead. 1,600 gold as we crest that 10-minute mark.
Yeah, Gang here playing fearless into Doggo and 2274. Absolutely. Doesn't fear the barbs. And in fact, Citrus is moving forward onto 2274.
Oh, he does have that supreme display of skill. No, but decides better of it. 2274 is just going to walk himself away. Gets Tangle Barbs onto 2. And it's enough to allow the disengage. But, I mean, it's just been a pretty scrappy affair, especially when you consider how last year went for CFO. It was very much cold and calculated. Keen, too far forward, gets hit by the seismic shove, and Shadow's right there waiting for him.
Watching a Talia flick is like watching art manifest itself in real time when it hits. Like, it's a thing of beauty to set them up and knock them into those kills, and you're just like, oh, what was I supposed to do there, you know? So that was really well played from Pungyon.
We are clearly playing with very, very different Talias. The Talias in my game, seismic shoved them out of my pulverize, which then just kind of negates the entire engage that I've set up for the team. So, well, look, at least Pungyon does not have to worry about that. He's much more skillful than those Talias. Right now, Gang and the rest of DFM posturing. Not a lot of vision down on this bot side as it has all but entirely been controlled by CFO this game. They are looking for Dragon number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're starting to see those item completions come through too, we've got Kraken Slayer
Gang
on
wants
the
it. The Magnetic Storm. The Pop Blossom's only on to one. The Supreme Display of Skill. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but now Citrus finds himself in trouble. Gets the stealth, looking for the turnaround. Momo's here as well, but Doggo finds his kill. Rest in the thick of things, as is Momo, but Karkun can't do much of anything. Doggo now going on the hunt. He's had a taste of blood, and Karkun forced to flash away. Doggo not willing to expend his own. They take the 2 and the dragon, not dropping anything.
Rest goes in for more, though,
They're
into
looking
Keen.
for more, but the Rune Prison from Keen and the Phase Rush gets him out of dodge.
Yeah, a little bit ambitious there, but, you know, that's what these players are good at, getting the kills on the enemies. That's what they want to do. They've got that bloodthirst in them to win, and that was Rest, just going in for more. Thankfully, it didn't turn into anything negative for them as we get a replay on this Drake fight here.
Oh, a Magnet Storm onto 2, but they just can't follow it up with anything. The damage then turns around pretty significantly. They'll get their 1, but Citrus not in a great position, tries to dance himself away, and this fight from there is just chaotic and scrappy. Rest just so much harder to deal with than Momo. They can't finish him off. They find so much off the back of it. And they set themselves up well on the way to Seoul.
Absolutely. I would like to point out that Momo had a really good flanking angle over the back of the pit there, but was unfortunately duped by one of Shadow's clones. He spent a little time there and was able to get poked out and, you know, kited away from. So unfortunately, that clone did do its job quite effectively. As we cut to this gold difference now, showing it's just constantly on the up for CFO, who are nearing a 4,000 gold lead. They've got 3 of the role quests completed too. Top, jungle, and AD, all tucked away there, opposed to DFM's top and jungle only. If we take a quick look at the jungle objectives, CFO have 3 and DFM currently have 0. So they're going to be wanting to hotly contest either the next Rift Herald or even the Drake to stop that stacking, as we get to see some vision clearing happening and gang Hex over the wall.
Shadow over the wall, the Weaver's wall there onto Gang, looking for an angle. The Tangle Barbs and the Pop Blossom onto Gang, but it's a very deep dive right now. Unfortunately, nowhere to go, nothing to do, and the rel will fall. Not much to grab off the back of it other than some style points. A seismic shove onto Keen, who does somehow complete his quest in the middle of all that. Cyclone onto Citrus, who uses the Supreme Display of Skill to clear the gap. But they're not done hunting Citrus. Moments away from death. Will be finished off by the Wukong. Long arming it. Now Keen, they're not done. Bunyon wants revenge. Unfortunately, Fancy Feet will get the big blue smurf out.
Really well done there by Keen to avoid that. Peng Yong was hungry for it, flashed forward for it, was confident in the abilities, but the flick was avoided very tightly by Keen, as Karkun might be looking to punish Doggo here.
No, unfortunately, just no follow-up there for Gang and Rest. I mean, you look at it, the gold lead might not seem all that significant in the top lane, but it's a finished item to just components for Momo right now. The Titanic Hydra versus that Phage and a pickaxe, as well as the execution is calling. So not a great spot for Momo. He should be able to pick something up. I was going to say he was going to pick something off the recall, but he's not been able to do it. Shadow comes in for a gank. 2-2-7-4 on the backside. The Tangle Bubs onto Karkun again. Doggo drops the ult and then the hammer as Misfortune for the second time this game falls.
Yeah, Shadow is just a different animal tonight. Like, Shadow's proactivity is absolutely leading CFO forward here, I want to say. As we said at the start, the stability of Rest in the top side, they don't have to worry about the top. They don't have to gank the top. So Shadow is able to really, really drive home CFO's advantage in the mid and bot side. And I mean, when you've got Doggo as your AD, who is up by like nearly 25 CS, maybe even more, has a 475 gold bounty and just completed their second item, it's so hard to overcome these sort of barriers for DFM.
DFM trying to gatekeep CFO away from this Herald. Citrus desperately trying to make it happen here, but they've walked on up. Momo pops the Dominus just to keep himself alive. Rest TP's in, and suddenly pit control has been conceded. It's a clone, Citrus. It's a clone. Weaver's wall out to split that difference. Herald taken. Cyclone in onto 2. Looking for more. Seismic shove comes through. It's 2-2-7-4, first to 4, but they find Karkun and Gang off the back of it. A great collapse and a capitalization, and CFO well rewarded with that Herald's Eye to boot. And DFM can do nothing but run, get themselves out of the dodge, but the ult pop there by Rest, dives onto Momo, finds himself under Momo's tower. They are looking to execute a dive and find themselves some lovely truck leather boots, and the dive, the clone away to deny the stun, the slice of dice away. And CFO are playing mind games at this point.
Yeah, this is devastation occurring in real time as Doggo also gets the first turret and picks up that 300 gold first turret bonus on top of the kill advantage that he currently has. 4,000 of the 6,000 gold diff is sitting on CFO's AD Doggo. As we go back to this Herald fight in the pit, the clones are tricking
picture.
everyone.
They're looking for an angle. Can they find the kill onto Pangyon here? They are desperately trying to make it happen, and the shutdown does go the way of Citrus. But yeah, I mean, it was a scrappy fight. Just desperately DFM trying to corral CFO away, and then CFO absolutely call their bluff, walk on up and say, no, actually, we kind of want this, guys. Can you leave? And forces it out. Dragon number 3 on the rift, and CFO going to look to take that as well. Every neutral objective has been claimed by CFO so far as they look to take this mountain and push onto Soul Point.
I would just like to shout out observers. That was absolutely criminal, zooming in on Pangyong's corpse.
Well, fun fact, that was my first job in esports for League of Legends, was observing, and I did the exact same thing. So it is kind of the golden rule of observing, and you look at it, yeah, just unfortunately unaware. The vision not going to be there. Keen comes in, Rune Prison, Yang is there to assist, does get flicked back even. Wow, Pangyon almost got out of that, but it was the flash from Citrus to follow it up that allowed the route to connect. He very nearly got away from that.
Absolutely, the flick on the gang there was critical to nearly getting away, but, you know, history tells us the truth. He did not get away. He was taken down by that 3-man gank on the bot side. As we look to push the waves in, get priority, clear the wards, you know, normal League of Legends gameplay. As we look at that damage out of the Rek'Sai here, with a significant chunk being true damage too. It's quite a lot.
Yeah, a little disingenuous. It's just Rek'Sai and a Renekton in the top lane slap fighting each other for the better part of 18 minutes. So somewhat disingenuous, but yeah, I mean, being able to stack up that Fury and get yourself a sizable chunk of true damage by the end of that Furious fight does hit incredibly hard, especially the later into the game you get. Right now,
definitely is.
Again, it's just battling around this vision control. A minute 20 away from Baron. CFO are not done just yet. They want to take as much of the rift as possible.
Yeah, look, CFO are applying as much pressure as they can, almost across the entire map. They're
on the hunt. They found Momo. It's all coming together as Doggo dives in. He's dominating now as he gets kill number 6, and poor Momo. Ah, that's a rough one. That is a very rough one. He's a nice belt now, though.
Couldn't agree more with you, mate. I mean, what can you do there? It was a 4-person dive. It was clean as you please under that tower at top side. That gives the CFO team a 4v5 advantage for the next 30-odd seconds. 20 seconds, my apologies. As we see Keen ult out of there, seeing the rest TP coming through to the bot side.
And knows full well that the response is coming. Oh, okay. So while all that was happening, Pangyon, he just got run out by a phase rush ghost rise. That is rough. Misses the seismic shove and is forced to flash away. Keen has his own to follow. Oh no! 2 near miss seismic shoves caused Pangyon to fall.
Keen super clean with it. Keen is getting confident. Keen knows he can absolutely 1v1 this Pangyon and is going for it every single time. Keen is showing that he has hands. He can dodge those flicks and make Pangyong's life a nightmare on that Talia, as we see Momo and Rest just having, you know, a biff like topsiders do.
Yeah, classic slap fight action. All that priority, though, around the top side at the moment. There is going to be a teleport disparity, which could give that option for Momo to come on in. They're looking for the angle. The Supreme Player's skill does connect on the Shadow, but the Pop Blossom returns. The Dog is here, but the more time is going to split the difference. Momo cut off by the Weaver's Wall, and Pangyon might just be run down again. Phase Rush proc with the Ghost, and he's going to run himself away. An absolute nothing burger of a fight.
Nothing burger is right. There was so many ults burnt there. We've got MF, we've got Rels, and just nothing happened. They were able to break away Shadow's ult, Pangyong's ult, and the Pop Blossom to boot, and just, I don't know how nobody died there, but the disengage from both sides was really, really good. And credit to DFM, they've been able to keep the CFO sort of gold gap at 6k. I mean, that's a lot, but they've kind of capped it there. Everybody has completed their role quests, which the poke.
Clinched a little bit there as Doggo ran towards him. Luckily, not too much lockdown there on a Kai'Sa, but the Herald going to be popped in the mid lane. Kevin,
Yeah,
if
I mean,
ultimate's
Doggo's
used in that fight in this tower, ooh, no, lives on a sliver of HP.
One hit and it goes down.
Onion again.
We've
has
got a
support. Oh, the Realm Warp coming in. Can they find something here? They're looking for it. Citrus over the wall. Pangyon knows full well to move, but the Scattered Earths gets the stun off. They're looking for the turnaround. Oh my lord, the Tangle Barbs. In comes Doggo flying from off screen. Finds himself one Shadow there to pick up the second, and the turnaround is severe.
Shadow trying to get that fist bump emote. No one's giving it back. That was a turnaround, as you say. I mean, they thought that they were able to 2-1 Pangyon. Pangyon got the really good flick, and then 2-2-7-4 and Doggo were there faster than you could blink. Really good Tangle Barbs out of Nico. Locked them down. Here we see again the replay. Karkun stepped out of it. It would have been a 3v1 if Karkun had jumped in.
Yeah, I mean, the Scattered Earth first, and then holds the seismic shove, knowing full well that last time it cost him in that fight. 2-2-7-4 comes in, Tangle Barbs in, screams Doggo like an F-16, lays down that covering fire. And with Dragon number 4 spawning, this is going to be sold for CFO if it is uncontested. And you look at it, Citrus is not even in the same area code.
This is absolutely going to go uncontested. This will be the Mountain Soul, which is going to increase CFO's durability against physical damage quite nicely. Basically, Karkun is going to struggle to do damage, even with the 2 items, the Bloodthirster as well. I really don't see Karkun having much of an impact, especially when Doggo is so far ahead. This team is just able to lock them down. They're able to take the damage. Really, CFO is in the driver's seat. It is their game to lose from this point. Soul, Grubs, 8,500 gold advantage, 5 turrets to none.
Yeah, I mean, that lead in the jungle as well speaks volumes. Citrus slipping pretty far behind in the grand scheme as Baron being started up here. Pings galore coming out. But you look at it right now, Keen will have to try and run there with the Realm Warp. Doesn't have the TP, remember. The Tangle Barb's onto Gang. He's then flicked into the Scattered Earth and gets Storm onto one, but it's just the Nico who explodes in the face of Kiana Rest, can then hold the rest at bay as Baron falls. He's just going to give him the runaround. Doggo sends it in with the ultimate, then flashes away. Well overcommitting, unfortunately, again. The Crocodile on the top side, left to his lonesome. He is an isolated beast. Speaking of beast, so is Rest. Into the backside, finds Karkun. Shadow then comes into assist. Citrus falls as Doggo rains hellfire onto DFM.
I loved watching Doggo R into that fight and then immediately flash away. Like, nope, I don't want any of that. But then circled back with the team as Rest was able to herd 4 of DFM's team away from that Baron take that CFO were able to execute so cleanly and already secure a 3,500 Baron gold get right now. As they chip away at this, they will get this mid turret. Yeah, really well played by CFO.
Wide. Yeah, the killer instinct turning into a survival instinct on a dime there for Doggo. it was ambitious. It was very bold. And I mean, Gang, to his credit, finds one at least. But Rest has found his target. Just isolating Karkun. Rest fighting into both Pangyon and Shadow. There's only so much a Renekton can do at this stage in the game, who's had a very rough game to say the least. And Rest, it just sees target. The ward there deep in DFM territory. Shattered Strike misses from Gang, which allows Rest to finish off this poor misfortune. Void Rush doesn't get much more than zoning. And a 16-6 game at 25 minutes. An absolute monstering from CFO so far.
Absolutely. I really don't know what DFM can hope to do here to pull this one back. CFO basically grouped up in the bot side with the Baron buff minions. They're looking to siege this base. With Bulletstorm from MF coming out over the top. Really good engage there from Gang.
They do get Doggo, and that's a big chunk of damage off the board now. Momo sends it on in. Dominus popped on the Pangyon. He's taking a lot of damage with the stuns coming on through. Shadow into the back line with the Cyclone. Karkun low. Is he going to fall? No, he's just surviving, but the Void Rush comes through. Rest, drive-by shooting, takes out the misfortune, and then walks himself aside to play spoiler. Back over the wall. What a shove onto Keen. Pangyon finds yet more off the board. 3 dead for the one of Doggo, and CFO will look to try and close it here. They have manhandled the LJL representatives in game 2 of this series, and they're not done just yet. Gang sends it in, but he is a one-man support army in the face of 4 very, very scary PCS, LCP, monster representatives. They take the team, they take the base at Logan. They will take their first series of 2026.
Absolutely. Congratulations to CFO. This was a clean game. Very, very CFO one-sided. As we look at the jubilation on the faces of these players as they get up and, you know, celebrate their deserved win this evening in this best of three. CFO have won 2-0 against DFM tonight.
And I mean, much needed, I think, for CFO's 2026 campaign, losing out to GAM last week. They then bounced back with, yeah, look, let's be honest, it was a win that they always should have gotten at the end of the day. But DFM, to their credit, come out game one swinging, make them work that little bit harder for it, but then CFO lock in game two and just stroll their way to victory. A clean, distinct showing from them.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. Like the DFM in game one, we saw sparks, we saw signs, it gave us hope. The DFO of game two, it felt like the beating that they took from game one carried over into game two. You know, Shadow was still proactive, maybe not as proactive as he was on that Panth, but there was no global. Shadow was still willing to just jump in those back lines and get the knockups onto as many players as he could there. You know, Gang engage initially was really strong. Like that first engage, the crash down on 2274, I was like, Gang's not scared, Gang's going in. You know, got a couple of good engages, but unfortunately CFO were just able to out-hands DFM tonight. You know, Doggo getting up so quickly, getting that first blood.
I think they're in the wrong stadium. Honky's not in this league anymore, guys. He's long departed. But yeah, no, look, even trans region supporters, you know, coming from across the ditch, and you look at it, the numbers very much even. I mean, it was a close affair in terms of that, but unfortunately that doesn't quite translate into a game that was very close at all. 21-7 by the end of it. Only a single death for Doggo. He almost went flawless in that, if not for the fact that DFM were able to catch him out pretty cleanly. DFO, I mean, they are on the warpath now, it would seem.
Yet, absolutely. It feels like CFO is, you know, they've got out of first gear, they've hit second, they're starting to really come together as we see Doggo go in here. There's this R dive straight on the Keen, making it a 4v1, catching that Keen out. And yeah, I mean, Doggo, player of the match, what more can you say? 5-3-7 and 8-1-4. Just absolutely spectacular performance on that Lucian, just absolutely putting down so much damage into DFM. The Kaiser was where he needed to be every single fight, able to really kite out DFM there and chip and poke until he was able to go in with those killer instincts and get those takedowns on the enemy champs.
And I mean, you look at it, nearly 30% of the team's damage in game one on the Lucian. I mean, he just consistently throughout this and last year has just put in the hard yards to try and make this as good a possibility, good an opening, good a game, good a year as it possible for CFO. And it starts really strong. They get that early summoners out of Karkun. They then able to capitalize. But to his credit, again, Citrus was trying to do what he can to get his team back into things.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you pointed out at the start of tonight, you know, Citrus is going to be one to watch. And I definitely do think Citrus was a bright spark of hope on the team of DFM. Citrus was very proactive, at minimum being more proactive than Shadow, or at least matching Shadow as well, as we see here in this fight. Peng Yung is, you know, we get 2274 knocked out as well. Citrus unfortunately goes down here toward the back end of the fight. Rest is just frontlining everything. Momo, I would say, had a bit of a quiet game, was not able to have too much of an impact on that Renekton. I think Rest did a really good job of keeping Momo down.
Yeah, I mean, you're not really able to accelerate on a Renekton. You're probably not having the greatest of times, and was able to get involved in a couple of team fights, but you see time and time again was just sort of all his attention was able to be focused onto the Nico, and that's about it. He finds a magnificent solo kill onto Peng Yon, just absolutely working him, chasing him down, able to just toe the line with so many of these seismic shoves. And oh yeah, I mean, look, I think Karkun probably thinks he's done the right thing there in stepping out after you watch the remainder of this clip. Citrus goes in, gets shoved, gets stunned. Shadow comes in with 2274 to mop up, and Doggo, obviously that killer instinct comes in to finish it all off. And from there, I mean, look, by this stage, the game was already pretty much spiraling out of control away from DFM. CFO had the game in a chokehold.
Yeah, absolutely. CFO really stamped their mark on this game. by around, I want to say, the 15, 20-minute mark, it was very clearly dominated by CFO. But as we were talking about it over on the bot side a little earlier, you know, DFM, can they find a way in? And they were able to get that kill, turning it into a 4v5 just here right now, actually, which kind of surprised me. See, they pick up Doggo there. That's his one death for the game. I actually thought DFM would be able to turn it around here and maybe, you know, survive a bit longer, drag the game out, get some more scaling and some items.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, it was... While it was a juicy, easy target, he was not the entirety of the damage of the team. There are still a number of scary members of the CFO roster, namely Rest in the backside. In Momo, yeah, I mean, you look, Citrus can't walk up to help, otherwise he throws his life away, which ultimately he does in the end anyway. But CFO, firm grasp on the game, coordinated, concise, and decisive, to say the very least. But it's not over yet, Logan. We've still got another series to go. MVK taken on GAM. It is a VCS derby. Kratos, Curry, Cardi, Shogun, Elio, having departed from GAM Esports last year, now joining MVK. Elio will play up against his old team.
I'm very, very excited for this one. As you said, the VCS derby, two Vietnamese teams going against one another. It's always exciting to watch these guys. Like, VCS is known to be so scrappy, and it's just an exciting watch. You know, this new MVK lineup in the new GAM lineup, like GAM just captained Kiaya this week as well, replacing Levy. So I'll be excited to see if he has that sort of leadership quality on the Summoner's Rift as well and lead his team to victory.
A man with a career as long as Kiaya is definitely going to have the know-how to do that. He has been around the block more than once. And this GAM roster, it seems, everyone pinning their hopes on them for the LCP this year. Kiaya, Drakthar, RS Artemis, and Taki. Drakthar coming in. He's got some big shoes to fill, and he is looking like he might just do that after last week's performance. And then, of course, Taki joining, replacing Elio in that support role from Team Secret Wales, who was such a linchpin to that roster as well, mind you. And look, I think, honestly, the biggest gamble for me is they had Emo, RS, that mid lane duo. Emo performed better domestically. RS performs better internationally. And so they make the call. Their priority clear from day dot is that international performance. They double down on RS, saying he could be the one to carry us over the line.
Absolutely. Placing that faith in RS is massive. And you point out that their goal is to get back to Worlds. And TK has made that clear year on year that Worlds is where he wants to be. It's where he wants the team to be. And the team wants to get there. I'm excited to see them. We place these guys quite highly in the LCP this split. We expect them at the very, very pointy end. Drakthar last week put up such a phenomenal showing in that jungle role too. So it will be a tough mountain to climb for MVK, but I'm excited to see what they can bring to Summoner's Rift against GAM tonight.
Yeah, I mean, when the stakes are as high as they are, I mean, a lot of us, I think, riding off MVK coming into this split, a lot of us putting a lot of onus on GAM, and this could be that opportunity for MVK to buck that trend and prove all of their doubters wrong in the VCS derby to start off this competitive year. But for right now, it is time for us to throw it to a break. On the other side, we dive into the VCS matchup of VCS matchups. This could be a trajectory-defining matchup when we come back after the break. MVK back on GAM Esports.
As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. I can see us glowing, dancing through the fire. Somehow we're still in there when we couldn't even fight it now. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. You can drag me, you can kill me, to try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the blinding sun. All that there is silence. For the ones we drew our courage from, this is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never. Stop till you're empty of both. can never kill.
Off the back of a 2-0 sweep for CFO, we head into the VCS derby, and there is nothing better than a VCS double header. These guys love to scrap, and they do not stop until you're either knocked out or dead, which is the beauty of it all. Logan coming into it, of course, GAM taking on MVK.
I mean, you nailed it right on the head there, mate. These guys are scrappy. These guys are dirty. They will fight you 4v5. They will fight you 3v5. And chances are they will win. I love watching the VCS, and GAM was absolutely one of our strongest performers in 2025, and they look to take the mantle from CFO coming into 2026, putting up a strong start, winning in their split weekend one game last week.
And as we head into it, Draxthar and Aris going to be taking to the Howling Abyss for the 2v2s, and given their propensity, there are a few people you'd want more. I think, in all honesty, they have proved themselves after week one that they are scrappy and tenacious on the Rift. And they've got the abilities for sure to get it done in the 2 versus 2 as well. I don't know. I mean, look, I'm kind of keen for something a little bit funky, if I'm being honest, in the 2v2s.
I would love to see funky. I'd love to see different. I'd love to see fun. This is an opportunity to not play the meta. This is an opportunity to, I don't know, maybe bring out those pocket picks, maybe mess around and have some fun. Like we said at the start, I really think that winning this is more of a minor psychological advantage than any real advantage, which we're yet to work out. But let me tell you, if I'm MVK and I'm seeing Draxthar and RS on the opposite side, I don't know, I might be sweating bullets and wondering how best I could handle them, you know, as we go to picks and bans in our 2v2.
Guri and Shogun, I mean, for my money, Guri having some of the most fun games last year out of the VCS junglers, was very, very eager to go to Neferi early on and did some real damage on it when he got that opportunity. Shogun has had a couple of very impressive showings down in that bot lane for MVK, but RS and Draxthar coming into it. Pantheon band on both sides. It's Nilly and Cho'Gath to round out the fearless bands as we jump into the actual ban phase to see who also removed from that pool.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see if they're going to... We see the ban from Volley from MVK here. I'm wondering if these gamers are going to stick with their sort of traditional role picks as well, or if they're going to just absolutely throw caution to the wind and pick, like you said, pick something fun and spicy, you know, as a Rengar ban comes through from MVK as well. Rengar jumping out of those bushes is scary and dangerous as GAM ban away Draven and Poppy.
Okay, I can understand it. Draven, a bit of a beast unto his own. That Poppy in a 2v2 situation gets a little bit scary. Volibear, Rengar as well. Also great skirmishes are in their own right. I think Rengar probably has a little bit of extra power compared to some other champions with those brushes up on the top side. Cassiopeia stuck through here, added to the Kali in response. RS, a champion that he has done plenty of damage on in the past, and Guri gonna slam the set, it would seem. Elise, my lord, we are deviating somewhat.
This is going to be fun. I really like these picks. Cassiopeia obviously had those significant passive changes. She can now buy boots. So we'll see how these item selections work out and the combinations they're willing to pull off. Cassio and Set. Set's obviously going to frontline here, and Cassio dish out that backline damage. But yeah, really keen to see this matchup play out and what we can get from them. Be paying particular attention to the runes.
Absolutely. Boots, though, if we're being honest, probably not going to be all that much concern in a 2v2.
Yeah.
But who knows? Maybe, just maybe, there is a chance that you generate that much income that could be the play. There you go. Onto the Rift. It is going to be Conqueror for Shogun and Guri. The Snowball there for Guri as an option. Conqueror and... Okay, yeah.
Electrocute.
Electrocute for Ares. I can understand it. I would have thought maybe there would have been an angle for more direct skirmishing. But Iris has a game plan. He's also got the Ignite Barrier.
Yes, very true, very true. I am liking the Snowball on Guri to be able to, as you say, gap close and really get that engage in as Draxthar lands onto Shogun.
First blood drawn. Drakthar wins. Snowball there, but it's off the money. The strike comes through from Ares. Again, off the money.
Shogun, however, did flash first emote.
Oh. Cheeky, bold. Guri wants to go and man fight this one, and he's going to get the grab on the Drakthar. Pulls him back. That's some big damage. He's looking for the haymaker, but Drakthar forced to flash away. Now Conqueror is stacked up, still just brawling and beaten down, as Set is so want to do. Oh, the connection from Drakthar. Does he take it? The flash is there. It would be an almost guaranteed death sentence. Drakthar holds his nerve. Guri eyes on to Drakthar, who jumps away. Flash burn from Shogun. Now it's a Set punch down onto an Akali. The drag back is going to be there. And they're looking. They're both of them just toying around each other, looking for an angle into the other. Drakthar finds Guri in the brush, gets the slam and jumps away onto the shrine. The snowball is there. The haymaker, not going to be enough for the turnaround. Guri in trouble, but it's Drakthar first to fall. Darius, can he capitalize? He's looking for it, but he can't take the 2v1. There's no way.
I love it. Non-stop action. Is Shogun might die to...
Oh, my lord.
That was so close. Shogun almost died to minions there as these two are dancing around one another. Guri is keen for it.
Guri wants it, but RS as well, trading back comfortably. Does get the shuriken flip back, but the level ticking over means he's probably not going to take it back. Gets himself some minions, and we'll look to recall. And the power of Set already showing through.
I'm absolutely, Set is just frontlining like it's nobody's business. Drakthar and Ares are absolutely honed in on Shogun. Everything they're doing is trying to get to Shogun, but Guri is just standing there like, no, you can't.
Yeah, look, that haymaker is an ever-present problem, and just as soon as you're in range, the facebreaker drags you back in, you slow down, it becomes just such a problem. Either you just turn and fight, or you die. There really isn't much more in between. RS and Drakthar come back. They haven't really been able to secure much more. The page done up now for Guri, but this is a bleak situation for GAM, unfortunately.
They definitely are at a disadvantage right now. Obviously, the first team to 2 wins, and so far MVK are up the 1, so we'll see how.
Facebreaker, but it's pulling Ares back into the Twilight Shroud, so he does just get himself away. Drakthar connecting on Dominions for the most part here. A lot of posturing.
Yeah, I mean, Shogun is dancing. Like, Shogun is like Drakthar just hit there, but it's like Shogun's doing their absolute best to not let any of those come through from Drakthar, those skill shots there. I think Shogun knows if one of those lands at the wrong time, it's death.
I mean, the problem being, of course, is they look to go in. Guri is going to find the set up, the showstopper, and the haymaker to boot. Set doing what Set does best. Finishes it in style.
Absolutely. Props to Set there. That was really, really well played. Like, that was almost perfect, right? You had your back line, you had your front line, and they just kept the front line between the enemy and the back line, and they were able to chip them down, keep them away, apply the pressure, get that level 6 advantage, all in, take the win. It's what you want to see from these 2v2s. They're fun, they're fast, they're explosive.
I mean, it's crazy synergy as well. I mean, you look at the facebreaker, pulls them back in. Miasma on the top means they can't just jump away, as an Akali and Lee Sin would be wont to do. They find themselves in a horrendous spot, and there you go, MVK. Get their choice of how they want to start this series off. Sopham standing behind them. On the other side, Null and Hype coming in to lead GAM to potential success. Archie obviously retiring, or at least stepping away from the team, rather, after last year, and GAM getting some great additions to the roster in the form of Null, who comes on over from Team Secret Wales, who again had a phenomenal year last year, so some well worth additions.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I mean, GAM almost feels like they've gotten even stronger compared to their 2025 roster, which I know feels almost bold to say. Adding Taki to their roster and bringing in Drakthar after Levy retired, though he is now a content creator for GAM Esports, but Drakthar has proved already how strong he is. Taki is a known, trusted, reliable quantity. This GAM roster is really one to watch, and dare I say, even be feared. I feel like they're definitely going to be a pointy, top-end contender by the end of this split, if not for the whole year.
Oh, but certainly in that camera angle tells me one thing and one thing only. It is champion select time. Nico and Poppy go in the first round of the ban phase for MVK and then GAM respectively. Silas taken away, which would indicate to me MVK probably looking towards that Mel fight.
Yeah, if it's not banned away by GAM as well, like we were saying, it's got a really high ban rate itself here. I really like the Poppy ban. Poppy there's the Malphite ban as we expected. You know, Poppy for the engages, the stun into the wall. Poppy jungle seems to be decently strong at the moment. Could be a spanner in the works of anyone's game plan, to be honest, as MVK also ban another mid laner in Akali.
Another strong RS champion, and that Akali being taken away makes perfect sense, in honesty. And yeah, you sort of telegraphed the Mel fight, it's then banned away immediately. So GAM reading into that pretty well. They don't want to have to deal with that monolith on the back line, because we've seen what havoc it can wreak into those champions that are a little bit too slow on the trigger to get themselves out of a dangerous situation. Final ban coming through for GAM. I mean, Orianna was let through. It's going to be the Nocturne instead. Of course, it's a VCS derby. Nocturne has to have some prio.
Absolutely. I feel like, you know, sometimes there's champs and you go, that's a VCS staple. Nocturne absolutely is one of those champs. You think VCS, you think Nocturne. He has such tremendous impact when he does make it onto Summoner's Rift. But MVK are able to secure for themselves the Orianna first pick, which, as we were talking about earlier, is kind of showing their hand early, allowing GAM to be able to sort of pick around that and ban around it as well.
0 for 12 in pick ban phase last weekend. This time round has been played in both, or will be played in both series. The Rumble for Kiaya. That is a scary prospect. One of the best top laners in Kiaya's champion pool. They pair it with a Jarvan, and that gets even scarier still. There is nothing worse than Jarvan coming in with that Cataclysm and you lay down that Hellfire and the pot starts to boil. Orianna, notoriously immobile without flash, is going to be a pretty easy target for this GAM roster.
Absolutely, and to really drive that point home, I think the J4 pick is also almost like a ban pick against MVK, so that they can't pair J4 up with the Ori delivery system as well. As MVK, they've gone with Cassante into the Rumble. This is proving to be quite the standard classic matchup here. A lot of teams believe that Cassante can absolutely handle this Rumble. Hopefully they're able to keep him down and prevent him from becoming that sort of mid to late game absolute AP damage powerhouse that he's proving to be right now.
Yeah, I mean, last year we had other answers. Obviously, the Gwen, the Galio got played into it plenty, but now it seems to be that coverall in Cassante in the top lane. It survives. That's the main thing. Can come into the later stages of the game and look to have effect elsewhere. But Alistar for Elio in the support role. So far, I mean, GAM's roster is already looking terrifying. They get the Varus to boot for Artemis. That lethality Varus, piercing arrow over the top of what is going to be the Cataclysm Equalizer combo. This is not going to be a fun game. You need some mobility for that bot lane for Shogun.
Absolutely, you need some mobility, you need some disengage to get rid of that Jarvan, even if you do get cataclysmed. So here's to hoping that Alistar is able to pull that off. But as you said, there's going to be so much damage so fast coming out of these three alone that it feels like it's almost going to be an instant kill onto whoever they target. And Ori is the juiciest target that we're seeing right now. As we do see GAM ban out Siva. That's the second time Siva has been banned this evening. She is a wave clearing monster, and with the buffs to Essence Reaver, could potentially elevate her status on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, she really took the Rift by storm at the end of last year. And fun fact, Logan. So, you know, here in New Zealand, we have a TV drama called Shortland Street. Over in Australia, of course, you guys have Home and Away and Neighbours. Apparently,
yeah.
In Vietnam, there is a TV drama, a national Vietnamese TV drama in which GAM appeared. They go and watch a Vietnamese derby. It's GAM playing Team Secret Wales. Yeah, apparently they are national television stars.
Oh my God. Can we watch that here in Australia? What channel is that on? How do we get that?
I couldn't tell you. I haven't been able to figure out which show it is just yet, but one of our fans in the LCP community server chucked it up. But yeah, I mean, it's hugely impressive. I don't know who. So they've got, Kiaya, Levi, Danny in the mid lane. I don't know who Danny is. but Danny in the mid lane, and then of course Artemis and Elio in the bot lane. So it's obviously last year's GAM, but there you go. Ziggs coming through in the bot lane for Shogun. That is an interesting one. We're seeing some of those majors transition down to the bot lane. Guri picks up the Kiana, loves his assassins in the jungle. Very, very aggressive jungler coming out of the VCS. It is going to be, of course, Azir in the mid lane for Aris. And Aris, for his proficiency, has been incredible. And Taki going back to a signature, it would seem. You remember the end of the year last year, we get the player cinematic coming into Split 3, and Taki was Leona.
Absolutely. Shout out Leona. Shout out Taki for that in that Worlds clip. It was phenomenal. I'm a big fan of Leona. She's definitely one of my mains when I play on the Rift. But that engage and stun that she'll be able to bring onto the Ziggs. Obviously, Alistair would be able to, headbutt, pulverize, and clear that space away. But it's just another way for GAM to be able to jump on top and engage. These dive comps are proving very, very strong. Azir is able to shuffle ult, J4, Cataclysm. Varus just sits at long range while this entire front line protects him.
Yeah, I mean, there is potential for some real problem points for MVK, but they've got a roster that has some intricacies of its own. Makes it very, very hard to navigate. They do have a reasonably accelerated tower push if Ziggs is in the right place with that satchel charge.
Absolutely, and if Kiana can get on top of the Varus, that's lights out for that AD, So MVK also have their own angles, and I'm looking forward to how they prepare them and get on top of GAM and really compete here in this game 1 of the VCS derby of MVK Esports versus GAM Esports.
And that's exactly it. And the GAM fans, the VCS fans, rocket in. The question has to be asked, Logan. Do MVK know what time it is? Because I've got a pretty darn good feeling that it might be GAM time.
I think they hope it's not GAM time. I think they hope it is MVK time as we are on Summoner's Rift with Guri and Kati heading straight into those brushes. Drakthar has seen it, has spotted it out. I think they just want to place their ward and walk away as this little cheeky poke.
Oh, and we've seen the problem with these early invades now with the timing of the game. Everything's so much more accelerated. So you can see both teams looking in a position to try and contest, but those deep wards do go down, so they will get themselves vision. Shogun having copped a little bit here of punishment from the poke Varus that is going to be played here. Understandably so. This is not a comp that you want to get all too close to.
No, absolutely not. And yeah, those invades are so much more punishing now with the game starting a full 35 seconds earlier. It used to be 105 for the minions. Now it's down to 30. So you don't even have time to poke, base, heal up, and get back. As we see an engage.
Zenith Blade into a headbutt. Level 1 is a bit of a stinker, unfortunately, for Leona and Alistar, respectively. Once you hit 2, that's when things get a little bit different. The headbutt pulverized, and obviously Zenith Blade comes in with that shield bash for the Leona. So you got to be a little bit more onto it to find much of anything there. They are taking themselves very quickly towards that level 2, though.
Absolutely. Now I'm trying to identify that skin there on that Leona. Is that like a Winter Blessed skin or something? I can't say I've seen that one. As GAM get the level 2 advantage first.
I can't remember for the life of me. I only have the one Leona skin. It's the Valkyrie one. That's all I need.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, right? Everyone gets so many skins. It's but you can only play with one at a time as we cut to the top side. And Kratos has the level advantage via CS of 13-5 right now.
Yeah, I mean, that should even itself out. Early levels, Cassante can be a bit of a bully, but as soon as Kaya starts hitting around that level 5 mark, he should be able to hold on to his own. When it comes to team fight, one of the two is infinitely more able to contribute when it comes to that headbutt of the cannon away. Obviously, Zig's not the best at last hitting, so Elio trying his best to make it as easy as possible. We'll just use that support item, gets the execute off, so somewhat symbolic, if anything else.
Definitely. You got to respect it, I'm surprised there wasn't like a little emote, like a little fist bump of, hey, did you see that little thing? As it's just a classic start of the game. They're poking one another out. They're feeling each other out. Who's going to engage when? As Artemis has got basically no mana and might even be looking to recall at this stage.
Wouldn't be a bad shout. Get a little bit of an early spike in terms of that power come back to the lane. Just to dictate that tempo a little bit more. Drakthar, though, has headed into Guri's jungle, unfortunately only to find that there's not a heck of a lot to be found. Guri has done a great job in terms of clearing. He's going to get that scuttle first. Just look for a bit of vision. Both junglers identify that there is not much going on, but RS very low under this tower. That clockwork wind up doing a decent amount of damage. The more attacks you get off, and Drakthar there on the bottom side, Brush, potentially looking for an answer back, but they're both just going to pass like ships in the night.
Yeah, I think that MVK saw that Drakthar was pathing top. We saw the little Phaelites there, which is something new this split as well, which gives an extra boost of vision, 25% on the ward, and an extra unique area for 45 seconds, which happened to catch Drakthar as he was going for that bot side scuttle crab. So MVK were aware, and I think they all respected one another and just kind of walked away from that mid engage.
It's looking like the Lunar Eclipse Leona skin down in the bot lane. Not to be confused with the Solar Eclipse Leona skin, which is not being played currently. Pretty dichotomously different.
Very different. That's why I don't know it, because I always play the Solar Eclipse skin. That's my favorite Leona skin.
I don't know, they're all pretty good. I need to play them more, unfortunately. I've somewhat strayed from my path of almost exclusively engaged support because I love making people's days miserable. But right now, I'm at the 4-minute mark. It's slightly developing itself for MVK. Just naturally leads developing. Elio finds the opportunity as Taki takes a very ambitious Zenith Blade. Satchel Charge knocks Artemis away. That piercing arrow will connect thanks to the stun from Taki. But they're able to shrug it off. Oh,
goes
going
back
in again.
in, though.
Taki's not done. He wants the angle flash. Pulverized does give Elio some clearance. Shogun, yeah, they'll just walk it off. But a statement made by the GAM bot lane.
Yep, GAM are not scared to engage with this MVK bot lane as there's some trading happening in mid. Very close health bars there.
This is worth remembering. They've both teleported back to lane. So they've recalled, come back to lane. And this is currently the HP. They sit on 200 for Cardi. And you'd imagine slightly less for Ares. And all it's going to take is one rotation, one combo. That could be that difference maker. Neither willing to pull that trigger. You can see both junglers beelining towards that mid lane, as are both supports. Level 6 there for both of them. That Shurima shuffle could be huge. Drakthar has the flash, looking for the flag and drag combo. You can see he wants it so desperately. He's thinking about it, but Elio being there makes it considerably harder to achieve. And it is, I think, just going to be somewhat of a Mexican standoff. No one can engage without walking away harmed.
That was fantastic response from both teams. Both teams were able to read the potential there and respond accordingly. As you mentioned, both supports came down, both junglers came down. It was a 3v3 in mid. You know, Cardi and Ares both have their flashes. As we cut to top lane, Kratos on the Kiaya.
Kratos, the god of war, going for it, but Kiaya with the fancy feet just steps away. He was looking for it. The flag and drag goes in, and Elio gets the headbutt off onto Taki, trying to push him away. Cardi coming in from the wings, but Ares actually healthier at the moment. The ball there, command shockwave an option, but Elio limping away. Will just survive to fight another day.
We are seeing some sparks of the explosive fights that I'm expecting to see in this game. Yet it has been such a quiet start. It's just like little chipping away. MVK has eked out a 500 gold advantage. The first Drake is up and no one's around it or in position at the moment. Kiana's probably the closest there on the Guri, and no vision. But we do have Elio coming down. Might pop a ward, just get that information and set themselves up.
Flash, Chains of Corruption, matched by a flash away from Shogun. So he will just narrowly avoid potential disaster there, as that orbit certainly could have netted a kill going the way of Artemis. No summoners. In fact, the bottom side of the Rift, mid, bot lane, and support, all lacking in that department, bar the Hex Flash, which I suppose half a summoner if you want to give it that way. But there has been an intense amount of posturing, Logan.
Absolutely. The tension in this game is palpable. It is building. There will be a fight any moment, and half the teams are going to die because they don't have their flashes, plain and simple. They're not going to be able to get away from these engages, which we know will occur. But for now, we're clearing the way as we're recalling, we're setting up, we're building our first items. We're probably halfway there, and the Drake should be contested soon. We have Taki rotating up just to check it on out, but it's actually MVK with the ward in the pit.
Yeah, I mean, Shogun just drops that Mega Inferno bomb to clear the wave. Kratos, unfortunately, recalling on a ward, is going to identify that, drops the control. Kiaya has a significant HP advantage, but there's 4 seconds left of that all out for Kratos. He could look to turn this one on a dime if Kiaya is not careful. He's also leveled up there. He's looking for it, then a Tofu Strike 3. just goes wide. Kiaya has been absolutely just towing that line, walking around, fancy feeding to make sure he doesn't get pulled back.
Absolutely. Kiaya is just dodging for his life as we see GAM looking to take this first Drake, while Guri on Kiana is going to trade that for the grubs. Clearly, MVK valuing the pushing power that those grubs give over that first Drake because, you know, you can contest Drakes anytime. You only get one shot at the grubs.
That's exactly it. So they'll answer back in a pretty clean way. All said and done. You want to make the most of those advantages. Then as Blade connects it. Oh, the satchel charge pushes Shogun out of the chains of corruption. Again, just narrowly avoiding what could have been a disastrous setup there. And Artemis, there has to be an element of frustration that he's now been denied twice.
Yeah, absolutely. That satchel charge not only got Shogun away from the Artemis ult, but it also knocked Taki under the turret, making him take a little bit more damage than he probably anticipated, despite having that Leona W up. We do see some trading from Ares against Cardi in the mid here, where the CS advantage is slightly in favor of Cardi.
That's it. I mean, just slow. It's not a massive lead by any stretch of the imagination, but again, it has to start somewhere, and that could extend out. And again, Shogun on the Ziggs is going to have a little bit easier of a time farming these waves compared to a lethality Varus, who, I mean, outside of the piercing arrows and the hail of arrows, does struggle somewhat. They need to be careful because this momentum built up with the Ziggs in lane, that satchel charge being able to execute those towers, they need to control the wave state.
Yep, absolutely. And, you know, Shogun is CSing at over 10 per minute, which is exactly what you're hoping for, whereas Artemis being down only about 10 right now. As you say, it all adds up and it all starts to snowball. However, I would like to say from 2 minutes, it was a 500 gold advantage to MVK. We're now at 10 minutes and it's still 500 gold advantage to MVK. So GAM are keeping them in check. They're not letting them run away with it, as they also, both teams having one jungle objective themselves, as Taki has come to mid as well as Elio.
Elio going to tap over 6 just that little bit earlier than Taki. It's going to be somewhat irrelevant in all honesty. You're not going to get as much value, I think, in this situation compared to Taki being able to drop that solar flare from range. But, I mean, as it stands, timing's not too bad all around. The problem being is Shogun is getting a lot of time alone with this tower.
Absolutely. I was about to say much the same thing. We left and Shogun was just chipping away at this turret, and we've come back and Shogun's still just chipping away at this turret here on the bot side. So Artemis, you know, has to show up, has to be able to take those creeps, and Shogun has even acquired his first item. So has that item advantage over Artemis now as well. So the next fight could be very interesting whenever that may be, because again, there's so much posturing here.
Great little turnaround trade there on Ducati. Just gets the command dissonance off, gets a couple of clockwork wind up auto attacks off, and is just going to force Ares to dash away. Wants to play it safe. Dragon still 2 minutes out, but again, it is that battle for vision that will begin to brew leading up to the Dragon. They found an angle here onto Drakthar. Guri and Elio are here. Flag and drag away. We'll keep Drakthar safe for the moment. That is a 2-level lead. Oh no, sorry. Guri was too busy walking under Elio and got confused with the numbers, but no, it's a match. They're both level 8, don't you worry.
Yeah, both level 8.
Both too big.
reduce his size. Both level 8, both very evenly matched in their CS. A small, advantage over to Drakthar there. But the cheek of Drakthar as well, did you notice, right? So Guri and Elio engaged, Drakthar flag and dragged out as we see a role quest completed for Kiaya and Shogun on MVK side. Drakthar stood there. He didn't keep running. He stopped. He was like, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, it's like in rugby football, sport where, you know, the ball's down your end, deep in your territory. You just sit there and hold it and wait for the other team to run at you before doing whatever you need to do. It's sort of that little, you know, it's the come on then, let's go, do your thing. Never mind. It's a little bit of IRL rage bait, nothing more. As it stands,
exactly.
Timing's looking really good. I mean, MVK have extended that lead out just that little bit more. Help with the Void Grubs means that they can take these towers a little bit quicker, accelerate things more, enable Shogun that little bit more. Goes pop by Taki just so he can cycle through to the flash. Knows full well that is going to be much more valuable. Cardi up on the top side has 3 players beelining towards him. Has to know that Taki is there now. But Cardi makes the call. Plays a little bit safe, calls in the reinforcements, and Elio's here. I don't doubt they're going to find much kill threat.
Absolutely agreed. I mean, we are brewing for a big fight whenever the next big fight breaks out, which could be around this Drake in 15 seconds. Everybody has their ults. Everybody has their flashes. Most TPs, there's 3 TPs burnt, 2 on GAM side, 1 on MVK side. So MVK do have the TP advantage to be able to get to those fights quicker when they do break out. However, GAM have just got the role quest advantage with 4 complete compared to MVK's 3 right now. As we start to see some lane rotations happening, both bot side, Artemis and Shogun now in the mid.
I mean, Guri, they're looking for potentially a lane gank onto Ares, but it is going to give Drakthar the opportunity to start this Dragon up. They don't know where Guri is on the map, so that likely means that they have an opportunity for themselves. Guri is going to get the vision there, knows full well that this Dragon's being taken. They have a lot they can do with it. Unfortunately, given that Cardi is on the top side of the map, and it is that low, Guri, though, may not care. He may be looking for something, but no, it is just going to be fully conceded.
Yeah, that was a very nice Drake take. The GAM wanted it, GAM started it, GAM got it, and MVK just, 1v2 there. I think there was even a third member of GAM there toward the end, just didn't want a bar of it. As we see MVK collapse on top.
Command Shockwave onto Kiaya. Will force him off the tower to allow that collection for Kylie onto the Krusty Towers. We'll get the proc and a decent amount of damage there onto the top side. Elio just playing a bit of spoiler, meaning that full well, there's no way you're holding that if you're Kiaya. Smart call, honestly. Even holds the equalizer. So we'll have that available for the next wee while.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cardi obviously ulted and Kiaya held theirs, so has an ult advantage for probably the next 30 or 40 seconds. The only real objective is spawning right now, which is the Rift Herald in the top side river, which is heavily warded, I want to say, by GAM there, and MVK have one off to the side, so they should know what's going to happen as Kiaya is working to clear out this bot side turret of all of the minions.
Yeah, no, I mean, Kratos can just full well go sit behind that turret, clear out the waves, scrapping in the mid lane. It is going to be the Chains of Corruption used. Elio's stunned up as well, but he will walk himself out. A little bit worse for wear, but alive, and that's the main point, unfortunately, for MVK. That does remove a significant amount of the pressure that they were holding in that mid lane. Drakthar still not quite confident enough to rip that band-aid off and go for a Herald take.
Absolutely. And I mean, we're looking at 15 and a half, nearly 16 minutes, and we are still 0 kills aside. This is not the VCS that I am used to. It feels like something has changed, something has shifted. Potentially it could be, the teams re-evaluating, re-understanding where they sit in line with one another with their new team members. Maybe, hang on.
Kratos doing what Kratos does best, and that is fighting into Kiaya. Looking for the top of strike 3, but Kiaya's just run himself away. All that can be done is used to damage the minions a little bit more. Kratos taking that lane pro means that Kiaya will be forced back. TP's there. They should be able to get himself back into the thick of things. And again, neither team quite willing to go for the full commit onto the Herald just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. No side pulling the trigger here. We've had like a few close 1v1s, 2v2s. I mean, the height of tension so far was that approximate 3v3 in the mid when Ares and Cardi were, blinking health bars. But I feel like either we're all playing respectfully of one another, maybe, dare I say, a little too respectfully to not all in. I'm just curious as to the game plan here, as to why we're not engaging and trying to win out these team fights. Maybe it's a slow play angle, as it looks like MVK is going to get this Rift Herald uncontested.
Yeah, and I mean, Kratos as well, off the back of that pressure, does find himself an opportunity to take the tier 1 in the bot lane as well. So very much everything coming up in VK, at least in this stage of the game, but that slow burn for GAM definitely be a bit of a difference maker. Zeke's Herald first for Elio, which is interesting. I would have thought for sure the Vandal pipes would have been coming as well. I suppose with the Zegs, you're probably not worried about attack speed. So in the grand scheme, it makes plenty of sense. We're in the thick of things, getting that slow off, allowing even more damage coming out from the Zegs. But yeah, I mean, look, this is somewhat uncharacteristic for a VCS head-to-head.
Yep, absolutely. And as you said, pointing out those items there, Azir, first item completed as well with the Nash's Tooth. That's a really nice AP increase there. Can get quite deadly if it lands on you. Artemis with the Masamune there. And Taki's actually picked up one of the new items. I think that's the Proto belt.
The Protoplasm belt. Yeah, the Baby Mundo.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. So, really good to engage and walk out or even escape from fights because of that sort of yeah, as you say, mini Mundo ult. As we see the Rift Herald dropped in mid. MVK is making it happen.
That is a dead tower indeed. Natural charge down, Herald connects, and boom, that is mid tier 1 connected on Mega Inferno Bomb. Not sure what it was meant to achieve other than some zoning to allow the Herald to get on through, and it does exactly that. Allows even more damage onto the tier 2 in that mid lane. Shogun, the power of the Ziggs showing itself. Oh.
Yeah, look, that damage as well. That absolutely broke that mid lane wide open. That will allow MVK quite a substantial amount of priority across the map now. You know, GAM has lost 2 towers. MVK has lost none. So they're sitting pretty. They've managed to increase that gold lead from the 500 you mentioned earlier out to 2.5k now. So they're quite happy with this game slow playing, I feel. They're sitting pretty. They're slowly scaling. They have the advantage. It's GAM that needs to come into them.
Dragon number 3 on the cards. This would be soul point for GAM, and I think MVK realized that they probably need to get around to stopping the stacking at this point in the game, and you can see GAM know full well they don't have to commit to a fight here. They are still posturing somewhat. Not a heavy commit, as we've seen from them in the past. Artemis going to head up and collect that wave in mid. MVK, there's a lot of hesitation on the Rift.
Absolutely. No one is willing to go all in. It's actually highly unusual. But as you say, I mean, GAM can literally afford to let this Drake go. But now it's a question of what they can get cross-map, right? You want to give that objective over, great. Pick something else up somewhere else. And it looks like Ares is going to get that top tower in exchange for this Drake. So a good cross-map play there from GAM.
Absolutely. I mean, they can afford to lose out in the Dragon there. Yes, it is a Cloud, which at this stage in the life cycle of the game, probably the most impactful soul. The Vikings getting that little extra stack towards it could prove valuable if they get all the way to the soul and get 4 Clouds, potentially. But, I mean, GAM, I think the wherewithal there to not overcommit, not overplay their hand is very smart.
Absolutely agree. And just back to the point, Ares was actually unable to get that top turret because Kratos was able to respond. Just got there and was able to defend that wave. So unfortunately, GAM gave the Drake over and didn't get much in return, if anything at all. So it's a really slow game, this one. They're all posturing, they're all feeling each other out, but something's got to happen sometime. We've all got our ults, we've all got our flashes, we've all got our TPs, so it's going to explode.
Yeah, I mean, it's feeling very reminiscent of that GAM CFO grand final game where just nothing happened with Amundo in the jungle, and then suddenly Honky said, well, I'm just bored now. Can we end this in full sends on an Akali, and wins the game. This time around, yeah. I think a little bit different in terms of stakes at the very least. It's not like this is a qualification match to an international event. I think you can play it a little bit safer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, with this split as well, there are those championship points too to consider. You know, every win is just that little bit more valuable. Every game that you play counts just that little bit more. So, I don't know, maybe they've got that on the line. I'm just wondering now, you know, we're heavily warded over the Baron. MVK has the vision advantage. Taki trying to probably get in there to clear some as we get an engage from Elio here.
They've found an angle, but RS does have that Emperor's Divide. Clears away. Drakthar sends it in. Cataclysm onto 2. This could be opportunity. Solar Flare is flashed away from Guri and Elio, just limping out, trying to get away. The piercing arrow's not there. Another flag and drag. Guri could be in trouble. Equalizer out. Headbutt. Command Shockwave into the tower, and Drakthar will die 22 minutes into the game.
It happened. It finally happened.
Kratos, he wants more. He's looking for the all-out, drags Kiara away. There's a flash there, but no. Pulled out by the satchel charge. Knocks him back into the waiting arms of MVK. Will fall the Shogun, and it's been brewing 20 minutes long, and MVK break the dam.
Yeah, and break it in style they did. This is a fight that obviously MVK engaged on, and GAM were like, yeah, you know what, we want this. They turned around, they committed Ares with the Shurima, the ult as well. We had Drakthar Cataclysm over the top as we see the Elio engage again on Ares, putting the exhaust as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at it, Cataclysm 1-2. The equalizer just a little bit too far away to be dropped there. And they are well committed here, GAM. They want it flag and drag. Looks like it's going to be done picture in picture. They found Taki as well, but the command Shockwave just pulls Drakthar back into lethal range. and they find Taki. So now 3 kills going their way. Kratos, I mean, this is a ballsy call. That deep says, I've got this. Pulls Kaya back into enemy territory in the river. The satchel charge from Shogun absolutely denies any chance at survival here, and that bomb just bouncing away from Shogun to finish. MVK have been disrespected, it would seem, and they are looking to make us pay.
Absolutely, and as you say, we're in the replay and picture-in-picture live, we actually saw Taki go down, so MVK has extended that lead now. They're 3-0 up, they're 5,500 gold up. It feels like the dam has broken and MVK has decided now is the time, as we see Taki just clearing out some wards in the enemy jungle.
Greeding for a ward, and then Guri comes in. Mega Inferno Bomb over top, and Kratos just slapping away with those Tofus. Guri picks it up easy as you like, and the dam has broken, but that is only half the battle. MVK up 5.4k gold now. They just need to work to close the game.
Absolutely. They definitely have, eked out this early to mid-game advantage now. They're squarely in the lead right now in this mid-game, but now they have to close it out for the late as all eyes are on the Baron. Drakthar is rotating around, clearing out some vision wards here. Maybe they're looking for a pick into a Baron play. Again, as mentioned previously, Baron not worth as much gold anymore, but definitely has that armor and MR shred going for him. So still a risky maneuver if it's a 5v5.
I mean, the biggest problem you see for GAM right now is they are pretty heavily invested in, magic damage right now. Between the Azir and the Rumble, that is the vast majority of the damage. Yes, Artemis is able to contribute, but not in the most meaningful way. And that, allows Kratos to pretty heavily invest into magic resist, which makes getting through him that much more difficult. Yeah, Drakthar and Artemis can do some, but not in a meaningful way. This isn't on-hit Varus. He can't just chew through you and then get you off the board. And I don't know if there is necessarily the easiest answer to clear this Cassante out anymore.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you there. Cassante has built himself up into this powerhouse of a wall, and I just don't see how the AP damage will get through him. Artemis, unfortunately, so far has had very minimal impact, being 0-0-0. It's a tough ask when it's, a 3-0 sided fight right now. The engages, we haven't been able to see them synchronize and overlap those ults to put Artemis in the position to be able to get that poke down from range on these enemy champions stuck in that position.
Yeah, the itemization as well just makes it even harder. Edge of Night there for Guri, which does mean that he's a little bit harder to deal with in the middle of these team fights. Having that spell shield. Cosmic Drive for Cardi, which means he's going to be incredibly mobile. Not necessarily in terms of being able to flash or dash away, but he's going to be moving hella quick throughout these team fights with the phase rush, with that Cosmic Drive, just dancing in and out of the range of abilities there. And then on top of it all, Shogun is working towards that Banshee's Veil. So again, they've got limited targets into who they can actually pull that trigger on.
Yeah, absolutely. Between Kratos' resistances and the straight-up spell shields just blocking entire spells, I don't see how GAM are going to break through them, to be honest. Let's talk Rumble ult, Drakthar ult, Artemis Taki, like the dream scenario. They line them all up, they put them into the circle. Wow, okay.
Yeah,
that did nothing.
Unsealed spellbook. Elio pops the cleanse just to get a little bit of movement speed to get himself away, and he's fine. No real issues there. It allows him to cycle into flash heal anyway, so I think he's pretty happy with that in the grand scheme. All the while, MVK have kept this top tier 1 alive. Top mid as well. Oh, they found an angle on the Drakthar. He's forced to flash away. TP coming in at Taki. Well and truly in the danger zone here. Might get hijacked. Forced to flash away, but in comes the supreme display of skill. They found Ares, but he's a tanky boy. Taki in trouble, but does have that resistance in the W. Just that natural bulkiness. And again, much like the early 20 minutes of this game, it is a nothing burger.
A big nothing burger. Like, every TP was committed. There were flashes committed. There were ults committed. Just like the first major fight we saw in the jungle, nobody died. Everybody walked away, returning to positions to start pushing those lanes up, clearing that vision out. This is a VCS derby, but it feels like they're not playing like the VCS tonight.
Yeah, and look, unfortunately, with that Eclipse for Leona, she's very, very hard to deal with, even with only an item and a half right now. Much the same for Ellie on this Alistar. That Unbreakable Will makes it very, very hard to take out. And so it does mean these opportunities to support isn't the one you're looking for. You need a target that is actually going to be killable. They don't find that, unfortunately. And I mean, even Aris, to his credit, on this Azir, with that Rylai's, is pretty bulky.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, let's even talk level advantage here, right? Like, Guri's got a 2-level advantage over Drakthar, which puts him in a dominant position. Artemis, however, has a 1 level over Shogun, but that's fairly close. And Taki, 1 level down on Elio as well. So I think it's fair to say that Guri in the jungler position is outperforming Drakthar at the moment. Significant CS lead, level advantage, and we're just seeing these, as you said, small incremental increases and advances snowball into this significant late game advantage as we fight around, poke, you know, test one another's barriers until the next Drake at 1 minute, or the Baron, which is currently up but warded.
That's exactly it. I mean, it would be soul point for either team if that Dragon was secure, but that's a minute away, and MVK are posturing pretty aggressively around the Rift. Rabadon's Death Cap, now finished for Cardi. This is, I mean, about as full build as we got from an Orianna last year. And that is a very scary prospect because she does hit incredibly hard, even at this stage in the game. Level 16, so 3 levels in that Command Shockwave with the Rabadons and that Blackfire Torch and the Mega Inferno Bomb dropped onto Artemis, takes out 40% of his HP.
That did some damage. You know when you see something hit and it hits for way more than you expect and you just gotta, oh, that was one of those moments. Yeah. Like, we're looking at a 3 and, like, would you call that a full item? It's a 3.5 item Ziggs there, just absolutely pumping these
technically
towers.
4 because it's like 3 and then 2 half items, so it's kind of, I mean, much of it muchness. He's got that magic pen, so he is working well on his way towards what is going to be a 4th item. But I think it might angle towards the Crypt Bloom, honestly, which makes a lot of sense given that you're going to have 3 champions looking to try and survive through the middle of these hectic team fights. Taki might be in a position to leverage something here, but Elio, again, just dancing around, has that spidey sense tingling in the back of his brain, the bovine sense, I suppose. They're looking for an angle onto Elio. They do get the flag and drag off. Solar Flare's there as well. Unbreakable Essex. Actually, a cleanse coming out here. They're hunting Elio desperately right now, looking for anything they can, but he's surviving for so long. It looks as if he will fall, though, in the end. It goes to Artemis. But that is a good 20 seconds nearly to take down an Alistar support.
They had to commit everything just to get the Elio support, to get some advantage to maybe try and force a fight around the Baron, which they're having to retreat from. While Elio did die there, worth for everything that they had to pay to do it.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it does mean that they can't take that Baron, and the crystals crack, and then it's gone. It was there for a moment, gone the next, and Shogun is just stacking up the cash.
Absolutely. Like you pointed out, early game, like MVK, we're here in the Dragon Pit right now. They look to be getting their 3rd in a row. GAM isn't anywhere near contesting, and they do have Kratos over the top side, so MVK has vision on the Baron as well. This is just a clean Drake take from MVK.
How many games at 31 minutes in is a jungler allowed to solo take a dragon without any pressure elsewhere on the map? That's a very impressive thing for MVK to have manifested right now, sitting on Soul Point. It's a 4-kill game, Logan.
Yeah, we are 32 minutes in and we are at 4 kills. And GAM has not taken a single turret.
That's a grim looking for a team that made it to the mid-season invitational last year. Oh wow, okay. Well, buckle in, guys. This kill took 3 to 4 business days, so we might be here a while. Solar Flare out as well. He then cleanses out of it, walks himself away. They throw everything bar the kitchen sink only because they didn't pack it for the trip. And they finally get the cow. It goes to Artemis, and then nothing of merit, nothing of substance happens.
It was literally a pick at the cost of, I think, 3 or 4 ults there. We even got Artemis, Chains of Corruption. And that was, as you say, that was it. Like, MVK still got the Drake. MVK still had eyes on the Baron. So nothing happened despite Elio dying. Oh,
a flash, if nothing else. They've got a TP coming through. Drakthar, 3 of them into the Mega Inferno Bomb. Where did Artemis's health go? And again, nothing bigger.
And again, a lovely stroll back to base where we'll heal up and return to the Rift.
I think we call that a zoning ult in the business.
Yeah.
Zoning ultimate. It went 3 meters wide. That one actually was pretty on the money. And a scary look into how much damage MVK can do in a pinch. So if that Cataclysm goes down with any other member of GAM inside it, oh boy, there is a very old meme in the League of Legends community. Jarvan is helping, and, well, he was not.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Absolutely. Like, yeah, the Cataclysm, it has to be used right in this situation because, as you say, your circle theory, right? Ziggs has one of the biggest, nastiest circles, and his circle is bigger and better than yours, Drakthar.
Oh, they're brewing for a fight. Taki finds the angle, equalizer down onto 2, but it's not finding the damage. Surima shuffle. It gets a big opportunity for GAM. They find 1, they find 2. Big shutdowns found, but Kratos has hijacked himself the target. It's Kiaya, but look at the damage coming out. My God, they're burning through him. The all-out dispatches of the resistances in favor of damage, and an absolute rout from GAM. A 4-for-1 and a Baron to boot. This is exactly what they were waiting for.
Pinch me, because did that actually just happen? They just engaged and went 1 for 4, but Shogun is still punishing them for it by getting that mid-tier 3 turret. That was explosive, but still traded back well from MVK.
It was just an oversight, unfortunately, for MVK, fighting in these choke points, which is where the champions like the Rumble shine, where the Azir shines. A supreme display of skill does not connect in any meaningful way, and you look at it just dragged back in. They find the kill onto Ari's orbit for free, and Sante is great in the side lanes in a 1v1 setting, but in the middle of a team fight with the ult pop, you might as well be paper.
Yeah, absolutely, and I really think Kiaya did so well to live there and drag that fight out to Kratos, dished back a lot of damage on him, made him very, very killable for once GAM had won the rest of the fight and turned it back around. As we see that gold lead now cut from, I want to say, around 9k down to about 4,500. So GAM not out of this one yet, but they still have a long road ahead of them. They're going to need to contest these Drakes. They're going to need to defend this mid, which is very, very exposed, and with someone like Shogun able to destroy buildings quicker than I can blink, it's a tall order for GAM.
Absolutely. Guardy up in that top side. Looking to shove that wave in. Tower finally goes down in that bot lane. It has been surviving for such a long time. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't do a heck of a lot to the minions when they're baroned up. So if nothing else, it just thins the herd somewhat. As GAM crash on and take the tier 1 in the mid lane. Kratos doing what he can. But RS has the range and that Rylai's to make it that much more uncomfortable. Cardi, meanwhile, up in the top side, is just going to be uncontested as he looks to take this tower. The empowered recall, solar flag and drag combo, Shogun. Satchel is there, no flash to his name, smite out and the bonk on the head. Guri in the back line has now been seen. Elio there to come in, equalizer. He's going to clip Guri, just do some damage, but it's going to enable GAM to keep charging on down that mid lane.
Absolutely. Suddenly this game has come to life. I mean, GAM have got, 3 turrets in this one push. They were able to, Cardi was on top side getting the 1. GAM got the 3, got a kill. They've really reasserted themselves, and if they've cut that gold lead down to 2k, they're also working on the Drake, which could absolutely, get them both on soul point and really create a point of tension here in another 5 minutes when the last one comes up. I mean, from a game that was going so slow to what we're seeing right now, I'm loving it.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly you take perspective of the game, and the fact that there was so much standing gold on the Rift completely negates that gold lead that was held by MVK. They find Shogun without the flash, all those items built. There is nothing you can do to run away from a Jarvan at this stage in the game. A massive shutdown picked up. Now, the lead at one point was 8,000 gold, nearing 9. He's only 2.8. You can see GAM well in this with a chance at 37 minutes. Those gold leads don't mean a heck of a lot in that grand scheme. Oh, flag and drag. They've been an angle onto Shogun. No flash there. Streamer shuffle, but somehow they've whipped the play. They've cleared Shogun to safety and botched an opportunity. Luckily, nothing for MVK to then turn around and capitalize on. So GAM will walk away and hope no one noticed.
Wow. GAM being GAM's worst enemy right there. I mean, they had Shogun, I'm not going to say dead to rights, but they had a really good shot. Obviously, they were in that brush. They were being really, really patient, and they were like, you know what? You know, we spent too much time. Let's walk away. And as they start to walk away, Elio and Shogun head in. Drakthar gets that really good Cataclysm on the Shogun, and then Ares's ult just out you go. You're not in that Cataclysm. You're free. Off you go. We'll catch you later. Just that anti-synergy there, probably maybe a lack of communication, unfortunately worked against GAM for what could have been a really good pick.
A little bit too eager, I think, more than anything. But top laners, now 20, I think we are heading towards the longest game so far in the 2026 season. Yes, it is only a single weekend sample size, so it's not much to say. But we are getting well deep into it. Drakthar behind enemy lines. They're looking for the collapse here. Pushed into the wall. The great Supreme display of skill. Guardian Angels popped, and if they can find him here, there's nothing more to take other than push that mid lane. And I think Artemis makes a great call. Shoves that wave in as deep as possible to deny MVK, with Kiaya also working his way down the bot lane. So they get the pick onto Drakthar, but nothing for it.
Yeah, I think that's really smart gameplay from GAM to be like, hey, we lost our jungle, we're 4v5, you know, identifying that risk in their top and mid lane, which neither of them have those turrets. And they're like, you know what, we need to push these waves out as far as we possibly can. And look at the state of the MVK bot side jungle. It is heavily ordered by GAM there. GAM have a lot of vision as we go to this replay here again.
Yeah, I mean, it was sort of, it looked like it was going to be a great play. Ares just, unfortunately, a little bit too short there. I don't know if the plan was to try and Emperor's divide him back into the team, whatever the case may be. He just came up a little bit short. Ultimately ended up helping Shogun get himself away to safety. But with 39 seconds left on this Baron, still over 2 minutes left on Soul for either the teams, it is going to be a vision control game.
Absolutely. The next minute and a half are going to be really important as Taki waits here in this brush. Guri senses something's up and just checks it out, goes, nope, someone's in there, away we go, but we'll clear vision around Baron Pit, and they're invading the enemy jungle again. Drakthar needs to be careful. We don't want to see a repeat of what just happened. As you say, vision going to be critical. We can see the red wards going down GAM for the Drake. We can see the blue wards going top side for the Baron, as there's a lot of posturing occurring in the mid lane. They may be raring for a fight. This fight could win the game for whoever comes out stronger.
That wave is well prepped up on the top side as well, and you can see Kiaya beelining to answer it. They need to get that wave shoving back in a better direction in their own favor, because if a Baron take happens for MVK, they quickly transition that into a top lane push, and that could be game. Looking for push in, they clear out Ares' tower in the mid lane. Artemis TPing back in to try and assist. There is so much building in terms of stakes in the near future.
Absolutely. I mean, we look at the summoners. Everyone's got their summoners except Artemis's TP. MVK has all their summoners except Kratos with that flash. We're talking 4 items on everyone except
Elio's level 13. He is 7 levels lower than Kiaya currently. He's 2 levels lower than Taki even. So somehow Elio is slipped behind. I mean, to be fair, the Unbreakable will, even level 2, somewhat mitigates that, but I think less than ideal in this situation. He's going to have to try and find some experience sometime soon. He wants to take over to 16, hit that sort of peak cow moment. You can see GAM looking to set themselves up that line of vision, give them that control around the Baron Pit.
Yeah, I mean, GAM are moving as a team here. They're playing it safe. I mean, you have to, if you lose this fight by any significant margin, the game is just going to break wide open. You know, GAM have responded to those waves. They've bounced them in their favor by the looks of this one. MVK, GAM just posturing around mid, waiting for someone to pull that trigger, waiting for someone to engage. And, you know, both teams, they want to be the team that wins that fight. They want to take that Drake, which is up now, and get Soul, and Guri's already onto it.
Oh, it's
and
looking
GAM
like
has no vision.
Guri's going for the dragon, but GAM look like they're in the Baron Pit looking to start things up. Drakthar and Ares trying to steal it away from under the noses of MVK. You can see the posturing, looking for the group up. They may have tried to find an opening, but there you go, Dragon Soul taken. But it's going to be the fight down the Baron Pit, 2,000 HP in a dream. It's going to be GAM who take it. And they slink away into the night. No fight brewing whatsoever. Not a single person dies. And it's a Baron for Soul trade.
How does this keep happening? How do we keep having these big fights and these big moments and then nobody dies, everyone walks away?
We're in Bizarro world. This is the anti-BCS.
We're in a 43-minute game and it's the BCS.
Now I think we, at one point, managed to crack a record for the longest game of the year last year at any Tier 1 competition. I think it was 49.5 minutes. It was a absolute stinker of a marathon. We are 43 minutes in. Sol versus Baron Witt is going to be the difference maker. Blade of the Ruin King, picked up here by Artemis. I don't know how much uptime he's actually going to have in terms of attacking, but it is going to mean they take these towers fast to equalize the drop. Catches Shogun, Solar Flare onto Cardi, but it's going to catch the spell shield and nothing more. They drop the Mega Inferno Bomb, trying to clear some of these waves, trying to create gap any whatsoever. And again, still lots of posturing. Not an ideal lane state for either team.
I'm almost at a loss for words for what's happening right now. We see, obviously, GAM is trying to... as we get a...
Oh, Kiaya almost gets jumped on there. That's a supreme display of skill. Gone top tier 2. Now dropped as well as GAM. The slow march in towards MVK's base, knowing full well that both mid and top inhibitors are exposed on their own side of the map. Kratos there does take some punishment, looking to try and just shrug it off. That can't return, builds the shield back up. But this is a very, very tenuous hold by either team. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down. All Out is there. No command shockwave. There is a lot missing from the side of MVK. Some key ults still up and available for GAM. And that equalizer, even off cooldown. Guri looking for the angle into Kiai. RS is there. The Shurima shuffle lands. The dam breaks again. This time, GAM's way, it would seem. RS takes a lot of damage. Taki looking for the flash. End of the blade, misses the opportunity. But it is a 4 versus 5. Guri gone. That was a significant portion of the damage that won't be there for the team. And it looks like there's no way. 35 seconds left on this. They're going to try and crack the top lane, the mid lane. They're going to hedge their bets and try and get one or the other. RS sitting there. Can they crack it? Kratos and a Toppy Strike 3 onto Draxthar, but it's not a great target. In fact, Yaya all the while slow burning down in the spot lane. So they've broken things wide open here. It's not going to be a baroned up team. Do they commit to GAM, look to try and end it, or do they back themselves off and look for a reset? They're still 21 seconds away from Guri. I think GAM have to pull the trigger here. They have to try and make a miracle happen. Drakthar's on the backside. He gets the combo. He's landed on Cardi and Shogun. They're doing it under the Nexus towers, but big damage coming back. They get Cardi. The tower goes down. Equalizer on 2. It's an absolute wire. GAM bide their time. They weather the storm and win the game.
Holy. From what was potentially looking to be our longest game, what started out to be probably one of the slowest we've had in a while, ends in an explosive all-in one push. I mean, GAM clearly making the right call there to get that Baron, pressuring all 3 lanes. You know, Kiaya getting jumped on by Guri and flashing away. Guri circling back around, but Ares anticipating the circle and being able to answer that, get that kill on a Guri, give GAM the 4v5 advantage, allowing them to push all 3 lanes at once and take that victory in the end, especially off the back of that Draktharr engaged, equalizer over the top. Really, really well-deserved win there from GAM.
It might be GAM time, but there's some daylight savings going into it as well. I think the clocks may have been turned forward a little bit more than GAM would have liked, to say the very least, but they get it done. They get the win over the line. And what you would have thought was a bloodthirsty manner, given how long the game went. 45 minutes, 46 seconds for what was ultimately a 15-kill game. That is crazy. That is a kill every 3 minutes, Logan.
1 every 3. I've got to look this up. I would love to know the lowest kill per minute rate in any tier 1 game so far, because I reckon this is a contender. But look at that Ziggs damage. My God.
Nearly 1,000 damage a minute.
That is phenomenal.
Oh dear. Unfortunate to say the least, and the gold swings only back GAM's way at the very end there. And unfortunately, I think MVK going to be kicking themselves a little bit. If Guri doesn't go down just outside their base, there is a chance they can then salvage that Nexus fight. But unfortunately, it is not to be. What a game it was, though. On the edge of the seat the entire run, and Draxthar, to his credit, trying to do everything he possibly could to crack the armor of MVK and give GAM the winning opening. But it did not present itself until the bitter end.
Absolutely. As you say, Drakthar was trying and trying and trying. And to be frank, Guri was out CSing Drakthar something phenomenal, had level advantage, had item advantage. But that Drakthar J4 Cataclysm ult toward the end of the game, I personally feel really sealed the deal, just jumped on top of them and allowed GAM to take that victory. As we see some replays here, some highlights from the game, you know, Taki here just getting caught out deep in the enemy jungle, trying to clear a ward and pays for it with his life.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, oh dear. You thought maybe for a moment this was going to be that prime opportunity for MVK to get themselves a leg up on the competition. But it's not to be. GAM are truly the kings of the long game. Anti-BCS through and through. They were the only ones who didn't subscribe to that chaotic all-in brawl style play last year. They were much more measured, much more patient. And they get it done here in an absolute long-haul run.
Yeah, you are spot on. That experience served them well. You know, I feel like some teams might have gotten antsy, gotten impatient and pulled the trigger to their own detriment. But GAM, they played it safe, they played it slow, they respected their opponents, I feel. You know, a lot of those fights where they didn't all in, it was a matter of, if we all in and lose this, we probably lose too much, so let's not. And then ultimately that allowed them to take that victory in an absolute, I'll call it a barnstorming one shot, you know, all three turrets, all three inhibitors, and then the Nexus gone.
It was 40 minutes, and then suddenly 5 minutes later the game was over. It was an absolute experience for sure. But that does conclude game one. That was game one of a best of three series. The VCS Derby goes 45 minutes long with potentially 2 more to play. And for my money, Drakthar Iris with a 2 to watch in that. And I mean, Iris had a lot to answer last year. I mean, there was a lot of doubters, a lot of haters, and he's come back proving why he is the sole mid lane option for this GAM roster. When we come back after the break, we'll see if he and the rest of GAM can get it done in 2, or if the Vikings, MVK, fight back.
Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Count up the blood and sweat and tears I sacrificed for this. Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home to dub. Yeah. Look at the grind, this type of hustle is hard to find. Look at the time, all of my winning is stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them L's, right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time, I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Focused on now is bringing us home to dub.
The steps I take to close this space. What I believe, the more I get a world away. The whispers I hear keep me in place. The steps I take to close this space.
And I swear I wanted it that way, till I saw a way out with you. And I don't know why, but I know it's true. I want a way out with you. Does the reason have to be the proof? Guess I don't know both, but I'm sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough.
There ain't no stopping this groove. Let the groove get it to you. Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Arch your back with it. Arch your back with it. Arch your back with it. Put 'em in a trance. Arch your back with it. Arch your back with it. Arch your back with it. Put 'em in a trance. Shake, shake, shake. Get low. Shake, shake. Give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came. Give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came. Give 'em what they came for.
Coming back from the break, and you'd think we were going into game 3, honestly, but it is not. It is game 2 here between GAM and MVK off the back of a 45-minute. An absolute long haul, your average wait at the Department of Motor Vehicles in most countries, but we are here. Game 2, Vikings absolutely in the driver's seat for the better portion of that game until GAM said, hold on, I want to turn.
Yeah, you know, they were playing around, they were dancing, and eventually, as you say, GAM were just like, you know what, we need to end this game, and we need to end it now. They let, you know, MVK get that soul, and then they got Baron for themselves, pushed in and won it. It feels like GAM had places to be. They were like, look, we're here to play League, but, you know, we got plans later tonight, and we're going to make them. So I expect GAM to... I mean, if we see the same game again and it's like long and slow and drawn out, it'll be surprising, I'll be honest, as we jump into picks and bans.
Nico Poppy again taken in the first phase by Vikings and then GAM respectively. So we are matching Pat and Silas again followed. So we are 3 for 3.
No surprises there. Nautilus. No, not Nautilus, sorry. Malphite. I saw Nautilus and I'm like, oh, no, it's going to be Malphite. You can count on that.
You'd absolutely imagine. Giving the ban priority, I think Vikings probably looking to take it away from themselves if they can. Again, that hyper-aggressive jungle style. You want something like the Malphite, which is very aggressive post-6.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've Anivia.
Oh, Anivia. Okay. I mean, the new items coming in, the Actualizer, does empower a lot of these mana prio mid laners, Anivia being one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Rise, he's also loving this Actualizer, a new item on the Rift this year. But we also haven't seen any sort of like assassin mid laners. So I'd be interested to see if anyone wants to pick one of those today, as Renekton cops a big old ban from MVK.
Crikey, he's gone. He's back in the Billabong. Not going to be showing his head around here anytime soon. What do they round it out with GAM? Mbessa off the Rift, another jungler that has been looking reasonably strong. I mean, was crazy strong in the top lane last year. Now transitioning into the jungle, looking just as scary. And Rise going to be look to lock in here, and it is. It's going to be the Rise. Instead of Malphite first, Cardi and the rest of the VCS mid laners have looked pretty darn good on it.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to prioritize that mid lane and grab that Rise. And maybe, as you mentioned, that we will see him build that Actualizer as well. But it'll be interesting to see what GAM want to respond to here in that mid lane, if they pick the mid lane or they put priority on that Malphite and Talia.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think you can hold for the moment. You know that your opponent's exposed their mid laner. They've shown, oh, well, we're going to go Rise. So you can pick your mid laner quite comfortably. You don't have to worry about getting banned out in the second phase. You're not going to be losing anything by picking it at this stage. And they do just that, of course. Yunara coming through from Artemis in terms of high prio bot picks. That has to be one of them.
Absolutely. And Yunara across all regions is proving strong. Oh,
and there you go.
It is.
They say, give us an opening. We are going to kick that door down. Come on in, steal your lunch, and probably sit on the couch and watch TV for a few hours. They pick the Malphite up. The Kai'Sa to pair with it quite nicely on the backside. Going to be jumping on in with that killer instinct.
Absolutely. I mean, Malphite ult and then the Kai'Sa ult. You're going to go from, oh, there's no enemy around, to being absolutely ambushed. I mean, they don't even need to ult. Rise could ult them right on top of you, as GAM look to pick up the Mundo, actually. So that will be quite interesting to see. Most likely going over to Drakthar there, as we then see GAM looking to ban away from MVK. They're probably going to want to try and stop something that complements this Kai'Sa very nicely, so it might even be a support pick, which is also yet to be chosen.
Yeah, I mean, the Mundo paired into the played into the Malphite is turning out to be pretty darn common in the grand scheme of things. Does a decent amount of magic damage, so it doesn't suffer all that greatly in the face of the Malphite. And away from Kratos, who, I mean, has really embodied that name, being the god of war in the top lane, just single-handedly taking over the Rift. And the magic, RS, it's GAM time. He's no Beethoven of esports. He's no Jimmyan, but RS is pretty damn good in his own right. He has that magic in him for sure. We've seen that time and time again throughout the year. I mean, you look at last week, 6-1-4 on his own Rise pick, 7-0-4 on the Ari. The guy goes deathless against the best team coming out of 2025. Single death, technically, if you want to go the whole series. So, anything in his hands, even the Talia, he's going to be an absolute weapon with it.
Absolutely. Such a strong statement performance from him, as you point out. As we go through a few more of the bans, GAM rounds theirs out with another Nautilus ban. They really don't like that long-range engage into what they're building there with the Yunara. Maybe the Thresh support is being hovered. This could work really well with those hooks.
I don't hate it. I mean, it's traditionally paired with the Aphelios just because Aphelios naturally doesn't have all that much mobility. Yunara, admittedly, doesn't have a huge amount of it herself until she gets that Transcendence online. Then she gets a little bit, but I think it makes a little bit more sense in terms of not just the disengage, but mobility around the Rift. That Tempered Fate as well, being a threat from a pretty decent distance away, being able to throw that down and try and provide some opportunities. Nidalee is Nidalee and Aatrox, potentially. So Nidalee, I imagine, is going top here for Kratos. It'd have to be.
Yeah.
And okay, this has to be Malphite support. Malphite support, Aatrox, jungle, Nidalee top. That's my guess.
I agree. I can't disagree with your guess here, as we see Zahen being hovered.
Well, I can tell you it's not going to be Zaheen support, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
It's going to be locked in, which means it's going to be Zaheen top lane, unless we do see a bit of a shake-up, and it's going to be Zaheen jungle, Mundo top lane.
There we
is
go.
This
It's caught up.
Nidalee support?
Nidalee support? I mean, Nidalee
Okay.
has heal, Nidalee has poke, Nidalee has a little bit of engage and traps. I mean, it's an interesting decision.
Okay, I mean, look, we have seen somewhat of a rise of those Enchantress supports again because of how the Diadem of Songs, and I can't remember the other one on the top of my head. It's completely blanking for me. I'll get to it. But yeah, that other item, just being able to pump out healing while doing a significant amount of damage. Oh, look, MVK pioneered so many different strategies and approaches last year. I'm here willing to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like Nidalee is still a better cook than Zahen in support, as we saw last week. So I'm keen to see what they do with it. If they definitely do build it as support, you would kind of hope so. Whether they lean into the strength of the healing ability with that new Diadem of Songs, as you mentioned.
And the Echoes of Hellier, that's the one. They synergize and provide healing on damage. So I'll take it.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, you get that spear poke down, and how much healing are you going to do? We'll find out as we get some chants from the crowd.
I mean, look, I'm here for it. I mean, the attack speed steroid that Nidalee offers in her kit with that heal. Look, it feels reminiscent of an age past, that is for sure. But with a Kaiser, that on-hit build could prove terrifying.
Oh, interesting. Nidalee looks like she's actually going a top lane rune build there. Very tanky. So
I don't know if there's necessarily any other way you'd want to build. Really, you're not going to be too heavy prone into the damage. You can obviously switch back into that melee form, get the increased health. I think it is with the Grasp of the Undying. So it's a bit of tech that we saw at the Jace top lane last year.
Absolutely.
And the Nidalee top lane like twice, and it didn't matter anyway because they were playing into a Scion who. It just got infinitely tankier, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, I do remember the LCK had a period where they absolutely loved Nidalee top lane. Zeus loved it. So we're seeing a lot of poke actually come out of Elio onto Artemis, just really using that bush, vision control to their advantage.
Oh, Elio getting some attacks off. Shogun, though, in a bit of trouble, looking to have to run back here. As that heal is only going to offer you so much in the early levels. It's got a pretty decent cooldown, all said and done. Oh, Cosmic finding a bit off the mark there for Taki.
Yeah, as we see, Taki has popped the heal. Elio has popped the heal. Shogun, however, has also popped barrier. So Artemis does have the summoner advantage right now.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. We knew that coming in from Champions Select. It's also Electrocute Malphite, which speaks to me that this might be an aggressive Malphite build rather than just your stock standard tank Malphite, which we've come to see. I could be wrong. It could just be for that little bit of added damage on top of the tank Malphite. Who's to really say? But Zaheen making his way into the LCP as well for the second time. We haven't got to see up at the top lane, but he has sort of gone transatlantic. He's gone top to tail. He was down in the bot lane as a support for Orchid. Now he's up in the top lane.
Look, he just likes exploring the Rift, you know. It's a new place. He hasn't been here before. He's got to make sure he checks it all out. Really feel like he's settled in at home before he makes a decision whether he stays or not. That's what I'm hearing. Did you see Yunara delivered Xin Zhao's spear tip back to the King of Demacia? You know, just like, hey, sorry about this. It happened. Here's the spear tip.
Yeah, we weren't quite sure because obviously he's not wearing his crown in the cinematics. So like, is it Jarvan? It looks like Jarvan, but he's not wearing the crown. So yeah, look, maybe Sion's gone and stolen another one. Who's to really say? But yeah, exactly. It's just going to be two dudes with big two-handed weapons slap fighting in the top lane. It seems.
Yeah, I remember when Zahen released and the passive, like basically a free death, they were like, oh, it's the old Aatrox back. And so everyone's like, oh, look, it's Aatrox brothers. Like
Aatrox 2.0, new and approved. Down in the bot lane, though, things are getting a bit bleak for GAM. Drakthar comes in support, but that mystical journey means that they get themselves away at the time. Oh, my lord, the Prey Seeker. Unfortunately, it's a little how do you do out the door, courtesy of Shogun.
Yeah, that was, mind you, that was an absolute snipe through the minion wave in the dark. It would be interesting to get a replay on that trade because, like, when we cut to it, they were at quite a disadvantage there. You know, Shogun and Ellie are really driving home their advantage. Artemis has popped the barrier, still has the flash, and Shogun's barrier is nearly back up. So Artemis will soon be at the summoner disadvantage.
Yeah, great bit of vision control here from GAM. It means they know exactly where Guri is and can see that he is sitting level 4, working his way nicely towards level 6. And they get much the same on the other side. MVK do spot out Drakthar at his Raptors camp. And okay, so it looks like it is going to be the Bandle Pipe's first item here for Guri, which we did see last time it's made its way onto the Rift in week 1. Just that little bit of a steroid for Shogun, and I think he's going to be happy to take any of that he can get.
Yeah, absolutely. The Bandle Pipes were swiftly called for a nerf, and they're actually going to get one in the next patch. They're going to go up from 2,000 gold to 2,300 gold because people believed it was a little too efficient for what it was worth, giving that AoE attack speed, a bit of movement speed, and the stat line. It was almost a mandatory first pick item for a lot of champs who can do that sort of immobilizing as well.
Oh, inflation hits the Rune Terror as well. It seems no one is immune. 300 gold. That's a price hike and a half. But either way, I mean, look, yeah, it has been an interesting item to see come into the Rift and just how it impacts things. That little bit of a, and it feels like those CC and even Enchantress supports have just that little bit more to offer now, being able to give that steroid to your bot later while still building some bulkier items.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we were here, Kratos actually got a really good push in on Kiaya, sent him back to base. He had to take a recall there. But Taki is just trading into Elio down on the bot side fearlessly as GAM goes for the first Drake of the game. This is going to be a Mountain Drake, and it looks like it's going to be a Mountain Soul if you manage to get all 4 as well. So that's a good start from GAM.
Well, unfortunately, I don't know if they're going to be just that lucky. The game tends to never quite dish you up what you want. Gives you something a little bit adjacent, but Drakthar takes the magical journey in the mid lane, looking to get up towards that scuttle that Kiaya has started up for him. Good teammate work there, making sure that the job is just a little bit easier, gives that little bit extra acceleration to Drakthar.
That's it. Good leash. Thank you very much. And then back to lane to just swing away at Aatrox. Kratos and Kiaya here, they're probably just going to... I was about to say.
It's
they're
just
probably just going to trade gently. Yeah.
Honestly, it's the trampoline top lane. Both of them going to spend far more time in the air than they probably wanted to at this stage. But either way, I mean, 6 minutes in, no drastic lead establishing itself. We did see that Vikings got themselves about 1,000 gold lead by this stage and kept accelerating it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As Elio is rotating around to protect that ward, Guri is moving in, and Taki and Artemis are aware Guri is in the area. You know, if they hadn't have been spotted, Guri probably would have been looking for that gank because he goes around the backside. Elio and Shogun preparing to push this wave in.
Oh, looking for the collapse. Guri does have that ultimate. Goes in, gets 2 of them. They get the first blood for Shogun, but that tower is ramped up, has to pop the barrier just to stay alive. That was well and truly going to take his head clean off, but he survives to fight another day and gets himself a decent chunk of change.
Yeah, look, well played by MVK there. They pushed the wave in, they collapsed together. The right person, Elio, tanked it up for as long as they could. Obviously, Shogun taking 2 ramped tower shots was not in their plan, nearly taking them out, as you say, as we get a replay here.
Yeah, I mean, holds that unstoppable force for a good long time. You see that Realm Warp coming in as well, just to provide a little bit of extra support should they have needed it. But no, I mean, yeah, that was a dicey one. Shogun, someone agreed, would have definitely been a death sentence from that.
No, absolutely. Well played by MVK. Good to get those sort of summoners out of the bot lane, get that little bit of advantage. You got to eke them out everywhere you can. Almost seems like the same game plan for game 2 as it was in game 1. MVK is just getting those small little advantages across the rift, which accumulates into a 700 gold lead right now as we're starting to build those items out as well. Guri with the Kindle Gem, Shogun with half an item down there. We've got Taki getting some health as well. And Kiaya's got a Tiamat, I believe it is there, ready to go.
I'd imagine going for the Titanic Hydra, but who's to really say at this stage? We haven't seen quite enough as Zaheen to make that call, I think, one way or the other. But as it stands, I mean, it's a decent enough lane so far for both Kiara and Kratos to say that as they're going at it hammer and tongs or sword and spear, technically, if you want to be real precise. This Void Grubs fight brewing. Kratos has been caught a little bit here, but Grub does go down. Tempered Fate connects, but it's only on to one. Do they find the angle onto Guri? Unstoppable Force. They find themselves the opening onto Kiaya. He falls immediately. No resurrection to come through. Guri flashes. Cheeky little flash south into the brush, and Kratos fighting to try and stay alive here while the rest of his teams goes after Ares. Cardi picks up the kill. Kratos is still alive. How is he still alive? He's managed to find Gap, but is looking to loop his way around as Elio. You're not a jungler here, buddy. You're not going to be clearing those Void Grubs. You're a support, Italy. So he just cleans up the ads, gets himself a little bit of gold. What you can as a support is valuable, to say the least. And Draktar says, oh, fine, I'll go back and finish what I started.
Yeah, like MVK came in, there was a bit of a tussle. MVK scored themselves 2 kills. Draktar started to engage in the fight, and then Draktar's like, oh, okay, well, I'll just get the grubs, which is what he wanted.
It's literally the classic Monday. Well, I've done all I can do, so I'm going to go back to what I was doing. Like, as soon as the flash is gone, he can't really chase much more. And it looked like it was going to be a really good catch. I have to say, though, Guri gets the ultimate onto the Zaheen, sets up the kill onto Kiai, and then watch this. Gets Seismic shoved back in, gets healed, flashes south rather than over the wall, baits out Garmin thinking that he's gone back towards the safety of his tower and runs himself away. Well, Cardi then runs down. Poor Garm's mid laner Ares.
Yeah, it seems to be a trend tonight, actually. The Risers do seem to be getting the upper hand on the Talias here tonight, as you saw against Keen a little earlier as well. I do really like Guri's play, right? Turning around and just annihilating Kiaya before that Zaheen can actually build up that passive as it happens over time. So you need to burst them down really, really quickly, and it worked a treat. And I do like Guri's flash, but what was interesting is that Draktar had his, Oracle lens going, and you saw the red flash in the bush, so they saw it but didn't notice that they saw it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think there was too much going on, and it's going to be a Zeke's Herald finished up first for Guri, so that's slow in the middle of a team fight. My lord, Kiai is now suddenly getting manhandled by Kratos. That's not the ideal situation, but I mean, again, Zaheen, the sample size probably not quite big enough for us to say for sure.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think maybe, obviously, Zaheen hasn't been on the Rift as long as Aatrox, I mean, to point out the obvious. So I dare say that most people are less well practiced with Zaheen. So it might just be like a practice diff, even though Kiaya literally has the CS and gold advantage over Kratos right now. But he is recalling, so that will swing quickly as MVK secure the second Drake of the game, and their first, it is a Hextech Drake.
Oh, the Inferno Soul coming through. I mean, it is going to be an on-hit standard build for the Kai'Sa, but you do get some value out of it, sure. And it is going to be the Stride Breaker, it looks like, for the Zaheen to start things off. Makes a lot of sense. It enables you to run things down a little bit more and keeps the sustain through that fight, but Heart Steel now finished for Draktar, so the bonk going to be starting up pretty hot and heavy. That Mundo really in its element in that aspect. I mean, you look at it, the quest starting to be finished up. It is going to be Draktar to finish it first. Has had a pretty decent timing all said and done, mostly because he's just been power farming.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And then close second is we've got, so Drakthar has finished their role quest, and then Kratos has also finished their role quest. So one aside, as Ares is forced to ult out to safety there from Cardi and what appears to be Guri. Yeah, so down the ult, but has the heal and no flash at the moment. Probably doesn't want to play too aggressively, but likewise, Cardi doesn't have a summoners, as we see Shogun also complete their role quest right now.
I mean, Shogun's had a pretty good time, all said and done. He's not up by a massive amount, but having found that kill at a decent amount of time on these towers, it would seem, because 1,300 gold doesn't manifest from, 20 CS and a single kill. He's found himself a lot of uptime on these neutral objectives.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, 1.8 gold, 1.8k gold lead just doesn't materialize out of nowhere, right? Obviously, there's about a 25 CS difference there, so Shogun really applying that pressure and keeping it up. As we see Kiaya also finish their role quest and just keep trading into this Aatrox. They're relatively evenly matched. The Aatrox is probably going to base soon to complete that first item, as we see it engage.
Fade onto Cardi. He's in a bit of trouble, but he flashes away from the seismic shove, avoiding disaster there. The redemption came down from Elio as well, obviously losing out on that health aspect. The redemption becomes more of an enchanter item, and Italy, pretty much that in spades.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, good decision making from Cardi there, seeing the three of them closing in, respecting the fact that that's likely a death, and using that flash. I think it was a smart flash. But obviously opening up to any future ganks that might be coming through as well.
I don't know what quite happened there. Apparently an alarm set for 11 p.m. I don't know who did that, but either way, we've dealt with the issue. Oh, dear. Either way, the game carrying on. MVK once again finds himself in the driver's seat, but they were there last game, Logan, and it slipped away from them.
Absolutely. I mean, so far this game, we have seen a little more action as Shogun and Guri do oh my lord, the damage out of Shogun early is massive, getting those stacks up as Zahen goes in here on Aatrox.
Drops the ulti, try and make a play, but that world ender as well in response from Kratos, just utilized to keep himself alive there. Flash from Kiaya as he gets a little bit too keen. Cardi with a Realm Warp in onto the backside, looking for an angle. TP coming through. Does he get the Rune Prison? No! Not going to be able to stop the TP out to safety, and Kiaya just narrowly escapes.
Absolutely. Ulting and then backing away from the fight and then seeing the Rise ult come through, respects it, walks under the turret, flashes to escape, and then the TP narrowly avoiding that Rune Prison stun that would have prevented that TP from going through. As we cut to a bot side with Kratos here up against Artemis and Taki for a little while before the rotation completes. We'll see just what work they can get done. Elio is here to support.
Herald fight brewing. As you can see, multiple members beelining towards that top side, dragging it a minute away. Fury's going to be the one slapping it first as Drakthar looking to zone off Cardi, get some lane priority. It's going to be dragged out of the pit as they do give on it just for the moment. Look at Guri picking up those pedals, running himself in, gets the Gromp. I don't think they're just going to be happy to leave it for the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're both one Drake apiece. Obviously, GAM has the grub advantage. MVK look to be putting some priority in the top side now with 4 members in the area. Guri looks to have started up this Rift Herald again, but GAM do have the vision. MVK know they have the vision, but GAM are not going to contest this one. They're like, you know what? All yours. We're going to go and put some priority on the bot side. As you can see, GAM seem to heavily favor putting their wards in enemy bot side jungle, currently with at least 3 down there, just to know what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Prioritizing the Dragon, which is a trend that we see pretty consistently throughout this year so far. Dragons seem to be the game winner at the end of the day. Taki here, as well as Drakthar, looking for an angle onto Kratos, who turns onto the poor, unsuspecting Bard. Guri and Elio coming in response. Can they find an angle? No, not going to be. GAM just walked themselves out of what could have been a very dangerous situation.
Absolutely. That was a really good and quick response there from MVK. What looked like could have been a 3v1 on the bot side suddenly turned into almost a 4v3 in favor of MVK as we get the ult out of Taki, and it just absolutely misses Shogun here. So now that's on cooldown for whenever the next fight might occur. There is a Drake in the pit.
Taki looking for the magical journey. Does have the flash heal as well. He's going to use it. Doesn't want to toy around with a Mel fight for too long because that can end pretty poorly. 3 minutes, Dragon up and alive. Both teams with players in position. Kiaya looks to take the opportunity. It would seem up on the top side. He's going to crash that wave in. It's only got the single plate left. They want to finish it off if possible. Yuri has it started. Shogun's there as well, but Drakthar throwing those briefcases. He's got a business meeting to attend, and unfortunately walks in and steals it. And he's taking the blueprint, he's taking the pattern, and he's getting the hell out of Dodge. And unfortunately for him, we don't deal with those that steal well. Vikings will claim the Mundo, but job's done.
Absolutely. Mundo, well done getting that Drake, but also by hovering around and keeping multiple members of MVK on that Drake to ensure the get, which unfortunately they failed, it also allowed Kiaya in the top side to push that turret in nicely as well.
Oh,
so really well played there by Gum.
RS big dive, but Guri's taking this tower, the flash away. RS will survive and forces the flash out of Guri, who just hung around for a mite too long. As we go to the replay, Drakthar did the exact same thing last game. Storched them out, sitting on top of a blast cone, and then walked it away. This time round, he just walks up, says, yes, thank you very much. This is indeed my order, and then leaves.
That was indeed his order. He wanted Drake for dinner, and he got Drake for dinner. And I made a mistake there. I said 4. There was 5 members of MVK down on the bot side for that Drake. GAM still got it and a turret. So really good play there from GAM. As Cardi goes in on Kiaya.
Yeah, look, I think we've forgotten that golden rule. Mundo goes where he pleases. And where he pleased was into that dragon pit and said, that, yeah, this is mine. Hey, I don't even know if it was his order. We didn't even give his name. He just took the bag and left. He was just in and out quicker than you'd like. He got chased down and finished. It's not quite how it works in the real world, but on the Rift it does. And yeah, Kiaya has just been playing these side lanes so well. Clears out the bot tier 1.
Absolutely. I just thought of the best skin for Mundo. Can you imagine that mascot, the purple mascot, the Hamburglar? Just get like a Hamburglar skin.
I feel like that'd be too hard to make. I'm definitely sure that Mundo could do food delivery Mundo, but it's just him taking a bite out of the burger every time he takes a step.
That would be fantastic. I mean, we got train conductor Orn. Let's get, food delivery Mundo.
I feel like we've already got too many good Mundo skins, and corporate Mundo kind of does take the cake, unfortunately. Throwing briefcases at people, riding his little cart. But right now, I mean, a 2.8k gold lead. GAM have still found themselves a decent amount of work around on the Rift itself.
It really feels like, whilst it feels similar to Game 1, I think GAM is still in a much better position at the same time this game than they were last game, right? They've got the 2 Drakthars.
Oh, Drakthar is very deep. They've got the Cosmic Binding on Deguri, the Seismic Shove as well. They do take the red, but Taki evaporates under the weight of the Vikings. Teleport in from Kiaya, has that Stride Breaker, looking for an angle, but Shogun found an angle onto his own, onto Drakthar on the back lines, but it's not going their way. Cardi falls. They find Drakthar, big money into the hands of Shogun as he rains the Castian Hellfire down. Artemis not done just yet. Kratos jumps over the wall, finds himself behind enemy territory. Artemis just desperately holding to life, will get cut down by the God of War, and Vikings turn the fight around.
Just as I was praising GAM's position, MVK must have heard me and went, nah, not anymore. We're going to take the team fight. We're going to take this mid-tier 1 turret, hopefully, and really be in a commanding position.
I think it's the most alone time a Herald has had with the tower so far in the last 6 months. That's kind of crazy. But you look at it, they thought they had Vikings dead to rights here. Drakthar, though, takes so much damage from Shogun with that buff up from Elio. And then, boom, Taki's there 1 second, gone the next. The only one taking that journey is Drakthar onto the back lines, but there Shogun quickly follows on after. My lord, the Vikings absolutely taking this hammer and tongs to GAM. MVK on a running riot.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, it really feels like GAM went into that fight thinking, yeah, we've got this, but MVK were able to turn it around. The Guri ult again, which is exactly as we see Shogun ult into Artemis.
Oh, Weaver's Wall. They unfortunately find themselves in a dire spot, but Shogun fancy fit around. Redemption is going to be there, heals him up. Iris now having been run for his life being turned on. Elio jumps in with Cardi's assistance, takes out Artemis, his former bot lane duo. And that is some revenge if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, and really, really quick response there from Ares to, Weaver's wall straight into that fight. But unfortunately, MVK were just as quick to turn around. We had Cardi Realm Warp right into that fight, and MVK proved the better in that 2v2. MVK have just been responding so well this game.
Oh, my lord. Yeah, okay, that is a bold call. Knowing full well that there is mobility in this GAM roster, but the turnaround steps just out of the seismic shove, avoids the scattered earth stun, and with Elio there, plus the redemption, able to turn that fight in a pretty meaningful way. Dragon is well taken. Both teams halfway to Seoul.
Yeah, absolutely. Both with 2 apiece, all role quests completed, and MVK up at 5+K gold lead. Kiaya just popping out of that brush there, giving Kratos a little surprise, but Kratos isn't worried. I'll hit you a little bit, I'll clear this ward, and then I'll be on my merry way, as the next big objective fight could break out over that Baron. However, GAM does have some good wards in place there. MVK has one as well. They will see if anything occurs. As everyone comes back out onto the Rift after a couple of fights, we've got some items here as well. Artemis has actually picked up one of the new ones, the Fiend Hunter Bolts, which is really strong as a marksman there. We really like to see that one.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it, honestly, and those right-click crit champions that have those big fighting ultimates like the Transcendence for the Yunara at the moment. So, I mean, look, if there was anyone on the Rift for this GAM roster that could really turn the tide, it is going to be him.
I mean, I almost feel like it's going to have to be him. He's feeling very strong right now with the 2 full completed items, obviously being the AD. However, is a little down in gold here. We do have a 1k gold diff from AD to AD, as we see some wave clearing from Shogun here, nice and quick, just to keep those waves pushed out, keep that priority for whenever MVK decide to pull the trigger on any objective they want, really.
Exactly it. And I mean, the game teetering, it still feels like, despite how significant a lead there is, that it is not completely done just yet. The papers have not been signed. The song has not been sung. GAM still have that opportunity to potentially bring this one back. You got a Mundo that is just going to keep getting beefier and beefier. And Naro, who scales incredibly well into the later stages of the game. Not to mention this Saheen, which we still have not quite limit tested in Tier 1 play in the LCP, mostly because it went support for some damn reason.
Well, they limit tested it in support, and they learned, you know what, there is a limit, we're not doing that again. But as you say, I mean, this game, it's still shaping up quite similar to game 1. There's a little more killing happening right now, thankfully, so it's a little more exciting, but there's just this slow burn, there's this build of tension, and it does not feel like GAM is out of this fight. It does feel like, I'm in this ward.
They find an angle, and this is a big overextension from Cardi, but he flashes away. Seismic shove does connect. The redemption not going to trigger in time, and a kill going the way of Artemis there. A chunk of change in the pocket, much needed for the bot laner of GAM.
Absolutely, that's the way back in. Get these picks. I mean, Cardi just had no idea that they were sitting on a ward, and GAM capitalized. They went in, they got it, they got the flash, everything, So GAM have got to be really happy with that. It relieves a little bit of pressure from them as they slowly build back up. As pings are going down on the Baron as well, I think they just want to get some vision on that one. But the next Drake is up in 2 minutes, and I don't think we're going to see any major item completions before then.
Yeah, unfortunately. An otherwise perfect plan, if not for the ward. And he did. He kind of cottoned on. But it was a little bit too late. If he'd flashed a little bit earlier, maybe he could have gotten himself out of danger. But no, does not quite have the reaction time there. Gets caught and punished for it. Oh, jumping on in. Big ult there from Guri. They get themselves a kill on Taki. No potential turnaround off the back of him, but unfortunately he's fighting into 3 members with only Elio in support, so it's a 1-for-1. That's because Kiaya's in on the backline. Shogun doing some big damage, but now Draktar's here to support. The turnaround, they get the kill onto Kiaya. Draktar not far to follow as Cardi gets his revenge from the grave. Ares can do naught but eat the chains of the God of War. And suddenly, the Vikings, MVK, answer back with real intent. Oh no, yeah. Artemis, no, the God of the Hunt is nothing in face of the God of the War.
Wow. Honestly, MVK Guri getting that engage was so good, such a strong start, but then only being able to secure the support and GAM being able to fight back. It looked like GAM were actually going to get a really good fight here, but Kratos with the World Ender in the backline just tanked up so much damage, allowing them to win the fight so strongly. They were then able to convert that into a Baron after getting Artemis under the turret.
They get 2. He then takes the journey to try and get onto the backline. He does distract pretty significantly there while Kiaya makes himself known in the backline, trying to find the fight, drops the ult onto Shogun, but the barrier just ignores a lot of that damage. And unfortunately for Drakthar, Artemis not in position to deal out that damage, finish off Shogun ultimately. And then Kratos flashes forward, connects onto Ares, gets the chain down, and MVK, ice cold in the veins. They thrive in the Arctic.
Yeah, this Kratos, you know, over the wall there just to finish up Artemis and then get the Baron. Like that Artemis kill there is salt in the wound, really. That was quite a dominant fight coming out of MVK. They wanted it, they pulled the trigger, they got it. The tides looked like they were turning, but really I think it played in MVK's overall plan. They really protected Shogun. Shogun was just basically able to free fire in the back line. Drakthar ate a lot of it, went down really quick as MVK get a significant gold lead and they get themselves another turret using these Baron empowered minions in the bot lane.
Now, we wait with bated breath. There's a very similar trajectory to what we saw in game 1 of the series, but GAM were able to weather that storm, bide their time, and turn the game on its head and ultimately find themselves the victory. The game, though, feels in a drastically different state compared to that one.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't look like they're going to be pushing to end here. Maybe just get the towers, maybe 1, possibly 2 inhibitors. The top lane still has the 2nd and 3rd turret standing. However, looking at the ults, everyone's ults are up, so maybe they might all in this one.
MVK take 2 inhibitors and they are going to regroup, get some items, look to make a play. There's 3 minutes and 30 seconds at least before at least the next neutral objective. It's the Inferno Dragon, the soul that would be there for MVK, and another 30 odd seconds beyond to the next Baron. So there is going to be a decent amount of downtime.
Absolutely, and GAM is now at a significant disadvantage. My apologies. You know, they're 10k gold down, they're a Drake down. They have to farm these waves. They have to keep them pushed out because, unfortunately, they've lost 2 inhibitors. So MVK has all the priority they could ever want in bot and mid, and GAM has warded the Baron side of the jungle, top Baron side, so heavily that MVK know the game sense is strong. They have to clear it all out because they probably want to go for that, you know, Baron in 3 minutes and make sure there are no wards for it, as well as it looks like they're going to take the top turret here.
The last few seconds of Baron are going to enable MVK to take all the outer objectives. Just crazy work on the whole for Vikings this game. They have dominated, looking to just send a message to their counterparts, or their compatriots, I suppose, in the VCS. A lot of posturing around a tier 3. Drakthar taking some big damage, my goodness. We'll just shrug it off and walk back. Realm Warp drop, looking for an angle, but they're going to jump straight into the Scattered Earth. It's only Guri alone. The Malphite quite happy to take it, I think, here, and that will allow that tier 3 tower to fall. And they're looking for an angle on Takati. Diving on deep. Redemption is going to be there. They just duck, dive, and dodge to safety, keep themselves alive, and the base of GAM is cracked wide open.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are playing dodgeball out there. They are duck, dive, ducking as well. I mean, Drakthar taking so much damage was impressive, but Guri even more.
Tempered Fate does go down, sidestep down. Oh, Guri goes deep, finds an angle onto 2. Tower falls, and they are just looking to pummel away at this GAM roster. Kiaya looking for an angle. Cardi in trouble, drops the ult. It's going to be Ares to find the kill, but in the backside, they get the trade back. Kiaya falls. Kratos trying to provide that opening, allow Shogun the opportunity, the damage he needs to turn this fight on its head. He's getting those attacks off into Taki, the base in shambles for GAM, but MVK still do not have enough to get this one done.
Yeah, that flash forward there from one of the team members of MVK to secure that kill on Zahen for Shogun was really good. It really allowed MVK to finalize that pressure and secure the kill, get that third inhibitor, and get out of the base, right? So it was a 4v4. MVK got what they wanted and got out. So now it's 1 minute to Drake. It's 1 minute 20 to Baron. I think MVK are going to take a full reset. They're going to rush out back to the Rift, and they're going to be placing those wards, get that vision advantage, get that, priority on those objectives, because if they can really drive this home, get that Infernal Soul, and then convert it into a Baron, it's game.
Absolutely. They are looking to do exactly that. They have had a commanding seat at the table here. They had the same in the last game, but unable to close that door. This time round, though, looking a little bit better. Ult down onto Artemis. In comes Shogun with the tempered fate saving there. Redemption on top. Shogun forced to flash away, but Kiai is hunting. They get the knock up. Shogun's in a lot of trouble. Will he get the finish? No, he's ended, shut down. They find two. A drastic, a tragic overcommitment there by MVK. And GAM will hold on for a little bit longer. That is 40 seconds of time from the bot lane and jungle off the Rift. GAM will push themselves potentially to a soul point angle.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you pointed out, those death timers are long this late in the game. It means that MVK won't be able to 5-man for any of those objectives, whereas GAM definitely can. And I think MVK recognized that. Drakthar is going to start this Drake up. MVK, they can afford to give this Drake over, absolutely. So I think it's on them right now to just steady the ship, just defend a little bit, wait out these death timers from Guri and Shogun, and then reinitiate that push.
Yeah, I mean, it was very deep, knowing full well that there is a Bard in play. And it ultimately costs the both of them because there is no support even remotely close. I mean, yes, you've got Elio, but he's only offering so much at this stage in the game as a support in Italy. They both fall gold going the way of GAM. That lead goes from a 10,000 gold lead to a 6.3k gold lead, with Artemis actually taking that lead in the bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the LDR coming out of Artemis as well allows him to cut straight through Guri and Kratos as we see another engage.
He's in trouble, but he's level 16. That is that Monster Mundo timing. Baron is falling quick to this right-click on-hit Shogun Kaiser. And they get it cleared up. Baron taken. They didn't get the soul, but they'll take the one that is far better besieging. Drakthar not going to have his ultimate, I fear, for this next fight. So he's going to have to play it very, very carefully.
Absolutely. We take a look at the ultimates. We take a look at the summoners. There's 2 flashes down on GAM. There's 2 flashes on MVK as well. Ultimates, though, is where the advantage comes through for MVK as they begin the siege on GAM's base.
Tempered Fate lands on the Malphite. They're trying to chip away. They do a decent amount of magic damage. Guri still surviving. Redemption comes through. They're sending it on in. The ult comes out from Kiaya. He's fully stacked up. The Redemption is going to be there. The revival, rather. Seismic shove onto Kratos. The Realm Warp is going to get him out. How in the world does Cardi pull that off and save his top laner? They will look to crack the inhibitor once again in the bot lane. And it will be down for the next 5 minutes alongside the mid lane for 4.5.
That was such a clutch Realm Warp onto Kratos. I'm like, how did that not get interrupted? Or, how did he not die? That was phenomenal. Well played by Cardi there to save his top laner. Kratos, MVK here, they have the killer instincts. They are looking to end this game. They're just pushing. They're just here. They're like, hey, we've got 1,000 gold Baron power play right now. We're most of our items, we can do this. And GAM, they're putting up a strong defense, especially they've got all their ults except Zahen's right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's everything. And it's 4 seconds away from being up again. Guri almost caught, has taken a sizable chunk of damage. Just needs to find an angle. They find Artemis. They're looking for it. They're trying to close the game. Artemis falls. Drakthar in the thick of things. They find one back. Guri gone. But the damage deal is for GAM. Still alive. Shogun has been isolated, but the heals come through. He's still alive, wailing away. But multiple members from each team have fallen. 2 for 2. It's 3 members apiece as they try and crack this base wide open. Kratos looking to heal through the damage coming out. Taki and Drakthar frontlining so Ares can get the job done. But Shogun turns his priority towards the towers, but he's taken a lot of punishment here. Kratos zoning Taki away. 1 tower to go. They find Drakthar. Shogun gets it done. Vikings in the derby will take it to a decider.
That was a terrific end to this game 2 of this BO3. MVK was slow, they were methodical, they were meticulous, they picked the fights that they wanted and they won them. And then once they got ahead, they kept that pressure applied to GAM. And GAM, to their credit, did their best. They were able to defend for quite some time. But frankly, that Aatrox just got way too tanky in the end there. The life gain, the shields, the world ender just couldn't be overcome. Well done, MVK, winning game 2.
And keeping in mind, GAM 2-0 CFO last week, decisively closing out both games, have then just dropped a game to Vikings, which the vast majority of us in the preseason had sitting not just bottom 4, but bottom 2 in the grand scheme of the LCP power rankings. And look at it, Shogun, 42,000 damage to close, and this Malphite value onto these bot laners, mid laners, top laners that can't quite get away fast enough is proving itself.
Yeah, look, let's be real. The Guri engages were massive. That Guri engage right there at the end under the Nexus, under the turrets, definitely probably proved the fatal death knell for GAM in that game. Being able to flash ult onto the... just job well done by Guri, really. As we go to some replays here, Artemis flashing out from this engage, really well played by MVK, and Shogun nearly going down to this empowered turret shot, had to use that barrier.
I mean, look, there is counterplay to a Malphite unstoppable force, but it's counterplay the further away from it you are. If he's sitting underneath you, it's a little bit hard to get away from, and we saw that time and time again. Just in the right place, finding the right targets. It was dicey throughout that mid portion for MVK. They overextended a couple of times and put themselves in some really rough situations. But this time round, able to close it out before GAM find an avenue back. And I think it's because of the way they work the map. And again, look, boom, Taki there 1 second, gone the next. Exploded, courtesy of Guri.
Yeah, I mean, look at the confidence of GAM here going into this fight. They even committed the TP thinking that they had the advantage and could win it. But I really think the damage from Shogun was just overwhelming, as we saw in the statistics at the end of the game. 47.9 thousand, near enough is 48. This is 2 games tonight that Akaisa has just absolutely decimated. And it goes to show what you can do when you put her behind a really strong front line.
Oh, I mean, this was the one sort of misstep there, Cardi. Not realizing that he's on a ward, doesn't flash out of the Tempered Fate, that allows GAM to then collapse on in, and maybe, just maybe, that was going to be the golden Jackson they needed. But what a catch before they can get themselves to safety. Guri gets the knock up onto Taki and Artemis. He then follows it up and just distracts so heavily, meaning that the rest of the team can collapse on this poor Zaheen. I say poor Zaheen. Yaya played this game I think about as well as he could have in the grand scheme of things. But Shogun, just unkillable, courtesy of Elio in support on a Nidalee of all champions. Look, I wouldn't have called that coming into this weekend at all, but it got its money's worth.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be frank, Kratos had hands, kept Kiaya in check, was able to tank for the back line and peel a lot. Guri, great engages. Elio was always there, right? As we even see here, Elio still moving in to try and keep Shogun up and alive. I really think this was just great synergy coming out of MVK. Kratos, Guri, Shogun, Elio, Cardi, the works. It was great performance from
and
them.
this last ultimate there from Guri catches Artemis. So what is the vast majority of GAM's damage at this point in the game. Kiaya as well does look to almost... He nearly gets that passive proc. He almost gets the revive there, but it's just I think, one attack off from finally happening. And then they do look like maybe they're letting this game slip away from them. It looks like GAM have been able to rally and hold this defense. But then Shogun says, no, I need to get these objectives down. Starts wailing away at the towers, has Elio in support, and Vikings, MVK, the new revitalized roster, with GAM's former support, take us to a decider. I mean, Logan, I don't think anyone would have called this going to a game 3.
No, look, frankly, I didn't. I called a 2-0 in favor of GAM. Like you mentioned earlier, we had MVK down the bottom of the ladder, to be honest. But as you pointed out, once again, the fact that MVK are able to take a game from GAM, who we have right at the tippy top, is, I don't know, a testament to MVK. I really think they just performed so well today, just out-hands GAM everywhere. They had the right target selection. They knew when to pull those triggers. They played that slow, methodical, patient game and let GAM come into them, and they had the fights they wanted.
Well, the battle is won, but not the war. The Vikings must rally once more to battle to see if they can take down GAM Esports and create an upset for the ages here in the LCP. When we come back after the break, it's Game 3.
One more. 1, 2, 3. 刚刚 good shoot.
โอ้ยครับนะ
现在有在录哈？
有啊。
那你可以关掉啊，我要讲敏感话题啊。
Sure enough to fake it.
Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Arch your back with it, arch your back with it, arch your back with it, put 'em in a trance. Arch your back with it, arch your back with it, arch your back with it, put 'em in a trance. Shake, 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 get low. Shake, shake, give 'em what they came for. Give 'em what they came, give 'em what they came for.
2 games done. And Logan, I don't think anyone coming into this weekend's matches would have thought that GAM find themselves here. MVK forced a Game 3 in the VCS derby of Week 2. A long, bloody, brutal game. And GAM will pick first pick blue side in Game 3.
Absolutely right there. Honestly, the vibes are immaculate. The crowds are going crazy. I can only imagine what it's like at the Vietnamese watch parties for this VCS derby, because right now it is delivering. The first game, low and slow, and 1 kill per 3 minutes. The second game, far more explosive, a lot more kills, and honestly, a spectacular performance from MVK, really showing a lot of synergy, a lot of willingness to just fight. And GAM, seemingly with very little response in return, makes for a very, very exciting Game 3 here between our favorites GAM and MVK.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the big problem was they had sort of the initial setup, and the likes of the Tempered Fate obviously had a Taki, but they just never really had anything to follow it up, obviously. You've got a Mundo jungle. Zaheen, yeah, in theory can get in there and follow up, but he's not the most reliable form of CC. Look, we don't even talk about the Talia in the mid lane. It's very situational. It was always going to be a bit of an ass, but there it is. The camera angle that tells us it's champ select time. GAM on the blue side. This time around, ban out the Poppy, the Victor as well, and the Ambassador Aurora being taken back in response. And if you throw your mind back last year, RS, very, very capable Aurora player in that mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm almost half expecting the Silas ban to come through, because this is some mid-lane banning. Cardi and Ares's champ pools are being whittled down here on top of the Fearless bans already in place, like Orianna, Rise. Yeah. And we see Nocturne banned away. GAM actually banning that one away as well. So MVK won't be able to use that either. Yeah. They must be concerned about the dive, or do you think it's a respect ban?
I think it's very much the Nocturne is very much a VCS special, and to be fair, GAM were always sort of the anti-VCS team, if you get what I mean. They weren't quite the same play style. They weren't that just full court press approach when it came to League of Legends. They were a little bit more methodical, a little bit more calculated. So they weren't necessarily the ones to go to Nocturne. Yes, they did pick it up themselves, but MVK, Team Secret was much more likely to dig it out if it was an option. So they go for a Wukong pick first, give something strong to Drakthar in the jungle. Kratos in response, looking for the Scion, which is a very, very scary prospect, especially with how long these games are going, Logan. Level 20 Scion could be a possibility here.
I don't think I want to see a level 20 Scion. I don't think that guy would ever die. And when he does die, he comes back and doesn't die. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to be a monster. As we see a Corki picked from MVK, which is proving to be a good pick when Yunara is not your opponent. So Yunara, Fearless ban from last game. Corki, I think, is a good choice here, especially when you can hide him behind the wall that is Scion.
I mean, even contextually, Corki just in his own right has been for a good long time now just an incredibly solid bot lane pick because of how much damage he can dish out. Misfortune, having made it this far into the game, is going to be the pick for Artemis here in Game 3. Going to be looking for some solid setup in the bot lane to pair with it, of course, something to enable it. I mean, you got the Wukong Cyclone, a great enabler for this bullet time. You probably want something else, though, just to follow up to that layered CC to get as much value out of it as possible. I think realistically, if this MVK roster is smart, they could look to go for a potential Pantheon jungle angle. Does a lot to negate the Misfortune bullet time with that Aegis.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. As we see the Nautilus pick finally come through. Nautilus has seen a very, very high ban rate this evening. So I'm very pleased to see Nautilus come through on the side of GAM. And as you say, that Wukong jungle pick, very, very strong jungler generally.
Ooh.
Really able to be a bruiser as we see. Yeah.
Zyra support, it would seem, Valio. So digging into his bag of tricks. It could be Guri jungle Zyra, which was but a good portion of last year, a very, very solid pick. So I wouldn't be surprised it was even that. She does an incredibly solid job in the jungle, has a decent clear speed. So is going to be good at getting around the map. So I would be very surprised if this wasn't Guri's.
Yeah, absolutely. And MVK respond to the ban so far with an Akali ban targeting that mid lane again, really chipping away at Ares' pool. However, the side of GAM, they respect the Rel, the engage, the R as well, just the CC that a Rel can deliver. They've decided to ban that one away. Probably saying, hey, no, you can't protect that Corki. And there it is again, another Silas ban coming out of MVK, which is answered by GAM going for the support pool with Braum.
Yeah, I mean, Braum gets a lot of value here again into the Misfortune. Just shut that door up, negate the bullet time. But yeah, look, the pick of Rel would have been devastating. Pretty much the bane of the existence of Misfortune, so it's going to be taken away. They've got a lot of setup here. Shen being hovered, potentially a Shen support angle. I would be a little bit surprised if this was the go-to. It would potentially indicate that Sion might be heading somewhere else, and this could be a Shen top lane, but... Tarek, I was not expecting the Tarek. We saw it in the 2v2s, but obviously gets a lot of value out of the Bandle pipes now. With that stun, being able to, you know, not to mention just the sustain heal, that invulnerability off the ult, the Divine Intervention.
Yeah, I mean, if Corki just W's over the top and has the Tarek stun, I mean, it's almost guaranteed, and then you get to lay down all of that damage that you have as Corki. So I actually quite like the Tarek pick here. Probably going to have a little bit of a rough time, obviously, with the Nautilus CC and engage with the hooks. But we do see a Gnar come through for the top side of GAM, followed up very quickly by a classic mid laner, Ahri.
Yeah, I mean, Ahri, a pretty iconic pick for him. And again, that game against CFO, 7-0-4, mind you. Did not drop a single death that game. 3-1 in the league currently. I mean, Hong Shuo as well, putting on a masterclass for the champion. What do they want to round this draft out in the mid lane? What do you got? I mean, you're probably looking a little bit of damage. Bane, I don't think that's happening anytime soon. My God, it is. This could be Corki mid lane, Bane bot lane. I would be very surprised if it was. I'm confused. I'm throwing for a loop.
What?
Bane top, Sion mid?
Sion mid?
Oh, MVK. They were the pioneers, the innovators last year, and they're looking to do it again here this year.
Oh, this is going to be interesting because, like, Sion could probably handle the damage that Ahri is able to put out, really kind of muting her advantage there and being able to, like, take over and win easy. Vayne is always such a brutal counterpick into a top laner. And I'm fascinated. And like you called out as well, the Zyra jungle with those quick clears. This is going to be a really interesting fight, this one. I don't even know what to say about it anymore.
Welcome to the brain train. This is some deep thinking that has gone on behind the scenes. This is, I mean, look, I'm so here for it after these last couple of games from MVK. I mean, they pioneered the lane swap of bot lane into mid, split one of last year. Everyone was lane swapping, but MVK went one step further. They sent mid lane to mid, the bot lane duo to mid, dominated that matchup. They then rotated mid up to top lane, that ranged into melee matchup, giving that advantage. And they just sent whatever tank they'd picked for Kratos down into the bot lane to sort of soak whatever he could. Big brain.
Yep, absolutely. There's chefs in this kitchen and they are cooking as we get onto Summoner's Rift for the third game of this BO3 for this VCS derby where we are one aside. GAM having won the first game, MVK having won the second. So if MVK take this one, it's a reverse, is a flash out of Cardi early.
Oh yeah, I think that's a big exploitation. The charm lands. They are going to find themselves an early kill and not a minion wave to be had. Drakthar claims first blood, and in this matchup where MVK have thrown a bit of a spanner in the works, I think it's big brain. Cardi's not even going to go for the minion wave here. I think he's happy to let it sort of sit as is, not to throw himself up when he gets the lane. Dazzle does land. It's some decent damage onto Artemis. They get the barrier early. Shogun drops his as well, but it's Artemis down to about half health. That passive from Taki just keeping them in place. Ultimately, both teams come out in a rough situation, but this is iconic. This is quintessential MVK play.
Absolutely. I love it. We're already seeing the scrappy fighting playing going on here as we get the flash straight out of Cardi. The 4 collapse onto Cardi as well, getting that first blood. We see the GAM emotes flashed because it's GAM time, baby.
Unfortunately, Bacardi has to burn the teleport early. Doesn't even have pots to his name. So this lane gets pretty darn rough. It shouldn't be much, if any, kill threat in all honesty. But crazy things do happen in the world of the LCP.
Yeah, absolutely not wrong. And it was a really good job as well for GAM to turn that trade around in the brushes. MVK were waiting for them. They both popped their barriers, and GAM were able to actually put down quite a lot of damage back on the MVK side, evening it out. Both ADs without their pots and Elio without their pot as well. As we just cut to mid lane where there's some trading going on. We've got the After Hours Ari skin as well on Ares there.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not going to be a phenomenal lane for Cardi on the Sion, but Sion doesn't desperately need the cash. He's just happy to get the minion kills, means he can stack up that passive of his, get some HP. Brew and Guri coming for a walk down that quick clear. Artemis has been stunned. They're looking for an angle in. Guri has the cutoff. Artemis will all but certainly die. Shogun flashes away. Taki gets the dredge line from downtown. Trades it back at a 1-for-1. Can they get a follow-up Dazzle? There is no flash. There is no escape. And Guri and Elio will claim the Nautilus to boot at 2-for-1 in the bot lane.
Yeah, wow. More of this, please. This is the VCS that I signed up for. This is the derby that I wanted to watch. I mean, we're already at 4 kills in under 3 minutes. We've already got no sums bot side. It's kicked off. It's exciting. This is the game that I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a great read. And that super, super quick clear of the Zyra means she can get into lane quick. Unfortunately, Shogun sitting in the make it rain. Didn't quite hug the terrain as much as he needed to. And Taki will at least get the 1 back.
Yeah, honestly, good job from Taki there, investing that flash to at least get that 1 kill back, making it a 2-for-1 instead of a 2-for-none, you know. So some value there. As we see, Cardi trading well into Ares' Ari there. Quite the health bar advantage, and just sitting quite comfortably, getting ready to clear that wave out.
Yeah, it's all fun and games in a range versus melee matchup until you get into a melee versus melee matchup as a range champion. And that's exactly what happened. Those grass stacks building up as slowly as they will this game for Cardi. He's not going to be getting all that many of them. The Drakthar up in MVK's blue side jungle. Oh, the Hex Flash. Looking for a cheeky angle. He's going to work his way down from the Tri-Brush. Slow in the Make It Rain, but the Dazzle comes out. Slows up Taki. Here's Drakthar. They're looking for Elio, the easiest of the targets, but it's still a Tarek. He's a tanky boy. Gems are indeed truly outrageous.
Yeah, honestly, I think I need to play more Tarek because every time I see him, I'm like, this is disgusting. How did you live that? And he's just proving it again here in tonight's game.
Kratos.
Kiaya,
they're going in for the commit, but it's going to be Kiaya to win it. Gets the bounce off. Unfortunately, the early levels of Vayne aren't the scariest.
Yeah, and I mean, Vayne even popped Ghost there for that one. So down to Sums, lost the fight. So Kiaya has the advantage right now. However, Kratos did secure the Berserker Greaves, so has a little extra move speed, attack speed. Oh, great hook from Taki there.
Oh, Elio with a double up there, but Guri has rotated down to the bot side. The ping's coming through, so GAM well aware of the situation. They do at least stall out the recall there from Artemis. It's a slight tempo win, but that's about all it is. 3-2. GAM currently leading in overall kills. And you look at it, oh, he just goes too far forward with the tumble. Kiaya quite happy, we'll get the slow. Yeah, procs the passive. Both of them passive champions, weirdly enough. Not a matchup you would have thought, but now Kratos has hit 6. So could look to make something of it here, just stacking up those silver bolts.
Yeah, Kiai respecting the Kratos potential of the all-in and the all, as you say, they're just back to trading their lanes, getting their minions. Guri with that super quick farm, as you mentioned, is getting the Scuttle Crab for themselves. Maybe converting that into a Drake. We're seeing Drakthar topside, not ready for the grubs. It's way too early for them there in another 2 minutes. But cheeky poke on Cardi as Cardi roams just to get a little bit of vision.
Oh, Drakthar walks into it. Oh, that's a bit grim. He gets the moral victory, if nothing else.
Absolutely.
Jumps in on a Cardi, gets some damage, and then could have walked it away. Grim.
Couldn't agree more. Cardi will not be bullied.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, look, he's down 14 CS, so there is some minor bullying going on, but I think they make up for that in the fact that Guri now has a pretty significant lead in this jungle. Kiaya in a bit of trouble, taking some damage courtesy of that final hour, but gets to slow off the boomerang. Means that Kratos can't follow. It's not a small shout of damage, and with those plated steel caps, Kiaya is going to be negating enough that he probably isn't in any death threat at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be a very explosive top lane compared to most, tank into tank top lane engagements, because obviously Vayne has that kill threat potential, but Kiaya, very experienced, very good in that top lane, knows, understands, respects this, and will trade accordingly. And so far, holding his own, definitely getting that kill, keeping up in CS, itemizing well against the Vayne, as pretty much every lane right now is just, farming, just poking, prodding. We're not really at a threat of a kill at a sudden moment's notice, I think. We do still have the flashes down on both ADs from both sides as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is very much a bit of a slow burn game for Vikings here, I think. Whether that laning phase, get out of it as healthy as possible, and when it comes mid-game team fighting time, that's where they can really start to twist the knife, it would seem. But yeah, look, and not the most impressive of starts for the Vayne top lane here for Kratos, but come late stages, he could be a real problem.
Definitely, definitely. And we do have the Drake on the map. We also have the Grubs coming up in 20 seconds, but it doesn't look like any jungler is actually going for it, as we do see that Drakthar is actually deep in MVK topside jungle there, clearing that out. But Guri is responding in kind and coming down to check it on out.
No, I believe he's in his own jungle, but it is late. I don't blame you. We've watched two back-to-back 45-minute games. Your brain starts to melt at a certain point. And it's going to be Vikings that look to start up the Grubs here. Guri, pretty capable of doing it on his own. Will take the first, back himself off. Drakthar looking for an angle. Could be a tower dive position as that Meganar is online. Guri looking for Ares. They do get the root here, but there's no follow-up. The damage, though, is crazy at this stage in the game.
Yeah, that was like 50% of Ares' health bar just gone in the blink of an eye. That was actually kind of big. Obviously, we've got the, ward in the brush there, spotting Drakthar, so Kratos is going to play respectfully, trusting that, there could be an all-in.
Oh, the Corki! 1v1, bullet time comes out. No, Valkyrie for Shogun, as he just limps himself away, and Elio comes back to lane and says, what the heck just happened?
Yeah, and you know what? Shogun held his nerves, did not flash out of that ult from MF, actually.
Yeah, that could have been a prime opportunity, but now that Elio's back in lane, the heal's coming through, Artemis will have to stick around to collect the wave, otherwise it would have been a significant chunk of structural damage. Would have been dealt there. Cardi, great step out of the charm, will land the decimating smash. So he's starting to trade back a lot more comfortably onto this Ari now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, these games tonight have been awesome, right? So obviously the first game, we got a really long, slow burn, tense game that ended in one foul swoop, right? All three turrets, all three inhibs, and the Nexus just all in one go. So that was fantastic. The second game, obviously it started a similar tempo, but then MVK kind of just... Cardi's just interrupting the
It's the moral victories at the end of the day that make or break a series, and that was the biggest one. Cardi gets the tempo win. Unfortunately for Kratos, into the Meganar, does not want to get too far close, because GAM with that Meganar can do a lot, and it's unfortunately just going to run out now, so Kratos can now actually start trading back in. Level 20 Vayne, not what I would have thought we could have potentially seen on the cards, but hey, here we are.
Every time you say level 20, I'm still not used to the concept that, yep, we've got level 20s on the Rift now, but a level 20 Vayne to me feels scary. Obviously, however, your opposing top laner can also get to level 20 and is supposed to be able to match you. And I feel like
far less scarier than a level 20 Scion would have been, but hey.
Yeah, true. I mean, the damage that a level 20 Vayne can do will be something to note. As we just cut back to bottom here, and we see a little bit of trading. Corkies, however,
Kratos.
what happened here?
Went in for a fight. Didn't have to burn anything, thankfully, but comes out second best, obviously. Megan up. Kiaya's on the hunt here as he goes and just proxies a wave or two.
Yeah, just grab those proxied waves while you can. Wow, it didn't even look like Kiaya was heavily punished there at all against Kratos.
Kiaya, pretty much the same, I think, when it comes to the VCS. Very much holding the same stature. Fury does get the root off onto him. A little bit of a burn there with the Leandri's now finished up. I mean, Kiaya sticking around, has Drakthar there in support. They are looking to build something, but you see the rotation comes through. Elio's now gone to join his second bot lane carry, I suppose.
You are absolutely not wrong. As GAM retreat from the top side jungle,
in comes Cardi on the Scion. Big damage. No flash. No whammy. But the barrier's there. Decimating Smash gets it done. Cardi flashes and just survives.
That was so close. Really well done by Cardi there. Absolutely, he knew it. He did the numbers, and he is good at math.
Scion is not good at math. That dude doesn't count beyond one swing, two swing. Then it's done, job done, essentially.
But super clean from Cardi there, getting that one onto Artemis. I mean, we've got a few role quests being completed here too.
He's on a ward too. That makes it all the worse. He gets the slow. Ults in, that's your flash gone. Damage comes through, decimating Smash. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. A barrier to prolong the inevitable. And Artemis falls this time not to a god of war, but his good friend.
Can you imagine that conversation after? Is MVK here go for the very first Drake? You're talking to your mate and you're like, why would you do me dirty like that? But as you pointed out, he was already on the ward, so it was kind of crazy for Artemis to walk up like that. Like, clearly he felt confident in his ability. But yeah, Cardi just outplayed him, even if MF did flash out the ult.
Well, yeah, it's a bit of a rough one for sure. Either way, 3-3, 1.5k the gold lead. Elio is about to walk into a world of hurt, but Megan are about to disappear in the rear mirror. Cardi's not done. He has tasted blood, and he is looking for more. He's threatened, he's lurking. They rotate Artemis out to what could be a better lane, but unfortunately Trinity Force now done for Shogun. Probably means it isn't.
Quite the item advantage there for Shogun. I mean, obviously Artemis does have the Bloodthirster there to give that shield when doing the Q poke. Oh, the sneaky hook from Taki out of the brush.
Cosmic Radiance lands. Kratos is invincible rather for the moment. Kiaya's going to stack up the Mega Nah. He's looking for the Nah. He gets it. He misses everyone. He completely swifts. It's an air ball, but in comes Drakthar. Elio flashes away. Will survive for the time being. And it is, much like several moments in that last game, in this series as a whole, a nothing burger.
That must be delicious. Maybe that was Mundo's order earlier, you know?
It's healthy. It is very healthy, I'll tell you that.
It's a placebo. The calories aren't real if it's not real.
And if your eyes are closed, Shogun. Valkyrie's away, but he almost falls there. Drakthar had the flash to potentially follow it up, but decides better of it.
Yeah, likewise Shogun holding their flash there too. That earlier engage up topside with Kiaya obviously got the flash out of Kratos and Elio as well as the heal. So a few summoners offline for the likes of MVK, which could spell doom in the next potential team fight, which might be breaking out in 20 to 30 seconds, depending on the Rift Herald and if they want to prioritize that. But we do see coach comms coming through for MVK.
I've been few and far between in the first of this game for MVK. I'd have to go back and check, but could very well be potentially the first of the series for them. But they've got this in hand. They are that close. Building towards a Fimbulwinter is Elio, looking to be that bulky monster that Tarek can so often turn into. And that Hallowed Radiance online for Cardi, going to be taking a decent amount less, and they go in for Elio. Cosmic Radiance is not going to be there, looking for it. Drakthar burns the flash. No flash there for Elio. Is he burned it earlier? Drakthar, he's going down. In comes Guri, sets up the play for Shogun, and unfortunately for Kratos, things have not gotten better in this matchup.
Kiaya is straight bullying Kratos, but that mid-engage, Taki obviously got the hook onto Elio, and so Drakthar went in alongside Artemis, but they definitely weren't expecting Guri to be there in that brush. So Guri steps out, gets the root down, ults, wins them the fight.
Quest now completed for Shogun. He's having a grand old time. Looking for the Valkyrie 4, damage into Artemis, and it is not insignificant. The double up does not go the way that he wants it. Oh, that's disrespect. If I've ever seen it, Kiaya standing over Elio in the Mega Null form, headbutting a tower. And it looked like this was the setup that GAM needed. No Cosmic Radiance. The Dazzle comes back in response. Traktar's there. The Smite out to make it rain. But he just holds firm. And with Guri stepping in from stage right, drops the Strangle Thorns and allows Shogun to pick up the kill.
Yeah, absolutely well played, well anticipated by MVK to respond to that. Back on the Rift, though, GAM are prioritizing this Rift Herald. They're going to get this objective uncontested, it would seem. We're not seeing any pings, and there's no wards from MVK, so they're obviously placing that priority on the Drake. And this is GAM's second jungle objective. They did get 2 of the grubs earlier. I'm absolutely loving this Kiaya-Kratos matchup, though. Kiaya is, frankly, bullying Kratos in this lane.
Which is the opposite of how the lane initially started. Kratos was getting some great damage out. He's just finished his Storm Razors. But things have pretty quickly swung away from MVK, and at least that lane, things are going better elsewhere. And I mean, it's a 1.6k gold lead, nearly 40 CS alone for Kiaya, not to mention the kill that was picked up as well. And it's not what you would have expected at all.
No, that's it. And just as we see, Cardi is the last of all of the gamers on the Rift today to finish their role quest. Cardi with that mid lane role quest will also get those tier 3 upgraded boots. So that should help him move around quicker. But that's really good to see.
Look, why not? I suppose you take what you can get as a mid lane Scion. It's not like it's been a bad showing from him. He's got 1 kill and 1 death, and he's down, 23 CS, but in a range versus melee matchup, and you look at it, the gold swing from both sides has been just absolutely crazy. Vikings, for the better part of this entire series, has held the gold lead. It's only this game where GAM have been the ones holding that lead.
Yeah, and we're seeing the MVK priority here. They're going for that Drake, so they've got 2 Drakes. They've begun that Drake stacking. So GAM are going to have to respond to that soon, but they do get the cross-map objective by bringing out that Rift Herald to crash into the tier 1 and secure themselves that mid-lane advantage. So GAM are actually looking in the lead. GAM have the turret advantage. They've got the gold advantage right now. They're looking pretty good this game, especially compared to games 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, they get the tier 1 in the mid lane. Cardi as well burns the ultimate to try and get into position to assist, but he's too little, too late to the party. Nelio coming up to this top side to maybe look to swing things if possible. Not going to present itself as Kiaya is playing this one flawlessly. He's playing very, very safe with the recall in the brush. They have no idea. They're just going to look to go for the tower as Guri is here as well. Kiaya comes in. He's almost got that Mega Null looking for the ultimate. Slams him into the wall. In comes the Strangle Thorn plus the Cosmic Radiance. He may have bitten off too much to Charmlands from Ares, but that is an invulnerable Guri. Not going to be taking the damage. Oh, okay. Kratos is schmoovin'.
Yeah, look, I think Kiaya didn't expect the Elio there, because you see that Kiaya got that really, really good ult, knocked 2 into the wall, big stun, but then got stunned himself in the middle of that ult from, I think, that Elio ability there. And so we see Artemis trading into Shogun here, and
once
nothing
again,
much
bullet
should
time
come
to
from
send
this.
Corky scurrying into the wings. Oh no, Draktar's here too! He's interrupted the TP! Draktar, not quite a solo bolo, but a very important pickup to say the least.
Absolutely, definitely. They had to get something back, because after Kiaya fumbled the top side and they lost that tower, I think it's important that they take down that Shogun just to get a little something back in the pockets.
Oh dear. Okay, solo boloed. Artemis just died to Scion again! What is going on, Taki? The depth charge is there. Dazzle looking to connect, but they're going to bully Kratos out of position. They're going to get themselves a support to boot. A double kill for Kiaya as that Mega Null comes up once again. 66 the kill count. My lord, what is going on?
This is the game I expected. This is the VCS derby. This is the VCS that we want to see, honestly. Like, Kiaya literally just TP'd back out and ran straight back in to fight again as we get to see this solo bolo you pointed out.
And he comes, Artemis, no summoners to his name, just eats the full combo. And, to be fair, he just sort of sits there and... I mean, Artemis probably should have just sat there and taken it. It's not like he did any real damage.
I think Artemis was like trying to get like a couple of minions trying to finish the wave off, but that was rough.
Yeah, there is nothing sadder than your likes of Misfortune or Varus or Aphelios with no summoner spells or support to bail them out of a tough gig. It is unfortunate, but it is one of those inevitabilities of League of Legends. At some point, the Scion will find you and he will punish you.
And honestly, this is the MVK cook that we were talking about at the start with the draft. You know, the Scion mid, we're like, whoa, what is happening, really? But, I mean, I know the game is not over. We're 20 minutes in, but the Scion, I feel like, is proving its value here. It's managed to get 2 solo kills onto GAM's AD Artemis. It's managed to survive the pressure that the Ari Ares could bring to the table. I think they're doing quite well with this one, actually.
Absolutely. MVK. Cooking, Shogun, has to dash away. Ares drops the Spirit Rush to try and follow it up, but there's not really any substance behind that engagement. Cardi finds Draktar and, well, yeah, a bonk with the staff. Really not doing a heck of a lot at this stage. Cardi has an extra 1,000 HP from the passive alone.
I was going to say, I saw the hit, but I didn't see the health bar move at all. And I was
That's
like,
a Triforce Black Cleaver crushing blow that didn't even break his boots passive shield.
Yeah, that's got to feel rough. We have the Drake coming up in 45. We have Baron on the Rift, has been for 2.5 minutes. We are getting a lot of pings down.
Oh my god.
Yep.
That was a Phosphorus Bomb Gatling Gun auto attack combo onto Artemis, and that's half his HP gone. The power of Corki. 2 items deep. Oh, they're going in. Artemis. No summoners. Tarky's going to tank it, but the decimating smash lands. Artemis gone. Locked out of existence. The Cosmic Radiance going to make this tower dive all the scarier as they look to batter it away. Flash Dazzle comes through from Elion. Draktar falls. Unfortunate, but Sun Wukong is gone, and they're going to look to turn their attention to the Baron.
Yep. MVK have played this so well. Honestly, that was fantastic. They initiated, they got the first kill, and then they followed up, got the second kill, the flash forward from the Taric. We got the ult out of Buri as well, really just to get that Draktar down, and then it's a free Baron. It's 3v5, but honestly, it's the VCS. Like I said, they will fight you 3v5, 4v5.
Oh, Cardi has been jumped on, but the decimating smash onto Kiaya. Has that Mega Gnar, but all he's going to use is it for the disengage. Kratos pops that final hour. Baron goes down. I mean, again, even if Cardi had died, it would have been another one of those 3 to 5 business days deaths, so we would have been ready for the next fight anyway.
Yeah, and here we go again.
Oh, he just absolutely gets the damage off onto Artemis, gets the slow as well, and that's it. There is no flash there available. Picture in picture, though, there's a fight brewing. Teleport in. It's Cardi once again around this Dragon Pit. Dazzle does just land off the mark. So Cardi's lost a good 40% of his HP. But he's still well in it. You've got Elio taking the dragon plus healing that Scion. And GAM say, yeah, nah.
Like, Scion, the ability to recover all those shields, get that little bit of healing, and be back to effectively full.
There's a TP, and just a TP interrupts the TP through the Hex Tech gate. And Cardi finds yet another, well, technically a solo bolo. I don't know how Elio contributed, but apparently he did.
This is crazy. So I think the Elio contribution was the healing that he was giving to the Scion before the Scion R'd out to chase down Ares.
The classic support, it still counts mentality.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I was a support main. Yeah, I gotta back the supports in. That was just phenomenal from Cardi though to catch Ares's Ari out like that.
I mean, it's what, 3 solo bolos. Dazzle there forces the flash away from Taki, who is probably a little bit upset that he hit that dredge line in the end. Probably didn't want to take it the full distance. Tier 2 in the bot lane gone. Cardi working on the tier 2 in the mid lane to boot. And Vikings, MVK have taken that lead back. They are well in the driver's seat, and that mid tier 2 about to fall. Cardi does not have the ult to get away, doesn't have the flash, eats a Cyclone. He's eating so much damage. They will kill him, but it takes so damn long.
Oh, wow. I want to... As we cut to the replay of... here we go. So the heal from Tarek, ult from Sion.
Literally the bare minimum for an assist there. But it was a great interrupt. Flash into the shout, stops RS getting away. Slowed up means the decimating smash does connect. And with that blast cone coming up a second too late to bail RS out.
Yeah. I mean, Sion ult wasn't even close to that Ari. Like, he was just like, near enough's good enough. I'll just run the rest of the way. Still manages to catch and get them, though, which was just absolutely phenomenal. As we take a quick look at the state of the game, we have a 2k gold advantage over MVK, my apologies. However, there is a 2,000 Baron power play here as well. And just... MVK are in control of this game. They've got the 3 Drakes. So if they get the next one, you know, they're on soul point now. If they get the next one, they get that soul. They're looking really strong. This is a different team from the first 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, Guri, well stacked at the moment, working towards his Zonyas, has the Rabadons, has the Leandries, halfway that Zonyas. Shame he hasn't got the Wooglets quest, because he'd be even more unstoppable, if we're being honest with ourselves. But as it stands, I mean, you look, that's 3 items deep now for Cardi as well. Hollowed Radiance, Unending Despair, plus that Randuins, which is going to make it all the more uncomfortable for every single member of this GAM roster to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, even Artemis with the LDR, it still doesn't feel like Artemis can live long enough to put that damage down onto who the obvious target of Sion is with that LDR. You know, on the side of GAM, it seems like they're a little bit behind on their items, maybe 2, maybe 2.5 for the most part. So there's definitely a bit of a wallet diff developing here, it would seem. And this Tarek Elio is proving invaluable. The engages, the stuns, the heals, just really solid value coming out of Elio on this Tarek today.
Yeah, I mean, that revenge grudge match, his former team replace him with Taki from Team Secret Wales, and he comes into this series with one thing on his mind, and that is taking down his former teammates. And they're doing a pretty darn good job at making that a reality. They are on the cusp.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. It just feels like MVK have really come together. It almost feels like the first game, right, was like, let's suss it out. Let's see how they play. Let's learn GAM. And then the second and third game, they're like, right, we understand. I understand it now. We've got this. Let's go in. As the war for vision control, like, I mean, Drakthar barely did anything to Elio there as well.
Stretch line off, the money charm lands, bullet time connects, Cosmic Radiance isn't going to get a chance to go off. In comes Kratos though, a 1-for-1, jungler for support, now MVK are looking to run GAM down, charm onto Cardi, but he's quite happy to back this one off. Kiai loses so much HP, can't look for the Mega Gnar to turn that fight, and it was dicey. They absolutely explode Elio there. If not for the fact that he's charmed into a Cyclone, if that Cosmic Radiance gets off, Vikings run GAM down there and likely look to end the game.
Absolutely. And I mean, a support for a jungler, you take that any day of the week, especially when you're only 10 seconds out from another Drake and you're trying to stop that soul.
Oh, look at it. Spirit Rush into the charm, into the bullet time, the depth charge rather there as well. Picture in picture. It's going to be soul for MVK. It looks like completely uncontested with 12 seconds to the Baron. All GAM can do is clear vision and set up for themselves. Hex Tech Soul on the cards.
Yeah, look, that Hex Tech Soul, it's a very, very valuable soul. It's going to do a lot of work. That little miniature slow is, frankly, very oppressive, used well. I mean, you get kited out, constantly miniature slowed, you're done for. And obviously, Vayne is exceptional at kiting. I think MVK, they're very poised to win here. They're looking very, very strong. Short of, let's say, a blowout fight and GAM takes it and just, I don't know, like aces them, pentakills them. I think MVK is sitting very pretty right now. Baron is on the field, and as you said, there's contest for wards. We have some reds, we have some blues from MVK and GAM all around the Baron, so it's not going to happen without the other team knowing, but whether they can do anything about it or not is another question.
Exactly. I mean, Kratos, I will call a spade here. It's been somewhat of a quiet game for him, unfortunately. The lane phase was less than comfortable. He was pretty much bullied for the better part of this 30-minute game so far, but has very much made up for it for the last 2 games. Has done the legwork to allow his team to get here, but they're looking for an angle on Ducati. Does drop the ult, decimating smash, in comes the team, but it does clip Taki. Bullet time out. It's doing some damage, Ducati. Meganar comes through. Cosmic Radiance is here. It's going to pop onto Shogun. Dazzle there into Tractor. The charm connects through. Looking for big damage. Shogun chasing down, gets his one. They're looking for more on the backside. Unfortunately, Kiaya left to the wolves here by GAM Esports, and that might just be the opening that Vikings need to close out the game, the series, the BCS derby. It is all BCS. It was always BCS, and it might just have been always the Vikings as they march on to victory. Artemis, decimating smash. They grab the hook onto Shogun, but they're diving on deep. Kratos looking to be that final nail in the coffin with Cardi's help, and they will get it done. GAM deliver CFO's second loss of the LCP domestic year over the last 12 months, and Vikings have just put them to rest.
Really well done there by Vikings. You can tell they're super happy with that result. And, you know, there were 5 chefs in that kitchen and they cooked up a divine meal. The Scion mid proved spectacular. Cardi played that to perfection, getting pretty much 3 solo bolos, 2 onto Artemis, which was just such good work there. Congratulations to MVK winning the VCS derby tonight 2-1 in this best of 3 against GAM.
And until Sunday, Logan, this means one thing. By transitive properties, currently MVK is a better team than CFO. But they do match up on Sunday, so we will actually get the conclusion that match up and hit it out of the park indeed. MVK, they flipped the script on GAM Esports, who were poised to be at least the fan favorites, top of the table, and take them down in a very impressive series.
Absolutely. This is so exciting. Like, this is, you know, from a viewer's perspective, entertainment plus, right? As we get a bit of a dance there. You know, when teams defy expectations, it creates such an engaging story as we see the damage and gold charts here. Just absolutely that Corky popped off, decimating Artemis. I mean, Shogun really putting in the work, proving that last week wasn't a fluke as well, having the highest CS per minute, probably backed it up again here. And that gold chart, it tells the whole story. GAM was eking out a slow lead, and then suddenly it was gone.
The only slight lead that GAM held throughout that series, and Cardi, it would seem the MVP this series, and I think justifiably so, throughout that last game, was such a menace. Throughout the entire series, made everything as hard as possible for GAM, and ultimately was too much of a thorn in the side to overcome. And you look at it, Oriana into that Rise game that was so clean, so magnificent, and then finally into the Scion, throwing a spanner in the works for GAM, who had clearly no idea what the heck was going on, and take the series win.
Yeah, well-deserved player of the match for Cardi there. I mean, you said it so well. That Scion really threw GAM for a 6. They didn't know how to deal with it. They couldn't deal with it. And as we go here...
Which is saying something, given that he just died first.
Yeah.
It was a rough start for sure, but Cardi weathers that storm phenomenally. Just sits there, bides his time, waits to become that critical mass Scion that he can be. And Elio, clearly a chip on his shoulder coming into the matchup against his former teammates, had something to prove, taking down his replacement time and time again. And it was just so impressive to watch.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Impressive is exactly what I was going to say about Elio as well. The engages, the healing, the ultimates to protect the team at the right times. But Kiaya had a good game as well, absolutely able to dominate that top lane. It was just a shame it wasn't able to convert into more pressure elsewhere on the map as we go to another Carti. I think this is Carti's first solo on Artemis this game.
Yeah, he racked up a nice little... I think it was nearly 3 solo kills on the Artemis by the end of it. technically was denied the solo kill on Ares only because Elio decided to heal him like a good support should. It was just, I mean, it was truly magnificent play from the entirety of MVK, who clearly identified the fact that they were that close. And again, boom, comes screeching on in. Poor Artemis, no summoners to be able to get out. Look, he is attacking Cardi. He's not even attacking the minions because there are no minions to attack. Doing what he can, which is essentially healing him at this point. And to Kia's credit, really did push that top lane as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really good engages, really kept Kratos low and somewhat out of the game. But it's hard to win on your own when, unfortunately, your AD is frankly getting hard bullied all game. Cardi just made a beeline for Artemis every and any fight. The Elios with the flash forward engages, really catching them out. It was just really well played from MVK.
I suppose technically not a solo bolo. RS was already low. Yeah, if we want to be pedantic about it. But it was such a clean interrupt on that Hex Tech portal. Gets the kill off the back of it. Even here, like, it just takes so long to die at any given point. Just wastes so much time. Allows MVK to come in for the clutch play on the backside of it. Able to capitalize at almost every single turn. And just the fearlessness of Shogun. Spots an opportunity for a kill, knows full well that he's not really in the most danger, will just send it in. And MVK deservedly taking the win there. Our series for the night, CFO takes down DFM, largely what we expected in that matchup. But series number 2, Logan, was anything but. MVK reverse sweep out GAM Esports to take the BCS derby.
Absolutely a spectacular showing tonight. Congratulations to our winners. Well done to the teams that fought into them. Obviously not the result that you would be hoping for from DFM and GAM. They would obviously like to win, but there has to be a loser as we look at our updated
MVK,
standings.
top of the table. Let's go the VCS. They're sitting right there tight. It is all VCS, in fact. Top 3 positions on the leaderboard. But it's a tie. MVK, Team Secret Waves holding that top position for the moment. Now, that could change in the very near future. They will have to go up against each other at some point. But Logan, I'm going to put it to you. I'm putting you on the spot here. Your first broadcast as a commentator here on the LCP. How much has MVK gone and shaken up your power rankings?
Oh, absolutely. I had MVK toward the very, very bottom, and this spectacular performance against such a strong team has me, can I walk it back, to go with the classic Raz? I'd like to flip-flop and put MVK at least in the middle of the pack.
Not a chance. It's locked in, but our games for tomorrow are gearing up to be just as exciting. Team Secret Wiles take on the newcomers DCG. I'm excited for that. I've really been enjoying DCG's gameplay. And then, of course, SHG versus Ground Zero, the pseudo-Australian roster that has done what they can for us proud, even though it's a PCS roster playing it under Australian belt. We claim them. There's nothing they can do about it. They will take on SHG in Game 2 of the series. Logan, you killed it. Your first broadcast here on the LCP. What are your thoughts? And looking to round out the evening, how was it? Did you have fun?
First and foremost, I did have fun, and thank you so much to yourself and all the community for such a warm welcome. It is a pleasure to cast these games because they are exciting and everyone brings the passion. I definitely could not fault any of the gameplay tonight, right? Obviously there's a winner, obviously there's a loser, and it was so fun to talk about all of these things. And I hope you enjoyed our broadcast and me being here, and I look forward to getting better and bringing more of the passion for all of you here as well in the LCP. I'm excited for tomorrow night.
I am super keen. You killed it, mate. But for now, it's time to go to bed. We all need some rest. Tomorrow is promising to be yet another exciting day here in the League of Legends Championship Pacific. When we come back tomorrow, Team Secret Wales, DCG, SHG, GZ. A lot of G's to be had and some GG's to be sure. We'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.